Alrighty. Second verse, same as the first. We're gonna be reading the Dungeon Magazine issue 1. I'm gonna be going through it and all that kind of stuff. Feel free to read this while I get the shills out and all that. Oh, hold on a moment. I think this is actually gonna block that out. Oh, okay, there we go. Now you're free to read it. Alrighty. You need to pick up that link. Here. That is something nice about this. So it's nice and simple. Like, just do the exact same thing I did yesterday. Usually for these streams, I've been kind of all over the place between streaming Pokemon and looking to the relic system and whatnot. But doing the same sort of stream twice in a row, like, okay, this is doable. I don't have to change everything. I can just use the same thing as before. All right. Okie dokie. Sorry, let me get this over here so I can have chat on my other window here. I know that's weird, but I haven't been able to figure out how to make OBS's little chat thing work. For some reason, it's just not working for me. It'd be great if it started working for me, but it's not. I really should do like a troubleshoot stream at some point in time. Anyways, I think that's good to go. I think that's everything set up. All right. So the game plan is to cover Dungeon Magazine issue 1, try and mine it for inspiration, all that kind of stuff. Get people, get their brains flowing, pumping, that kind of thing. Writing their adventures, running their games, writing their scenarios and modules and dungeons. I think that looking at dungeons of the past is a good way to get inspiration. So, yesterday we covered the Dark Tower of Kabalar. It looks very fun. The very beginning is very deadly, and it looks like it's a dungeon that's hard to break into, but once you're in that dungeon, it looks like a very fun dungeon. I think I would very much enjoy it if I was a player. And then Assault on Eddystone Point also looks fun. The actual adventure part of it is pretty short. Most of it was actually just building up the local area and the NPCs and the scenario, right? But otherwise, you just climb up this tower, fight some bandits. Unveil a conspiracy, that sort of thing. There's a lot of unnamed animals in here, which you do need to name. That is a rule. And then right now we get to cover this, which Snorkers? What were they? I'm failing to find it in the text here, but they said it at the top. But anyways, we got these rough-skinned goblins, right? John Nephew. Okay. Well, let's start plugging some of that in. John Nephew. And this is for 4 to 8 characters of 1st to 3rd level. Got at least one strong fighter above 1st level. Should be in the party to increase survival chances in difficult combat encounters. Balance of basic character classes. Fighter, magic user, cleric, thief is helpful for success. Alright. What's the reference to the alignment of flins? One of those two. And the Fiend Folio Tome has been altered. The flins encountered here are chaotic evil, as are their gnoll cousins. Okay. Very cool. Alright, 4 to 8. 1st to 3rd. So this is another low-level adventure. Got it. 4 to 8. 1st to 3rd. Very good. And let's get into it. Minnesota. Oh, hold on. Resident of Duluth, Minnesota. Got it. Looks like he's had other stuff in Dragon Magazine. Good for him. Alright. In its scant 15 years of existence, the town of Nolavari, okay. The town of Nolavari has had many hardships and trials, but it has always managed to pull through. It had to be carved out of a wilderness untamed by mankind for 1,000 years. No. I didn't enunciate that right, but it got... Hold on. Let me try and read this, and then I'll try and voice it. Alright. It's a bit of a word vomit sentence. It's technically formatted correctly, I believe. Let's see if I can voice it. It had to be carved out of a wilderness untamed by mankind for 1,000 years, or so says the Book of Dalale, a local chronicle. Struggle for independence from the city-state of Iverwile. Oh boy, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. We're just going to call it city-state Irvin. Far to the west, and mourn the loss of its leader, the one to have been its first prince. Okay. Even so, it's been prosperous, growing on the abundance of raw materials on the edge of the wilderness. Okay, let me try and figure out exactly what this is saying. So it needed to be carved out of the wilderness. And this was recorded in its chronicle. Okay. It needed to be carved out of it because they needed independence from the city-state of Irvin. I know that's I'm being silly there with its name. And mourns the loss of its leader. Okay. The one to have been its first prince. Alright. So, the city-state was oppressing the people, and they moved out to the countryside and resettled a new location, and their prince has died. Is my interpretation of that sentence. I may be incorrect, though. Even so, Nolavari has been prosperous. Okay, yeah, I read that. Recently, the town suffered repeated raids of Norkers from the foothills of the Great Mountain Range to the south. Okay. The raids continued over a period of 8 weeks, at which point the druidess Aldrel, or Aldrele? I'm just going to go Aldrel, came from her hermitage to warn the prince. Oh, okay, so the prince is probably... Okay. So the prince is still alive. Got it. So the prince got ousted and resettled here in the untamed wilderness, but the little town that the prince and the people from the old city-state have resettled has been prosperous. Got it. I think that's what's being said here. The druidess came to, where was I? To warn the prince, there we go, of a great host of the humanoids coming to surprise and burn the town. Oh, okay, so the Norkers are not friendly. You know what? Fair enough. They are a type of goblin. That makes sense. Prince Corin assembled his small group of men-at-arms and militia and fortified the town as best he could, utilizing all materials available. Empty crates were filled with rocks and set up as makeshift walls. Hunting bows were brought out, old swords retrieved from attics, and hatchets, meat cleavers, and pitchforks were sharpened for use. Got it. So it was very much like the peasants defending them, not a proper force of knights yet. The great host of Norkers did arrive, 150 strong. That's a lot of goblins. Though great generals may sneer at such a small force, it was almost 3 times the number of trained warriors in the town. The battle was desperate, as the town's common folk valiantly fought for their homes and lives. The humanoids were driven back at a terrible price, nearly 250 defenders lay wounded or dead, a great loss of a population of little more than 1,000 people. No one in the town avoided loss of family, friends, or property. Okay. This is a lot of numbers. All right, so there was 150 goblins. If they had less than 1/3 that amount of warriors, and that means less than 50 warriors. Hold on, let me reread that. 3 times the number. It was almost 3 times the number. Okay. So they probably had a little bit over 50 warriors, right? So the town wasn't completely defensible, but 50 warriors versus 150 goblins is not a good fight. So the peasantry fought, and the peasantry lost. That would be 1/4 of its population. Well, no, some of them are among the wounded. Okay, so at the very least, 1/4 of the population is taken out of the equation because they're busy healing, right? And a good chunk of them are presumed dead as well. So this was a hard-won victory here. This town will still survive. It still has 750 presumably able-bodied people. But this was already a fledgling town that broke off from a larger city and was already kind of struggling in this harsh wilderness. And now they've taken an even bigger blow to their population with this goblin attack. But Nolavari had weathered the attack. According to local trappers and rangers, there should be no more than 50 Norkers alive within 30 miles. What perplexes everyone is how the Norkers, chaotic creatures by nature, could have been organized for battle on such a scale. Fair enough. The druidess Aldrel, who reappeared after the battle, had some new information. There have been rumors among other humanoid tribes that the Norkers had a powerful leader named Grakhert. Little is known about him, except the unquestioning loyalty the Norkers gave him. No other beings have ever seen him. Before the battle, the Norkers were organized at the lair of the tribe whose chieftain is named Hragtum. Perhaps this Grakhert resides there. The ambition and charisma of this person are apparent. Okay. I think that's right. If he could discipline the disorganized Norkers like this, what could be done with the lawfully aligned humanoid races such as the goblins and hobgoblins? Got it. Okay, so goblins and hobgoblins are lawfully evil back then. Okay. I think hobgoblins are still that. I thought goblins are now chaotic, though. Anyway, to prevent future invasions of Nolavari, Grakhert must be eliminated. Fair enough. Yeah, if he can organize a hobgoblin army, that would do it. That would wipe that town out. This much the characters have learned since they arrived in town. One day after the battle. Okay, so the player characters missed the battle, but they arrived and they're like, oh boy, these people look dinged up. What happened around here? And they've done some hobnobbing and they figured this out. Got it. Prince Corin has posted announcements asking for adventurers willing to capture or slay Grakhert. A reward of 250 gold is offered to each member of a party. Okay, gotcha. So that's already pre-divided. Very good. Not a very great sum, but Nolavari is not a very rich town, especially now. Yeah, I get it. It's all he can spare. Prince Corin warns that Hragtum was not killed in the battle, and there are likely to be a fair number of Norkers alive in the lair. Okay. So that's a lot. Let me take some notes. What is the name of the town? Nolavari. Okay. Here we go. Prince Corin and the people of Nolavari split off from the city-state of, and then long complicated name that I'm not good at. I'm just gonna copy-paste it. Make my life easier. Well, that's not it. I want this. Alright. Alright. They've been settling in untamed wilderness to the... What was the direction? Wop, wop, wop. Far to the west. Okay, so they went east. Got it. Untamed wilderness to the east. What? There we go. They had been doing well. Their population about 1,000 strong, with 50 or so capable warriors. Alright. Drell, the druid, came to warn them of a coming... Was it Norker? Norker, okay. Norker. Goblinoid. Attack. They suffered heavy casualties, but were able to fend off the goblins. How 150 goblins were organized and united as a military unit is baffling. But Drell says, what do we want to say? Says they were organized by a creature called, because we don't know what race he is yet, called, and then it was Where is he? Where is that name? Actually, it was the name of the module, wasn't it? Grakert. Yeah, Grakert. Okay, go Grakert. And then what's the next name? Ragtam. Okay, Ragtam. Called Grakert. She says he's likely staying with tribe Ragtam. Alright. I will say with a tribe run by Chieftain Ragtam. We can be more specific. Alright. A tribe. Very good. Alright. If he could organize such an unruly force, what couldn't he do with hobgoblins? Well, hobgoblins or the like. Grakert must be slain before he can organize another... Oh, there we go. Another attack. The players arrive 1 day after the battle occurs. Oh, cool. Thanks, autocorrect. So I almost got the double correct. They are offered 250 GP each to take on this task. All right. That should do the trick. Communicates the stakes, communicates all the key words. Very good. Alright, for the Dungeon Master. The following information may be uncovered by the player characters once they reach Grakhert's chambers in this adventure, or by using Charm Person, ESP, still don't know what that means, or similar questioning upon Grakhert if captured. Certain other spells, such as Legend, Lore, or Commune, may provide fragmentary information that eventually produces the whole story. Alright, so here's the deep lore. Half a century ago, century is 100 years. Yeah. So 50 years ago. About 50 years ago. A stranger came to the city of, the long name I don't like. He was the illusionist Arham. Okay. Exiled from his native... Oh, the period's not supposed to be there. Okay. Exiled from his native city in the far south. Powerful, cunning, and cruel, the wicked illusionist became associated with the city's notorious Assassins Guild. Got it. Though unable to gain an official position in the guild hierarchy because of his class, and unable to become an assassin due to physical weakness, Arham achieved influence through deceit, threats, manipulation, and magic, and he prospered in his evil ways. Any man who opposed his plans, regardless of rank, would more often than not be found stabbed, poisoned, or inexplicably dead, with an expression of supernatural terror on his face. In time, even the guildmaster dared not oppose Arham for fear of arcane or mundane retaliation, especially after the illusionist married the guildmaster's daughter and she gave birth to a son. The child was named Grakhert. Okay, so that's what Grakhert is. So the big city that the prince and his people are trying to avoid has an Assassin's Guild problem. And there's this evil wizard who wanted to become a part of the Assassin's Guild. And they're just like, you're not a real assassin, you're a wizard. You're not really one of us. But also, you're really powerful, and we're kind of scared of you. So you kind of are one of us, enough that we're going to let you marry the Guildmaster's daughter and have a kid. That's what's going on here. So, we've got Grakhert, son of this wizard and born of an Assassin's Guild. There you go. Arham has had his son trained by the guild in the skills of stealth and murder, and by himself in illusion. Okay. Grakhert was intended to assume his father's power and influence, perhaps even with an official position as guildmaster. Okay. But this scheme never had the chance to be carried through. When the old guildmaster died, the new one brought great enmity towards the illusionist and his offspring. After several failed murder attempts and the loss of some of the guild's most talented assassins, Arham was slain while studying his spells. Well, there goes evil wizard. Little thought was given to the 19-year-old son of Arham as the Assassin's Guild licked its wounds. Indeed, the assassin illusionist was not seen after the slaying of his father. The few who noted his absence assumed he had fled forever, and Arham's missing journals and spellbooks were thought to have been taken by opportunistic thieves. In truth, young Grakhert had fled southeast to one of his father's wilderness sanctuaries, a small group of caves near Nolavari that served as the lair of a tribe of Norkers. Grakhert withdrew here to meditate for a time and familiarize himself with his deceased father's abode, books, and magical devices. Oh, cool, magic items. Yeah, all right. And plot revenge. Grakhert dreamed of raising humanoid armies who would rise up at his calling and follow him in conquest across the lands. He would honor his father by being even greater and more terrible than had by being even greater and more terrible than had been planned. The Norkers, manipulated by the clever Grekert, with help from his illusions and from pliable tribal authorities eager for territorial dominance, were organized for a military campaign. Raids were organized on farms to raise provisions and build morale. Then the great attack on Nolavari was set into motion to attract the attention and support of other humanoid groups in the region, which sought to halt human civilization's conquest of the wilderness. Such a movement in the wildlands could hardly go unnoticed. The druidess Aldrel, informed by her friends in nature, warned Prince Corin, anticipated and prepared for the attack met with defeat. Defeat at Nolavari may well have been the fatal step in Grakher's career. He has withdrawn to his lair to fume and plan his next move. It is the task of the player characters to stop him from making any more such plans. Though his capture or elimination and the through, there we go. No, it does read though, but it should be through his capture or elimination and the destruction of the Norkers. Got it. All right. Arham. Okay. Backstory. Arham, the illusionist of that fancy city, wanted to get in good with the Assassins Guild. He never quite made the cut, but grew to be respected, feared, and honored nonetheless. Very good. He married the, there we go, Guildmaster's daughter, and they had Grakert. Okay. Hold on. Backstory. 50 years ago. But, there we go. Grakert was trained both as an assassin and illusionist from a young age. When the old guildmaster died, the new one sent assassins to kill Arham at great, there we go, cost. They were successful. Grakert took Arham's books and fled to, what would it be? What's the guy's name? Bragtam. There we go. Bragtam's tribe. His father had set up a, what was the word they used? It wasn't like a lab. What, Donner's not becoming even more. No, was it down here? Blood Southeast, what are the sanctuaries? Okay. Sanctuaries. Set up a wilderness sanctuary of sorts there. Grakert read and meditated and schemed. With his attack on Nolavari, he hoped to show the well, there we go. Other humanoids of that region that he meant business and planned to unite them into a conquering force. This setback has him frustrated, and he has returned to scheming. Alright. That does a good job of getting that all across. Next section. Oh, hold on. This is important to just memes. It's a bit important, but looks like they're handling it. Very good. Alright. Oh, for the Dungeon Master, then we go. Town personalities. Alright. Below are detailed some major non-player characters of Nolavari and its vicinity. Their personalities and statistics are presented for use in player character interactions as well as for ongoing campaign use. Prince Corin. Oh, he's got big HP, especially for early campaign. Hey. I think that might denote that he might be able to make multiple attacks. I might be incorrect, though. He's got a magic longsword and +3 chainmail. Got it. He's lawful good. Okay, so Prince Corin is no slouch. That's probably why he's survived the onslaught of 150 goblins. I mean, that makes sense. He's wise, compassionate, cautious, kind, and respected by everyone in town. He will not seek out the Norker lair himself for a couple of reasons. At age 62, he thinks himself too old to fight and realizes what bad shape the town would be in if he did not return. He has no heir. Above all, he desires to rebuild the town physically and psychologically. Oh, hey, Alex. Yeah, I'm reading a dungeon magazine. I'd like to cover the various issues. So far, this is the third adventure in the first issue, Grekhert's Lair. To get you caught back up to speed, there's these goblinoids under the leadership of an assassin illusionist who came to attack the town. They've been fought off, but at great cost. The druid has let the town's prince, the town's leader, right, know that of the enemy leader, and they're just like, oh wow, if this guy could like command goblins, then this guy is bad news. What if he actually like starts commanding hobgoblins or some greater force, right? We'd be wiped off the map. So the adventure is that the player character is being hired to go and deal with Grekhert. So I'm still at the beginning where we're looking at personalities and whatnot, but I'm assuming there'll be a fun little exploration, looks like, section, and then maybe a little bit dungeoneering. But it's shaping up to be a fun little adventure. It's a low-level adventure. They said between levels 1 and 3. Anyways, Corin's got a wife. Good for him. Taliva. Okay. She is not nearly as hardy and warrior-like as he is. Got it. She does have some magic items, though, so she should have some survivability. She has an intelligence superior to that of her husband, but sometimes lacks his caution and common sense. Many times, her cleverness has aided the town. There we go. Though she and Corin have no children, and she is beyond childbearing age, she is loved and respected by the townsfolk as much as her husband. So that is interesting. They don't have an heir, and they can't really have an heir, or at least not one recognized by marriage. I mean, the 60-year-old guy could go and have a bastard, I guess, and then they could just name that their heir. But other than that, it looks as though they're just going to have to, like, name an heir that's not by birth. It does mean that, reading between the lines, that could be a player character, right? If the player characters complete this quest and one of them gets in good with Prince Corin and shows that they're a responsible ruler, so to speak, then perhaps they could be named Corin's heir. That's an opportunity I'd be interested in anyways. Call her the town mother? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That appears to be what she is. Alrighty. Oh, hold on. I wonder if this is the druid lady then. Yeah, because my assumption is this is the prince and his wife, and that's the druid lady. Okay. Very cool. Oh, Aldrel. Was I misspelling it before?
Uh-oh, did I forget the L? Yeah, the L sure has been there that whole time, huh?
Alright, well, let me go correct that real quick. Where did I first mention her? Here we go. Aldrel, and then here as well. Very good. Aldrel the druid. What a fun chap. Alright. Oh, she has a lot of HP. Okay, so she's probably a high-level druid of sorts. Bracers of defense. +2 spear, +2 hammer. Oh, she's got options. Okay. Boots of speed. Numerous potions and scrolls. Okay, fair enough. It says there's a powerful figure in the locale. Yeah, adding an heir. That could be a lot of fun. That's what I like to try and do with these things, is see where like we could add to them and how we can like tweak them and make them our own and add them into like your own little project, right? I'm not sure yet. I toyed around yesterday with combining the first 2 adventures. I think there's a lot of areas where we could make those 2 adventures, shove them together and turn it into a module. Because this is also a low-level adventure, and the previous one was as well. It might be kind of hard to combine these 2. That being said, there's certain elements that we certainly could recycle here, right? So actually, yeah, I probably could now I think about it. Because a common theme in the first one was that you've got this town that's in between these 2 cities. It's in this wilderness area, right? Where there's a bunch of mountains and forests and whatnot, and there's elf kings, both north and south and whatnot. Regardless, it wasn't exactly like the most settled location ever. And so this seems to also be in a relatively untamed, unsettled land, right? And they've come under attack from effectively goblins, right? So that's definitely something that we could recycle. After they deal with that first adventure, they could hear word that the town of Nolavari, or whatever this town was called, has been attacked by goblins and are looking for adventurers to come and lead a counter-strike, right? A counter-offensive would be the term for it. And then the player characters could go here and then do effectively this adventure. So now that you mention it, yeah, I absolutely could combine this as well. So yeah, you could probably combine this entire magazine into an entire adventure. Although I like the idea of facing off against Kabalar, this big wizard, right? That was set up in the very first adventure in this magazine. And I'm not sure how compatible that will be with the last adventure in this magazine. It looks like it has to do with like a dragon. So it might be a weird kind of theme to tack on to the end. So I don't know. But at the very least, these first 3 adventures, yeah, no, I could fit these together. That could be a lot of fun. Let's see. She lives in the southwest, in the hermitage, deep in the forest. Okay, so she's a forest hermit. Got it. Yeah, the other module had a big druid theme too, so we could definitely lump her in with the druids. But she's off doing her own thing because hermit, or we just retcon that, and there you go. You have another fun druid connection. With 3 initiates of the first circle. Okay, got it. So she's got some fun little apprentices. Aldrin, Velik, and Maraz. How to do low-level module. Oh, yeah, okay. So the general rule of thumb for low-level module is, in my opinion, you want to create like a starting region, an area that you know well, and you can write like high-level villains and characters in that starting region, right? It doesn't need to just be everything weak and tiny, but you need to know a starting region so the players have options to go and explore and whatnot. Assuming it's remotely a sandbox. If it's a railroad, then I guess you can there's alternatives to that, right? But then what you need to do is be like, okay, what can I use to motivate the players? Are they on the side of civilization? If so, then I need to have some foe of civilization be on the horizon or possibly attacking. So in this case, goblins have attacked the local town. You need to go and kill their leader, lest that leader organize another strike, right? That's a very simple way to go about it that this module does. In the previous low-level module, they were just kind of like, we had a lady come to update this tower that we've got next to it that we use as a communication rig between the two cities. She and her party have gone missing. The fog's rolled in though, so they haven't been communicating yet. So our folly hasn't been exposed yet. But this is big news here because once the fog clears, the rigs need to be able to communicate, right? So we need to go and figure out what's going on. We got a letter saying that they're being held by bandits. We need you to go look into this and possibly rescue them, right? So then the party goes up to this tower and fights the bandits and rescues the magic user and what is left, rather, of her companions, right? So that's another fun little direction that you could take it, is fighting bandits, rescuing a lady, right? But generally what you want is you need to, like, know the local area. Like in the example for the first one was that there's two cities and they're connected by this relay of, like, lights, more or less, that can communicate, right? You know what's in those cities, you know what's here in the wilderness, you know about the elf kings, you know about the dwarves in their mines, you can assume that there's all sorts of different monsters in the mountains, in the woods, right? And then you can also kind of, like, have some intrigue, right? What do both cities want? They were rival cities that it said were once at war. Perhaps there's someone that's trying to orchestrate that war back up again. How could they go about doing that? Maybe by disrupting these towers that allow them to communicate, right? So there's all sorts of fun opportunities for a quote-unquote high-level villain or person of influence, right, to be in the mix. But that doesn't mean that's what the party is going to fight immediately. Like, again, you could have them fight goblins or bandits or orcs in the hills, or just maybe there's a misunderstanding with the elves and they fight the elves, right? Or there's something wrong with the dwarves in the mines. Something has driven them mad and they've begun attacking people and they're stirred up into a frenzy, right? And you could fight the dwarves as well. There's all sorts of fun little low-level things that people could go and fight. But it all starts with, like, deciding on a starting region and then just going and building out from there. Hopefully that makes sense. And gives you, like, a good little thing to jog your imagination. And you don't have to come up with all this stuff overnight, right? You can just make a town and be like, okay, here's in charge of this town. Here's what's nearby. Is it another town? Is there a town over there? Is there a city over there? What are the trade routes like? What are the merchants like here, right? There's all sorts of fun little questions you can start asking yourself. There we go. To start along that kind of creative process. It also depends on, like, the flavor that you're going for, right? Is it safe to assume you're going for, like, a fantasy setting, or you got something spicy going on? All right, I'm going to go back to reading. I'll try and keep an eye out in case you reply, though. She lives in the southwest. Hermitage Deep. Okay, got it. Yeah, she had some buddies. Aldrin, Velek, and Maras. Little is known about her motives, and she only comes... Oh, there we go. Working on a system. Got it. Yeah, you have a lot of settings. Fair enough. I have too. I've been trying to patchwork some of them together. Some of them I've set aside for now, but no, that's all good. You do your dishes, man. You do your dishes. But yeah, no. If I can recommend inspiration for systems right now, this guy named Chris Corrigan of Houndsong Games is working on this system called Relict that I think looks very promising. So I'd highly recommend looking into that if you have the time. Beyond that, good luck, man. There's a lot of different systems out there. I'm still not sure which one I'm going to end up doing, or if I want to just Frankenstein together my own. But at the very least, I figure I can at least write, like, system agnostic stuff and cover system agnostic stuff. So even though this magazine was written for AD&D, that doesn't mean that I can't still, like, take its storytelling and, like, take the ideas and concepts of these characters and the traps and the encounters, right? And that's still stuff that we could use as system agnostic, and we can rework and turn into our own fun little adventures, right? That's the intention, anyways. Is to make like a fun little video that will hopefully be a fun resource for DMs and writers to help inspire their adventures. Anyways, so she's a mysterious druidess, got it. In reality, she is not very concerned with the problems of other humans, but she prefers not to have humanoids ravaging the area and harming the things with which she is concerned. Okay. Though well armed, she hates to fight and has no desire to kill anything, even Norkers, especially if someone else is able to do it. If the DM considers the party to be too weak, Aldrel may permit one of her 3 initiates to aid the party in this adventure. The initiate should be fleshed out by the DM as desired, but he or she uses no magical weapons and remains silent much of the time. Got it. So it's saying don't make a DM PC, but if you want, like, because the concept of like sending up an NPC cleric with the party is a thing. In this case, it's an NPC druid, a low level. Oh, actually, 3rd level. It does specify that. All right. Cool, good for them. The DM could send a 3rd level druid with the party, but they're mostly there to hang back and support and not really the leader type. I do like this characterization for Aldrella. She's not really on the side of civilization. She is still a hermit druid type lady. However, she knows that if there's going to be like warring bands of humanoids in this area, it's going to disrupt the nature, right? The animals are not going to have a fun time of it. So she's just like, okay, well, let me try and stop this while I can, and then I can go back to being Miss Hermit Lady, and ideally nature is just fine, and I don't have to worry about stuff anymore, and say okay. It's a good motivation for her to get involved, but not actually like care, if that makes sense. We could also kind of extrapolate that kind of attitude onto her what appears to be apprentices, right? They also apparently remain silent much of the time. So they probably also don't really care, but they recognize that this is something that their mistress wants them to go and help with, so they're along for the ride, right? It's a good bit of characterization here. The Wilderness. If this adventure is used in an ongoing campaign, the DM may fit it in wherever it fits best on his maps, altering the names and places and people as necessary. Alrighty. I like her already? Yeah. Yeah, Aldrilla seems like she'd be a fun character, and she has a high-level stat block, so whatever you'd convert this to, you could obviously keep that and reflect it. So she'd remain relevant for a good chunk of the campaign. I don't know how consistently she'd be a quest giver, but at the very least, she does seem to be a bit of a wise woman and a guide. She has insight onto the local area due to her connections with animals, right? It said earlier that that's how she knew about the goblins in Grakert coming to attack, was that basically the animals warned her. So it's definitely an interesting NPC to have in your pocket as a DM, is a resourceful type of wise woman. Alright, otherwise, the map showing the route to Grakrut's lair is not an absolute requirement. One may be generated quickly and easily if desired. Okay, this is just saying DMs do whatever you want, but also here's my offering. Fair enough, writer, fair enough. When the characters are equipped and ready to go, they proceed south along the trail, obviously traveled by the Norkers. The food scraps and tracks are telltale signs, so they were messy and littered on the road home. Got it. The lair is known to be 22, there we go. 22 miles south of Nolavari, and the trip, and the trip can be made in 1 day. They missed the N. Okay. Assuming normal rest breaks are made. Over normal terrain, see the DMG page 58. Alright, so they're just referencing survival rules and travel rules, that kind of stuff. Heavily equipped parties may require 2 days. Wandering monsters are checked for twice each day. Yay! Random encounters. Alright. Morning and evening. And once at midnight. Oh, a midnight ambush. That'd be brutal. An encounter occurs on a roll of 1 on a D10. Okay, so it's only a 10% chance of occurring, but there are 3 checks per day. So that'd be like, what? I don't know math, but odds aren't in the party's favor, but they might get a random encounter or 2, right? Roll a d8 to determine what was encountered using the following section. Oh, cool. They actually provide you with a rolled table. So it could be bandits, huge centipedes, flines. I don't remember what a flind is. I gotta go search that. Give me just a moment. Don't need this area where it says mantlet. That was from yesterday. Flind. D&D. Oh, it's a gnoll. Okay, it's a type of gnoll. Very good. Abyssal. Alright, so they are very much tied to, yeah, here we go. Yinogu. Probably didn't pronounce that right. Primary worship by gnolls. Clerics find worship. Okay. They led their war bands into battle wielding flails imbued with magic. Okay. Okay, so flines are like a magically transformed gnoll, and if you as a gnoll kill a flind, you become a flind. And they appear to have like more gray fur and are a bit more like bestial? Wolf-like? Probably wolf-like would be the term for it. They're particularly strong and vicious gnolls that would command their warband, while flines are admired and respected by their lesser cousins. There was no love in the end for the superior breed. If not found in a leadership role over other gnolls, flines flines often wound up, there we go, as solitary hunters. Got it. So they were considered an upgrade to gnolls, basically. And if the gnolls aren't just like, you know what, mister, we see that you are cooler than us, why don't you lead us, right? If they weren't accepted like that, then they tend to be exiled and would go and be a lone hunter. So, and if a gnoll killed a flind, well, then they become a flind. So there's some sort of magic demon nonsense going on there, involving their funny demon lord. Very cool. Does it say how many flines? This group of flines is hunting Norkers, particularly those wounded in the battle. The flines have fought... Okay. Oh, number 3 to 6. Okay, got it. So there's a handful of them. So it's a little pack of flines. Good for them. Oh, YouTube's not notifying, eh? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I've been hearing other YouTubers complain about that kind of stuff for years now. The bell is supposed to do stuff, but sometimes the bell does not do stuff. I appreciate you finding the video though. Let's see here. Leprechaun. All right. So you can just encounter a leprechaun. He's got a bunch of fun little spells. They misspelled polymorph. Polytorf. That's just how the leprechaun pronounces it. They didn't misspell it. It's fine. I can't polytorf. Alright. Mischievous little being, Lauren by name. Oh, cool. The leprechaun gets a name. That's neat. It's not just a generic rollable table. They named the leprechaun. Good for them. Oh, and they gave it loot. Oh, and you can get a feather token? Very cool. Alright. Minimals Cave Bear. What does minimals mean? Well, there's a few cave bears. Alright, I'm not sure what's going on there with the cave bears. You could just encounter some random wandering Norkers. Maybe not all of them made it back to camp, right? Yeah, here we go. These are stragglers from the battle who managed to get away, but are still homeless and lost in the wilderness. Being very desperate, they attack anyone or anything they encounter. Each has a pouch with, some loot. Okay, cool. Not a whole lot of loot, but some loot. There are some big old spiders in the forest. Not the forest, the wilderness, right? This is just wilderness. Did it say the terrain? There's no monsters. I've missed out on what the terrain is called, but it's wilderness. That much we know. Their loot is their lucky charms? No, I think that would be entirely accurate. I think a Quell's Feather token could qualify as a leprechaun's lucky charm. I also think that the 10 gold gems that he has, 4 of them, yes, 4 moss agates, those are definitely lucky charms. The individual coins, probably not. That's a bit of a stretch, but I guess those could be like the little brown things in the cereal and not the actual charms themselves. So yes, I think that this is indeed a leprechaun with a bowl of lucky charms. Perhaps not in a bowl, but it's an apt comparison. All right, you could just 1 or 2 dire wolves, not a proper pack of wolves, but you could also encounter some dire wolves. They avoid well-armed groups, preferring to pick off lone stragglers. The eating has been good because of the number of wounded Norkers who fled the battle, so the wolves won't put themselves out to attack healthy, dangerous adventurers. Got it. So this is just something that players might see passing by, but there's like a tense standoff, and they probably don't actually fight unless the players want to go and engage. And casting Polytorf. You'll never get my lucky charms. I'm gonna Polytorf into a T-Rex. Boom. Roll initiative. Hello, I'm Laren the Leprechaun. I cast Polytorf and I have lucky charms. Alright, that's enough of that. Starting the adventure. When the party reaches the lair, read the box section below to the players. Alright. Your party has followed the Norker's trail all the way to its source, a small opening about 4 feet high in a rocky hill. The area you are in is dominated by foothills of a great mountain range. By the foothills, there we go, of a great mountain range, visible in the distance to the south. To the west is a dense forest in which Aldrel is rumored to live. Okay, cool. So she's neighbors to the Norkers. She's like, the neighbors are being noisy. I guess I should probably go tell the humans. Anyways, near the cave mouth is a pond fed by a small stream that trickles down from the mountains. Next to the pond is a charred, dead tree with axe marks upon its trunk. Though there are a few scrubby bushes, the landscape is mainly clothed, there we go, with short sun-baked grass that is dead virtually everywhere except by the stream. Alright, this to me is an interesting and key description here, because what it says is there's a lot of dead, burnable plant matter around here. There are always going to be parties whose solution to everything is lighted on fire. Sometimes that doesn't work, right? If the area is lush and green and it's healthy green, that kind of stuff doesn't actually catch fire. What the things that catch fire is like the dead leaves, the dead grass, that stuff on the forest floor. But the trees themselves are usually pretty healthy. In this particular case, this kind of scrubland here, it absolutely is described such that the players could just light it on fire to cause a distraction, or perhaps they could do it strategically. There's a lot of different ways the players could use fire to attack these Norkers or distract these Norkers, right? So while I tend to be like on the side of caution, be like, DM, try and make sure the players can't just use fire. If you're in the middle of the wilderness attacking goblins, that's okay, I think. Yeah, fire solves all. Sometimes it does. This is certainly an adventure where fire could be used to not necessarily solve all, but you know what? No, if it remains dry like this in the middle of the goblin camp, and if you start the fire in the middle of their goblin camp, I mean, yeah, that would solve the problem, huh? Then it's just a matter of picking off that that leader, Mr. Assassin Mage, right? And then you just leave. You're just like, all right, problem solved. We've killed the goblins. The leader's been assassinated. We're done here. Well, they might not have killed the goblins, but at least they scattered, right? They burned their little camp down. That sounds like it would do the trick to me. Let's see. Seeing the rocky path and many limestone outcroppings on the hills, it would seem that caves beneath the entrance occur here naturally or could easily be hewn from the rock, which has at most only a thin layer of soil atop it. Okay, so the caves probably don't have a bunch of like burnable stuff in it, but you could definitely like start a fire in front of the cave as a distraction. If the wind is blowing into the cave, you could also smoke out the cave. That could be a way to utilize this. Unless the players adopted the goblins. Nah, man, these are AD&D goblins. We don't adopt goblins, we kill goblins on sight. These are rabble-rousers and troublemakers that are enemies of civilization who will kill and do unspeakable things to civilized folk. It really just depends on the setting and the DM, right? Some DMs are just like, yeah, alright, goblins are good and they're just misunderstood, and there aren't really any evil creatures out there. Everything's just misunderstood and friendly and all that. I'm of the opinion that while that can be fun to do every now and then for like an individual, like goblin or orc or something like that, I think by and large the stereotype of them predominantly being evil and like people you do want to kill on sight, because otherwise they will at some point in time in their lifetime come to harm and destroy the lives of innocents, right? I think that that's a good rule of thumb. It's just like, yeah, maybe this orc or goblin could be a good guy, but why risk it? That kind of is my philosophy, both as a DM and as a player. And it's why I'm, on the one hand, I don't want to say, like, the way you have fun is wrong, right? If people have fun adopting goblins and orcs and whatnot, that's fine. They're allowed to have fun doing that. And if the DM just wants to let them do that, great. But to me, it's just like, no, this is an enemy you're meant to fight. This is a threat to civilization. If you do not stop the goblins, if you do not stop the orcs, they will continue to proliferate in number to the point where they become unsustainable. And even if they are being isolationist right now, they will eventually reach numbers where they cannot support themselves, and they do need to go and pillage and raid and resettle, right? That is kind of the natural life cycle of a goblin tribe, of an orc tribe, that kind of thing. So even if they're minding their own business, like, there's still something that you do want to cull every now and then, right? That adventures being sent after orcs or goblins, to me, is an entirely justified thing. I don't know. That's just my opinion. It also lets like the DM have more freedom when it comes to creating fun challenges and adventures for the player characters. I'm of the opinion that a DM should never, not necessarily never, but the DM should not let the current culture of the D&D zeitgeist, right, limit their options. Just because the current culture dictates that goblins are friendly little fellows and not evil anymore, and that we're not allowed to like be racist and all that kind of stuff, that does nothing but really take away tools from the DM in a bad way, in my opinion. Yeah, anything can be good and evil in your setting. That's fine. No, I get that. Yeah, some are just flat out evil sort. Yep. I would largely agree with that. That sounds like a good stance to take. It also depends on the lore, right? Because my understanding is that, at least for the Forgotten Realms settings, the orcs are evil not because of nature or because of nurture, but because of both. It is in their culture, the nurture of the tribe, to cultivate this culture of evil that sees them going and trampling on the lives of innocents, taking slaves, killing for pleasure, doing the unspeakable sex crimes, stealing from villages, raiding them for their resources, not always just for fun, right? In some cases it is legitimately because they are hungry and they can't support themselves anymore. But that is something that is very much encouraged by their culture, right? So they are evil because of the nature aspect of their, not the nature aspect, the nurture aspect, there we go, of their birth. And then the other problem is that they also have an evil god who, because of the elven god and a few others kind of tricking him and not leaving a place for his creation, has decided, you know what? Because there's no place for my creations, the orcs. Their place is now all of your places. They are going to go into your lands and conquer them for the rest of your species' lives, right? And so you have a god driving the orcs towards this kind of violence and conquest. And then they also have their own culture, which encourages that kind of violence and conquest. So it's just like, could an orc exist that overcomes both the godly influence and then also overcomes the cultural influence of the tribe? Yes. So could a good orc exist? Yes. Is that going to be 99.99999% of the orcs that the players encounter? No. So that's kind of like where I line up, is that if the setting is written such that like there is no good reason whatsoever why something should be of the good alignment, then it's probably not, and I kind of reflect that. Of course, I let the players play those kind of exceptions, right? If a player wants to be that 0.00001% good aligned orc, they're certainly welcome to do so. Just know that like people are going to react accordingly, right? If they come into town, people are going to either whisper, or maybe they try and kill it. Maybe they think it's a scout, right? Or maybe they just think it's a mad orc. Like, why is it just walking into town by itself? Does it really think we're gonna accept it, right? Maybe some people like beat it and then say that like, we know that you're a spy. Go on, go report back to your tribe. Let them come. We'll fight you off, that kind of thing. And then maybe they have an opportunity to explain themselves, and the town comes to accept them, right? That kind of stuff can be something that happens naturally over the course of a few sessions, especially if they become part of an adventuring company and they show that, no, this one's a force for good. Like those other orcs, not so much, but this one's not that bad, right? But I don't know. That's what I like to do. Is I don't like to kind of like baby the party. I like to allow there to be darkness in the world, if it makes sense. Of course, if you're doing a setting where there is no god driving your orcs to evil, then it is just a matter of culture, right? It is just a matter of culture. And then if there's tribes out there that don't have that sort of culture that encourages that sort of nonsense, then yeah, there absolutely could be good orc tribes out there. Same with goblins. They've also kind of got that twin duality, right? Where they've got an evil god that's motivating them to go and be evil, and then they also have an evil culture. It's encouraging them to dominate each other and anything, period. Like, they're crazy about domination. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. I like to think I explain things well, too. So, I don't know. I like to allow there to be exceptions, but I try not to play those exceptions myself as the DM. I try and let the players play those exceptions, and then I also, as the DM, try and challenge those exceptions and be like, you realize that you are fairly unique here, that the people of this town are not familiar with good aligned goblins. They're not familiar with good aligned orcs, that kind of thing. I don't know. I think it's a fun little challenge. It encourages role play, right? It's, I don't know, it sounds like I'm preaching the choir at this point, but that's kind of my opinion on evil races, is that we should allow evil races to exist. We just need to handle them tastefully, and they need to like be well thought out, and like you need to be ready to run them, right? Anyways, they go inside the cave here, and we got 2 Norkers. Posted guards on the hill directly over the entrance. They're only surprised on a roll of 1 on a d12. Okay. So like an 8% chance. When the party comes within 200 yards of the cave mouth, the Norkers hide and move to get behind the party as the characters enter the cave. Got it. So they're going to ambush from behind. If such happens, the party is surprised on a roll of 1 to 3 on a d6. Okay. So 50-50 odds. If the party inspects the whole hillside before entering, it has the normal chances of being surprised. On the bottom of the pond is a skeleton of an elf whose party stumbled upon the cave at a time when there was a full lair of Norkers around. Fair enough. Fair enough. That poor elf just got... Because there used to be 150 of them Or at the very least 150 of them that were able-bodied enough to go and raid the town, right? So I think one elf versus 150 Norkers, yeah, I think the elf would die. Most of the adventurers got away, but the elf fell into... Oh, okay, he wasn't alone. Got it. Fell into the pond after receiving his death blow. The Norkers never bothered, there we go, to search the body. So there it lies with its treasure, which isn't a whole lot of treasure. Well, a platinum brooch worth 45 gold, that's not bad. Because of the rotting material in the stagnant pond, anyone who drinks the water must make checks for both contraction of disease and parasitic infestation, with a plus 10% addition to each chance of occurrence. The parasitic infection occurs in the intestines. Any disease is an acute and gastrointestinal in nature. And there's instructions in the DMG. Alright, you had an ancient red dragon in your game that the party tried to attack without conversation until they realized he wasn't harming them, but keeping distance. He became a friend of the party later on. I ended up turning him into Dragonheart by mistake. I don't quite get the reference Dragonheart yet, but I get that. And even if he was meant to be evil, that doesn't necessarily mean that like an evil character has to kill the party on sight, or that the party can't still befriend them. For example, dragons can be very cat-like. Sometimes they like to play with their food. Sometimes they seek out entertainment. And perhaps that is what the party was to this dragon. I don't know. Well, it's your dragon. Maybe he actually was a good aligned dragon, right? But I could see a evil dragon nonetheless befriending an adventuring party just out of curiosity. It's just like, well, if I keep them alive, I get to hear their stories. I get to go and see what they do, right? And maybe they do eventually become powerful, and I do eventually raid a town, and they do eventually have to come kill me. But, like, wouldn't that make for a fun little encounter? I don't know. I could absolutely see a dragon playing with his food and, like, totally being okay with keeping the party alive for a little bit. That's the kind of stuff I like. Especially if the party's not prepared to fight the dragon, right? That's a very good way for a DM to keep your party alive. If the party stumbles upon a dragon at too low of a level, it's just that simple. You have the dragon just toy with them, torture them, right? Especially if it's a green or black dragon. They love torture, especially the green ones. Like letting the party live in fear that the dragon could come for them at a later date. That is 100% something that the green dragon would do. He would absolutely present himself to the party and be like, tell you what, you get to live for as long as I think you're funny. So go about this world, be funny. And if you're not, if you ever stop amusing me, well, I can't say I'll kill you in your sleep. And then he flies off, right? That could absolutely be a fun little scene if the players get in over their head. And then that's maybe something the players need to go and solve, right? Is try and find someone strong enough to fight this dragon. Or, of course, like, they just get strong enough themselves and bada bing bada boom, right? Or they go on a quest for a dragon-slaying sword so that maybe they stand a bit more of a chance the next time the dragon shows up. There's a lot of things you can do with that. Just because, like, they're not fighting the dragon now doesn't mean they can't fight the dragon later. Just because the dragon's being gracious now doesn't mean the dragon will always be gracious. It also doesn't mean the party will always be gracious. So, I don't know. I like using evil dragons, but not necessarily, like, immediately making them a boss monster that wipes the party. Yeah, I like to think that it's a pretty fun idea, too. I appreciate the praise. But yeah, villains are great. Especially if you let them interact with the party and they don't, like, fight immediately. Anyways, so this dead elf that fell in the pool has poisoned the water here, is the short of it. Hold on, is the pond out front? Or is the pond just inside the cave? On the hill directly over the entrance, they're only... The bottom of the pond. It does say stuff about a pond. Was the pond a part of this description? Is that what's going on here? I've missed the location of the pond. Okay, near the cave mouth is a pond. Got it. Fed by a small stream that trickles down from the mountains. Got it. Okay, so the pond is outside. Okay, so there's the cave entrance. There's a hill above the cave entrance, and that's where the two Norkers are keeping watch. They probably are going to be able to see anyone approaching. Next to the cave entrance, you got a pond, and there's a dead elf skeleton in the pond. Got it. All right. Verstanden. Cave goes forward into the hill, about 3 feet, descends a bit, and opens to a small room, 5 by 6, with a wooden trap door in the floor. Going through the trap door and climbing down the ladder under it leads to room 1 after a 9-foot descent. Okay, so it sounds like we will eventually get a map. So let me go grab that map. Ah, here we go. Here's the map. Do we have 2 floors in this dungeon? How big is this dungeon? Oh, we do have 2 floors in this dungeon. Oh, this is a right proper dungeon. Ooh, is this our fun guy? Does he have a scrying pool? That's cool. If that's the case, I always do like it when like the villain has a way to watch the party as they're coming at them, so then they can kind of taunt them once they reach them in combat. It also means that if the villain escapes, then as a reoccurring villain, they're one that like kind of knows the party, not intimately, but a little bit. It's always a fun little dynamic to play around with. Alrighty, let's open up Paint real quick and grab the snippy tool. There we go. Just so I don't have to scroll through pages and I have something fun to write on. And there. Nab this. Copy. Paste. Very good. And then we can come down here and grab the other one. Lower levels. Ooh. Give me the lower level, please. Square is 5 feet. Got it. So this is not a massive dungeon. This is to scale. No resizing needed. The first one would have needed to been resized if we're using 5-foot tiles. Very good. All right, cool. So we have our upper level, we have our lower level. Right here, let me grab red and that. Okay. We see our fun little ladder. We can make our little scribble a little bit longer. There we go. Larger. We have our ladder. So the party goes in through the cave, presumably after fighting the two Norkers and maybe looting the elf. They go in the cave a little bit. It slopes down a little bit. There's a trap door. They go down the ladder, and then they go into room 1. That's where we're at right now. Assuming I can get back up here. All right. Okay, so all the Norkers have the same stats. Following their defeat, the Norkers here are very depressed and angry and are brooding over their immediate future, as well as their leadership, whom they hold to blame for the disaster. Oh, okay. So our good assassin wizard friend might end up being replaced by the Norkers. So if the party can pick up on that, they might actually be able to turn the tribe against him, and then problem solved. He just dies, right? Oh, no, it's all good. It sounded like you were doing chores. I didn't think you poofed. I do see that I got added from the Kobold Press server, though. Is there a new announcement for Black Flag? Okay, no, it's just about their deep magic stuff again. All right, which I'm sure is a fine product. It's just not what I'm here for. Oh wait, no. No, that's the announcement I've already seen. Okay, no, we're good. They were saying comicbook.com spoke on that project. Okay, got it. They just got coverage. Good for them. But no new news. I want the new news. How dare you at me without new news? It's fine. Alrighty. Yeah, no, I didn't think you poofed. I assumed you were still just doing chores. Don't worry about it. The Norkers. So the players could maybe incite a bit of a civil war here. My assumption is that some of the Norkers would still be loyal to this guy. They would understand that just because he failed once doesn't mean that he's like a complete and total failure and that he's still like a worthy leader, right? So my assumption is it wouldn't just be that easy as like all the Norkers turn on him. The party probably still would need to be involved, or at the very least, like keep an eye on the exit and try and pick off the wizard as he was trying to escape, right? Oh, hello, Pav. Thank you for the goat. You're not wrong. That does look like a goat. What other fun little emojis on there? I did it. All right. Let's see. The ceiling height for this entire level carved out by Norkers is not great. No, it's not greater than 5.5 feet, requiring taller characters to stoop and be less able to fight effectively, and less using thrusting or stabbing weapons such as short spears, daggers, and short swords. Any character between 5.5 to 6 feet in height has a -1 to hit on all attacks, save for those made with thrusting and stabbing weapons. Characters taller than 6 feet have a -2 to hit, penalty on all attacks and all kind of any kind. All attacks of any kind. Okay, I got that right. And cannot use medium or large shields effectively. No armor class reduction for their use. All dwarves, gnomes, and halflings are completely unaffected by the ceiling height with regards to attacks they make, though they must use weapons appropriate to their size, of course. Very good. Entrance room. The ladder goes down. All right. No traps, no creatures. Okay. There are signs that recently held many beings. Fair enough. Discarded food scraps, occasional trail of blood. So there have been some good old goblin infighting, it sounds like. Very good. A couple of broken weapons and some discarded, bloodied bandages are scattered about. Okay, maybe the blood was from the war they just survived. The door to the south was crudely made and has rusty hinges, so an open doors attempt is at 1 less in 6 chance to succeed. Someone who opens doors. Okay. Alright, I don't understand that mechanic, but basically the door is not that hard to open. It's got rusty hinges, but it's not that bad. Alright. So let's see what directions they could go here. So from here, we have our rusty door, and it looks like this will lead into a dead end. Alright. Or, if they ignore the door, it could go here, which leads into a larger room that then splits off into a bunch of other places. So, the players do have some options. But, for right now, in terms of module number, it's assuming that... Oh, no, because then there's 2. Okay, well, we'll read 2, and then we'll come back and look at this dead end. How about that, though? We'll see what's nearby it, too. Guard alcoves. Each alcove is occupied by a Norker. The 2 guards, with 8 and 7 HP... both bear minor wounds from the battle against Nolavari, each being down 1 HP. They attack all intruders with ferocity, especially humans, but wait for the party to come up the passage so that they have a better chance of gaining surprise. One wears an unadorned rusty iron medallion, worthless. Oh, but to that goblin, it's a treasure. Around his neck on a slightly tarnished silver chain. Okay, well, the silver chain at least has some value. I'm not sure if you just came by to shitpost or not, Pav, but to quickly catch you up in case you are actually interested in listening in on this kind of nonsense. This adventure is a low-level adventure. There are Norkers who are basically like craggy goblins who were organized by a wizard assassin. to go and attack the local town. The local town is just like, well, this wizard assassin, if he can organize goblins, imagine what he could do with hobgoblins or some of the other humanoids. So we can't let this guy recuperate. We do need to go and kill this leader. This is a threat to civilization. So they hire the party to go to the goblin cave and track down the leader and kill him. That's the gist of this quest so far, and we're just getting into the dungeon. We got through the wilderness exploration part and into the cave, and now here's the dungeon. So we have 2 goblins that are kind of guarding the passageway to this more central area, Area 12, which we'll read later. But assuming they went through the rusty door, that goes to Area 3, Drunken Guard. Slumped against the wall of this alcove is a highly inebriated Norker. There we go. Highly inebriated. There we go. A highly inebriated Norker. He's unconscious and only has 5 HP. He could easily be dispatched, and it takes quite a bit of stimulus to wake him. He has no items of value on his person. Lying beside him is an emptied wine amphora. I assume that's some kind of glass or bottle, but I am curious, what is an amphora? Don't need the flying page anymore, so amphora. A tall Greek or Roman jar with 2 handles and a narrow neck. Oh, okay. This is a right proper big old jug. You pop the cork up and go, just fair. That would make a goblin drunk. That would make sense. Alrighty. So there's just a drunk-ass goblin in here. As much of its contents are on the floor as are in the Norker. Got it. So he really did just and just all of it went on the floor. Well, not all of it, but it's still fun. There's some fun language here. It paints a picture. I like this Norker. If the party tried to adopt this Norker, I'd at least name him. He'd still be evil, and he'd still probably get the party in trouble later on. But at the very least, if they wanted to try and pick up a drunk Norker, I'd let them. This sounds like a fun encounter. Anyways, solitary cell. This cell is particularly damp, having a trickle of water coming in from its ceiling. Its occupant is a weak and starving half-elf. Oh, they have a prisoner. Okay. Not good stats on this half-elf. Got it. He is quite helpless at the present and would be very grateful if the party rescued. Be very grateful to the party if rescued. There we go. But he cannot help the party in their ventures here because of his weakness. He asks for food so he can survive and get to Nolavari. Nothing else of interest is here. Got it. So they have a half-elf prisoner who was not named, so I guess that's up to the DM. It also could be an excuse to bring in a new PC, right? If someone died to the goblins out front, or if they went down the hallway into Area 12 and into that area of the dungeon and someone died there, then if they circle back and explore this area, then Bob's new PC, Jerry the half-elf, could be here in this solitary cell. So there's opportunity here. At the very least, once the half-elf as an NPC goes back to town and recuperates, then there's a potentiality for the party to interact with him further back at town for a future adventure, right? Maybe they can hire him as a hireling, that sort of thing. Anyway. 5 is the large cell. Chained to the limestone wall, here are 5 prisoners. This is where the majority of the prisoners of Grakhert and the Norkers are put. Conditions are terrible, to say the least, and the prisoners have been ignored since the battle with Nolavari. Not counting a starved and dead goblin, and the bones of an old dwarven prisoner, 3 prisoners remain. Okay, got it. So there's a dead goblin, and they did say goblin, not Norker. They did make a distinction. So this is probably a goblin from a rival tribe. The bones of an old dwarven prisoner. 3 prisoners remain. Okay, so there's a dead dwarf, dead goblin, but otherwise the living ones are a merchant whose entire caravan was ambushed and destroyed by the Norkers. He's level 0 and not really anything to speak about. Got it. The Norkers now hold him here for a ransom that can never come, since he has nothing of value left in the world. If rescued, he has no way of paying the party back in valuables or gold. This man is very depressed, feeling that he has nothing to live for, though killing a few Norkers would appeal to him. Alright, so he doesn't have the capabilities of killing. He's not a very powerful creature. But he's so depressed that if the party were to arm him, he would probably still try and fight with the party. Good to know. There's just this depressed-ass merchant with nothing to live for the party could weaponize. Fair enough. Prisoner 2, a flind that has been tortured for the entertainment of the chieftain and tribe. You know what? Fair enough. They are goblins. He's got okay HP if he wasn't like in a tortured and weakened state. But for right now, he just has 1 HP, so he probably wouldn't be much help. Not that I'm sure he would buddy-buddy with the party long-term anyways. He won't survive long without care. If the party nurses him back to health and treats him well, he voices his thanks but takes advantage of any chance to get away. Fair enough. He has no true sense of gratitude to the characters. The flind has neither weapons nor armor. Got it. So, if he thinks he can get away, he'll try and escape. And at 1 HP, yeah, that's probably for the best, buddy. Just run, live another day. But otherwise, it looks as though if the party keeps an eye on him and he doesn't feel like he can escape, he might be able to join the party for an encounter or two. Anyways, the third prisoner is a huge battle-scarred Norker named Karg. Ooh, a Norker prisoner. Some infighting, some drama. Very good. He has decent stats for a Norker. Okay. Karg was recently imprisoned after protesting to the Norker chieftain Hragtam about the tribe's domination by Grakhert. If released by the party in question, he tells them as much and offers to help them slay Hragtam. He will also show them the way to the lower level. There we go. He speaks a smattering of Common as well as Norker and Hobgoblin. Not one of the prisoners has any item of value other than their chains. There is nothing else in the room. That's interesting. So we know that the 2 guards out front were not happy about their losses and blamed Grakhert and probably would be totally down with killing him. And then we also see that there is a Norker prisoner here who seems intent on overthrowing the current chieftain and then going to either exile or kill Grakhert. So there definitely is opportunity here, or at least implications rather, from those 2 little passages, that the parties could turn an amount of this Norker tribe against Grakhert. There's still probably quite a few that they have to fight through, right? Who are loyalists, but at the very least they can try, right? And maybe the party even trusts our good friend Karg here, and Karg can maybe talk down some of the guards. I'd still say the DM makes a check in secret for Karg. There we go. To talk down the goblins, because otherwise things could probably just snowball as he just recruits the entire dungeon. So every now and then he'll probably fail his role, and then the party has to fight those goblins, right? Or perhaps they will notice him and be like, yes, he is a traitor, and he is with these people that we don't know. So perhaps they just attack the party on sight, even though they are traveling with a Norker. So that would make sense. So I don't think I would fully let the party go through the dungeon with Karg and recruit an army, but there is definitely some room there to be flexible depending on the scenario and how the party conducts themselves, right? I don't know. This is a fun little area. If I was the DM, I would hope that they go and free the prisoners first, because having a depressed, potentially suicidal merchant and a reluctant flind and a rebel goblin sounds like some fun additions to the party that could be a lot of fun to explore this dungeon with. Anyways, speaking of exploring the dungeon, I'm going to go ahead to Area 12. That's the central area that will then go off in these other directions that they have numbered here. Before I read Area 12, though, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. unfortunately, when I make these videos, I gotta drink a lot of water, and it's got consequences. So I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright, I'm back. Alex, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I had a thunk. If the bell's not notifying people, but people are still interested in like watching these kind of streams, something I could do is do like that premiere function type thingamajigger. Like say going live in like 30 minutes, that kind of thing. So that at the very least, so long as people like check their sub box within 30 minutes of me going live, then that would hopefully draw more people in and get around that whole not getting notified problem. Because then instead of it just being like anyone that checks their sub box while live, it's also that but an extension of 30 minutes and people can like plan accordingly. So I don't know if some kind of like premiere type thing like that would help or not, but that's a potential solution I could do if YouTube's not notifying people and that's a problem. The alternative is I get more active on social media and I start being a lot more aggressive in shilling and announcing things, which I guess I could do. I probably should be doing that, but it doesn't feel good to me. I don't know. It's probably just a band-aid I need to rip off at some point in time, but it's a struggle, right? I don't know. People treat shilling like it's an inconvenience. And I don't want to inconvenience people. Also, people tend to like tune you out if you're constantly shilling, because then it's just like, oh, okay, well now I can mute the announcements area, or I can just stop looking at this guy's tweets because it's just nothing but shilling, right? And so then they don't like actually hear you when you say something actually important, right? So it can kind of be a double-edged sword. I don't know. Maybe there's a way around it. Anyways. The round room is the guard post. The guard stands at this point, placed on watch to report any intruders to the chief, room 6, the sub-chief, room 11, or the witch doctor, room 18, as the situation deems appropriate. Intruders have rarely come, and there is only one guard. Furthermore, it is 50% likely that he is asleep when encountered unless the party has made a lot of noise, in which case he raises an alarm in the lair. He carries 2 platinum, hey, that's not bad, 12 gold, 7 electrum, yucky, a sling with 12 bullets, and a large rhodochrosite, probably some kind of gem. Chill on social media and Discord if you have one. I might put together a community Discord. I have like my own little personal Discord area. And I've been kind of trying to avoid doing like a community Discord, but that probably would be a good idea. There's enough interaction. YouTube may notify people. Fair enough. Maybe it's just I'm not big enough to be on YouTube's radar, so they just don't care, right? That'd be my assumption anyway. It's probably a fair assumption. Yeah, I could do a Discord. I won't be as active as I've been in the past, but well, that might not be true. I guess it depends on who all goes over there. A lot of my buddies go over there. I have no reason not to be active there, and there's nothing stopping me from double posting, right? Yeah, yeah. I could do a community Discord. That's definitely something I could do. Getting more active on Twitter, I'm not sure about. We'll see. Something I could do is make like an alt account for some of these social media things where it's just like, yes, this is the real one where you take me seriously, and then this is just for stream announcements, that kind of thing. just make an account just solely for shilling, and then they could follow both, or they could just follow the serious one, that sort of thing. I don't know. There may be some wiggle room here. I'll have to think about that and look into that. But that's that's an idea for another day. Yeah, yeah. But I think that's fair because there might be some people interested in a Discord. So I think I could do that. Certainly made them in the past. We'll see where it goes. Secondary food storage. This room is locked, and the only no. Sorry, this is not what we want. What we want is we want to read up on all these ones that branch off from here. So 6, 9, 15, and 13. Okay, so we do want to read that food storage. 13. Okay. But then we do want to go scroll back up and read 6 and 7, and there's a secret that leads to 8, and then it looks like 8 goes down to the next floor, would be my assumption. Yeah, because there's stairs coming from that general direction, so that looks like it. Alright. But, regardless, I guess we can finish up 13 and 14, because that's one of the dead ends. Why not? Secondary food storage. This room is locked, and the only key is in the position of the sub-chief, which is room 11. Where's that? Oh, okay. It's another one of these rooms I forgot to circle. Okay, very good. The lock can be picked by a thief at normal probability. Cool. Inside the room are many crates. Crates and barrels, there we go, filled with preserved food such as dried meat, iron rations, meat soaking in salt water in the barrels, okay, etc. That was worded strangely, but it's got food and provisions in it. Got it. There is enough to keep the Norker tribe going through the winter when food isn't as easily available on the surface. Yeah, if it's soaking in salt, I get it. They're making jerky, they're making rations that won't expire as quickly. They can survive the winter. Makes sense. One of the crates, separate from the rest, is in the separate from the rest and in the west. Goodness gracious. All right. Southwest niche of the room. There we go. I got there. Has rotting contents and containers. Okay. Burrowing around in the rotting food are 14 rot grubs, and they have stats. All right. Use common sense with regard to any rot grub attacks. While they certainly try to burrow into a hand probing the garbage, they cannot jump onto a passerby. There's nothing else of value or interest in the room. Okay, so the rot grubs, if the players are being cautious, probably don't come up. But if they're rotting around in some rotting food, then yeah, I guess that suddenly becomes very relevant. But otherwise, it's just a storage room. Nothing super of note here. I guess they could maybe use the barrel of rot grubs to weaponize it, right? Have like 2 of the fighters of the party just toss it onto someone. That could be something the party tries to do, but otherwise, I don't think there's a whole lot of opportunity here in the food storage room. And then that leads to the wine cellar. Barrels, jugs, amphoras, and casks, which we learned amphoras are basically like a fancier Greek jug. Got it. This room is used for the storage of alcohol beverages. There is, and then they list out the alcohol. Most of the room's contents were stolen from merchant caravans, hapless travelers, and an occasional farmhouse. Got it. So they don't make their own alcohol. This ain't no mushroom wine. No fun goblin mushroom wine here. This is proper stuff that got looted. But they do like their spirits. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the... There we go, paint. All right. So this area... So if they came into the central area and then went down here, there's food storage, and then going around the corner, there's wine and alcohol. It's just that simple. All right. Well, let's say they came down here and they didn't go there. All right. Let's see where... Let's go back to 6 and 7. Read stuff in order. That sounds like a good plan. 6, 7, and 8, because that seems like it's the route to progress. Here we are. So 6 is the feast hall. The door to this room is oiled and much used. Okay. So the open doors rule is unnecessary. It's just a normal door is what they're saying. Understood. This room is used for meals and celebrations. Oh my goodness. Today is a day, apparently. As well as torturing of prisoners. Oh, okay. So this is probably where the Flynd got to perform. And by perform, I mean they tortured him. An activity that these Norkers consider an art. Fair enough. They do be evil goblins. It was last used for a meal, so the 4 tables and crude stools are set out rather than piled haphazardly along the walls. Upon the roughly hewn dais is a large, intricately carved, throne-like chair, obviously not of Norker craftsmanship. If somehow transported out and sold, the bulky 750-pound chair would command as much as 2,000 gold on the open market. That's an expensive chair. Behind the chair is a curtain of cheap red cloth dividing this room from the next. Very cool. So let me double check the map. Yeah, okay, so that's what the little curtain here is. So there's basically a throne. They use the word chair, but it's basically a fancy-ass throne. And then there's a curtain behind it that leads to room 7. Something of note here is that this is also the room they use for torture, which means that it's likely our Flynd friend has been here before, which means that he might be reluctant to enter because this was the site that he was tortured at. So that could be a good excuse to have the Flynd lag behind and then immediately just ditch the party, go up the ladder, and flee, right? If the Flynd's just like, I don't want to go in there. That's where they cut me. Then like the party will hopefully be sympathetic and not force him to go any further, right? So that's something to consider. Other than that, this is just a feast room. Nothing really of note. But behind the curtain, the treasure room. Oh wait, hold on a moment. There's more here. Oh, never mind. The feast room goes on. We're not to the treasure room yet. Okay. Well, there's a lot I missed. I'm an idiot. Okay, we're fine. Seated on the chair is a massive Norker, Hragtim. Oh, okay, this is the chieftain. And he's got good HP for low levels. And he does, looks like, adequate damage. He has a broadsword in a sheath slung over his shoulder, which he wields with 2 hands in combat. He is, at the time that the party enters, in a heated argument with his 2 bodyguards, each of which carries a footman's mace. They've got considerably lesser stats. The topic is the traitor Karg. Got it. Prisoner. Yep, we already know about Karg. If Karg is in the party, he charges forward and engages Hragtim in melee. The guards do not attack Karg. They openly sympathize with him. But they will attack the party members and Hragtim. Hold on. They will attack the party members and Hragtim. Oh, okay. So if Karg... Oh, got it. So if Karg goes to attack the chieftain, the bodyguards will actually turn on the chieftain and aid Karg, is my understanding. But they won't really know what to make of the party, so they'll probably also attack the party. Maybe Karg can talk them down and they'll stop attacking the party. And they have that cool moment where like the bodyguard nods and the player character they were previously attacking nods, and then they go and turn back towards the chieftain, right? So there's definitely opportunity here. If the party has Karg, it seems as though they can just kill the chieftain right here and there with Karg and his bodyguards. Oh, even if that means Karg has to turn on the party. All right, so Karg might not talk the goblins down. Karg might betray the party here. Which happens if the chieftain is slain before the guards are and Karg is alive. Okay, got it. So if the bodyguards are still alive by the end of combat, then Karg will turn on the party and aid the bodyguards in slaying the party. But otherwise, it seems as though Karg will continue to be buddy-buddy with the party. If the party incidentally kills the guards in the battle, Karg still shows them the secret door in room 7. His hatred for Grakhurt is very strong. Each guard wears, as a symbol of his position, a jasper bracelet, red with green veins, worth 55 gold. The chieftain wears a gold ring set with a small, deep red spinel. There we go, spinel. Worth 92 gold pieces. The ring is not magical. Bragtum also has an item of value strung around his neck, a small, finely crafted silver statuette of an Amazon warrior. Unfortunately, the Norkers drilled a hole through its neck so that it could be strung on a copper wire and worn by their chieftain. As a result, it is only worth 155 gold. If the hole is somehow fixed, it could be brought all the way up to 255 gold. Very cool. So he's got a sexy woman necklace. This was my understanding here. Hrogtum likes beef wives. Understood. All right. Yeah, this is a fun little encounter. So we presumably, if the party went up here and got their prisoners, whoop, and then circled back down here, and then they went over into here, then they and their goblin friend, and maybe their depressed merchant friend as well. The Flynd probably is left by now. Anyways, they attack the chief alongside with his 2 buddies. And if the buddies survive, then, of course, the goblin prisoner and the buddies do turn on the party. But if the buddies are dead, then I guess now there's a new chief in town, the former prisoner, right? And then that prisoner's just like, you know what? I really hate that wizard. Here's the secret entryway down below. Go kill that wizard. That sort of thing. So, seems like if Karg doesn't need a save face, he's willing to be friends with the party, but otherwise, he's totally down to betray them, which makes sense. You gotta side with your own people, even if it's statistically more likely that the party would then just kill the 2 bodyguards and Karg, and then that would be sad. But it is what it is. I mean, it's sad for Karg, of course. The party, it's fine. I'll get over it. Anyways, there is a treasure room. As well as being used for the storage of most of the tribe's treasure, this room is the sleeping quarters of the chieftain Hrogtum. He has a crude bed stolen from a human cottage some years ago. That is slightly rotted and has no mattress, but is instead filled with moldy, dirty straw. Beneath the bed is an iron-banded oak chest. The chest is locked and has a poison needle. Hey, cool. Trap chest. Whoa. Save us a poison or slip into a coma for 2 to 20 days? That's a brutal poison. Cure disease or heal brings the character out of the coma. Okay, got it. So if you've got a cleric in the party, you're fine. But the comatose state is 50% likely to be mistaken for death by everyone present. Oh, so the cleric might not know to heal him. You could get pricked and then just keel over and die. And if they don't do a good enough job of sussing out that you're not actually dead, they might not even know to heal you, and then you just take a nap for upwards of 20 days. The chest contains much of the tribal treasure. Big money. Yeah, this is our first big pocket of loot here in this adventure. Very nice. Well over, let's see, that'd be 200, another 200-ish, so that's 1, And then, yeah, well over 1,500 gold worth of just raw coinage, and then 3 gold earrings set with small pearls, each worth 160 gold each. So that's 160 times 3 is like, well, 300, and then the 60, 18. So 418. No, not 418. 480. There we go. Tacked onto that. So now we're quickly approaching over 2,000 gold P worth of value here. And then a magic user scroll with the spells Unseen Servant, Polymorph. Hey, spelled correctly this time. Oh, sorry, Polymorph Other. Oh, that's cool. So that's Baneful Polymorph there for you Pathfinder fellows. And Magic Mouth within a Jade Map case. That also is money that they could sell it for. All right. And a rusty flint bar taken in a raid a few years ago. What is a flint bar? That is a term I don't know. And paste and go. Flint bar. It's some kind of mace? Flail? It's like a nunchaku. It says, all right. Well. Bludgeoning, piercing, disarm, trip. Okay. This one-handed weapon is similar to a nunchaku in that it consists of a pair of bars linked with a heavy chain. Okay. However, a flint bars are made of iron and capped with a ring of spikes or studs. Since it's much heavier than a nunchaku, it is not a light weapon. All right, got it. So it's a medium heavy variant of a nunchuck with a spike at the end. Yeah. Interesting stuff, to be sure. In a raid years ago. All right. There are some other items of potential interest to the party scattered about the room. On the southwest wall are hung a variety of weapons. Okay. A composite longbow with a broken string, a short sword with a rusty hilt and notched blade, 3 5-foot spears. 5-foot spears? Those are some long spears. Goodness. Actually, no, 5 feet spear is not that bad. Okay, never mind. I'm silly. Don't mind me. 3 5-foot spears with bronze heads in good condition. Oh, sorry, with bronze heads in good. No, okay, it should just be with their bronze heads and bronze head in good condition, or whatever. And a quiver of 20 arrows, 4 of which are silver tipped. On the north wall, near the foot of the bed, is a 5-foot spear which holds on its tip a mummified, severed flind head, a war trophy of Heraktem's. Okay, so if by any chance your flind that's been tortured is still with you, I don't think he'd enjoy looking at that mummified head. I think he'd probably definitely ask to wait outside by now, in which case hopefully the party lets him and he can just leave. On the southeast wall, just north of the secret door, is a large human-made shield with a beautifully painted coat of arms. 3 gold rampant lions on a violet field. All right. Though the front looks excellent, the shield is corroded on the back and effectively useless for battle purposes. Okay. So, there's the treasure chest has a lot of like the true loot, and there's a lot of miscellaneous garbage that may be of value as trinkets, or perhaps could be repaired or refurbished. Like that shield, if you stripped the nastiness off the back and like properly made it a proper shield again, it sounds like that would be a very nice looking shield. Not like a magic shield, of course, but still something that a character could restore if they're just like, I hate to see art tarnished, that kind of thing. You could restring that bow, and there you go. You've got a good long bow. You've got all sorts of fun little spears here, if that's something you care about. You've got a mummified head. You could sell, I guess, to some eccentric somewhere in the world. I don't know. The coat of arms. The coat of arms on the shield might denote it as belonging to a certain noble house within the local area. Perhaps it could be returned to the relevant party. And it's like an actual like fancy heirloom, and they're happy to have it back, and they pay for it. So that's another consideration. As a DM, you could definitely flesh these things out. There's some stuff to mine there. I'm gonna go grab an energy drink. I am much too tired, and it is much too early. Oh, very good. This is gonna make me have to go to the bathroom again, but it is what it is. It is a small price to pay. But we got some fun loot here. And, okay, if Karg is still alive and allied with the party, he shows them a secret door. Okay, yeah, got it. Oh, before he leaves. Oh, he leaves. Does it say where he goes? Under no circumstances does he willingly enter the lower level. Fair enough. Karg then leaves the lair. He can see that there is little or no hope for the tribe, and he seeks his fortune elsewhere. For the cause of evil, of course. Got it. So the module wants to make very certain that just because Karg is a potential ally, that does not make him a good goblin. He is still very much an evil goblin. And he's going to either go join up with another evil goblin tribe, or perhaps go and be some sort of mercenary, right? But that's still cool. It's still like, let's the PCs maybe encounter him somewhere else in the world as a part of a mercenary company, or maybe they end up hiring a mercenary company in the future, and the DM's like, oh, I could bring Karg back in, right? Karg probably signed on board with these mercenaries, and then you have Karg and like 3 other goons, and then there you go. And they're going to go do a quest for the party now, because the party's now fancy and hired them, you know? So it looks like Karg might have a happy ending, where so long as those 2 guards are killed, he should be able to avoid getting killed by the party. But otherwise, in the timeline where the guards are still alive, he will unfortunately need to be killed, unless the party really wants to try and keep him alive and deliberately goes for the other 2 first before they lose patience with him. And as soon as they die, maybe he can surrender. Just be like, okay. We don't need to do this, right? Let me just show you the secret, and then I'll leave. That kind of thing. If you kill me, I won't show you the secret. That sort of thing. Anyways, secret door looks simply like 2 vertical cracks in the stone. Okay, so 2 vertical cracks in the stone. All right, with a small, thick wire protruding from the wall by the southernmost crack. Okay. In actuality, there are also cracks at the top and bottom of the wall. All right. Where they are virtually invisible against intersections of floor and ceiling with the wall. Okay. Still not getting the full picture here. And the cracks go all the way through the wall, making the door a separate stone. Got it. So it's basically a stone slab that's set into the wall here. Okay. In the middle of the stone is drilled out, and there is an iron cylinder there. Okay. Is it just a rotating wall? This is a lot of effort to say that it's just a rotating wall. Allowing the door to rotate. Yes, it's just a rotating wall. All right. Thank you. Thank you for making it more complicated than it needed to be. Thus, as shown on the secret door diagram. Okay. Yeah. Yep, that's about what I thought. It's a rotating wall. Thank you. I'm just gonna skim this area and move on. Looks like there's maybe some complications with like heavier on one side than the other and whatnot. Someone's got to hold the door open. All right, it looks like it was worthwhile to describe some of that stuff, but it's still... I feel like it could have been worded better. Whatever. However, the stone door has a lock on the side facing Area 8, preventing anyone from passing back through the door from the lower level without the key, which Grackhurt possesses. The only way to open the door from Area 8, besides slamming one's body against it, chance of success equal to, and then whatever, or using the knock spell, is to use Grackhurt's key. The Thieves' Open Locks ability won't work here because the catch is too heavy. Okay, so that's cool. This is a revolving door, but it's also a one-way door. Once the players go down to the next level, they won't be able to retreat until they've gotten that key from the boss. Or they make a ridiculous check, or they have a wizard with a knock spell. Which is more evidence for the knock spell being very useful, guys. I always take the knock spell. It is a great spell. It can get you out of trouble like this. But we'll go down to the next floor later. But it seems as though... Let's go back up here to our little paint tool. They can go up here and find prisoners. They can go down here and fight through some guards, which might alert some of the leaders in some of these other areas here, right? But assuming the guards aren't alerted, if they happen to go here, they can fight the chieftain and then go down to the next floor. But then this is a one-way place, and now they are stuck here on this bottom floor until they either find an escape route down here or until they get the key from the boss. So what we do need to find out now is what's all in this area over here. There we go. Because they talked about like a witch doctor and like a sub-chieftain and whatnot. So there's definitely more to explore here, but otherwise the more direct route is what we've explored so far. In that case then, let's go to 9. Yeah, 9, 10, and 11 are all grouped together. Might as well. And then we skip to 15, because that's where we left off. Alright. Very good. I guess we should read 8. This is the wet corridor, which will go down to the next floor. This area of the complex is particularly damp. The slow trickle of water from above makes the wall glisten, almost as if it was sweating, as well as causing rippled lime deposits on the walls. Because of the slipperiness from the water, any characters running along the passage or stairs must save versus dexterity every 10 feet against falling down the stairs to the next level. Okay, got it. Stairs and corridor are wet. The players may fall down the stairs. Got it. Just a fun, natural trap. Area 9. Hold on a moment. Where was Area 9? Okay, no, Area 9 is where we're supposed to go next. Okay. So we're back to the central area, not going down the stairs yet. You go back to that central area and then not towards where the boss is, not towards where the storage room is, where the wine is, right? Instead, we're going north of that little round area into the armory. This cave is used by the Norkers for the storage of weapons. Guarding the room is a single Norker. He normally carries a club and sling for weapons, using the sling for fighting intruders coming along the corridor, and the club in melee combat. On each wrist he wears a leather band 4.5 inches wide. Okay. Each set with 16 silver studs and worth 19 silver. Okay, so it's just loot. He's got some fancy armbands on. What a guy. He's got some bling. Anyways, stored in the room are 5 javelins, 2 light crossbows, a broken crate with 94 normal arrows, of which 63 are in usable condition, 12 clubs of the sort normally used by Norkers, 2 hammers, a single short sword with a rusty blade, an unopened crate with 120 rotting light quarrels. Rotting light quarrels. 8 are still usable. What is a light quarrel? Let me go type in quarrel. Is that like an arrow? Are these rotting arrows? Quarrel, not the heated argument. No, that's disagreement again. Is there anything else? Oh, here we go. Definition 2. A short, heavy, square-headed arrow or bolt used in a crossbow or arbalist. Got it. Okay. Very good. All right. So they're rotting, but they do have a bunch of crossbow bolts. Very cool. Whoa. 3 horsemen's flails and 3 short bows without bowstrings. Got it. So some of this stuff is kind of useful, some of it not so much. There is also a human-sized suit of plate mail, a war trophy, that, though outwardly seeming to be of excellent quality, is corroded on the inside and rusted together. It would cost 150 gold to hire a smith to put the armor back into usable condition. At the GM's discretion, a character with the secondary skill of armor may be able to repair the suit himself if given the proper tools and facilities. Very cool. So basically it's just like, yeah, DM, if you want to reward your party with a cool thing of plate mail for this low-level adventure, that's fine, but you either gotta pay the cost of repairs or have a character that could reasonably do it, put some time into it. Fair enough. Food storage. So then that armory leads into the next room, which was food storage. The first thing one notices upon entering this room is that it is unusually chilly. I mean, that's fair. You gotta preserve your meats. Especially close to the crates stacked on the west side of the room. The crates contain enough standard rations to supply a single person for 40 weeks. That's a lot of food. Though the food tastes awful, but the Norkers like it. Fair enough. They are goblins. They can have a weird taste. Although there is another food storage chamber, room 13 on this level, which we already read that one. That's the one where they're preserving meats and salting stuff and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, this one is used to store perishable items because of its cooling system. A small patch of brown mold on the west wall. Got it. Yeah, brown mold probably has some kind of magical cooling effect. That sounds right to me. I feel like I've read that somewhere. The crates are situated such that the Norkers can put them in and take them out unharmed by the mold. Fair enough. Beneath the section of the mold on the floor is a frozen body of a careless Norker. It has at its side a small pouch with some coins. Oh, no, that's actually some okay loot. Yeah, that's a corpse with some good loot. Surprised no one else looted that. Maybe this body died recently. Anyways, and then 10 leads into 11, which is the Sub-Chief's chamber. All right. This is the private room of Sub-Chief Krakal, third in command of the tribe. While the chief plans attacks and is in charge of just about everything in general, the Sub-Chief holds the real power in the lair. He has the keys to the secondary food storage. Okay, so that is a locked door. Got it. Room 13, and the wine cellar, room 14, as well as the friendship and trust of many of the warriors. Got it. There has long been a power struggle, sometimes open and physical, between Krakal and Hrog Tom, the chief, but the witch doctor has managed to keep them in an uneasy truce. The defeat at Nolavari has worsened the relationship. Krakal is always wary for treachery from Hrog Tom, as the warrior... did they word this correctly? Krakal, always wary... Probably supposed to be of treachery from Hrog Tom, as a warrior Norker posted at each door to his room 24 hours. Okay. Got it. All right. So he's just afraid that Rog Trum is going to try and kill him in his sleep, so he posts guards. Okay, got it. They raise the alarm throughout the lair, calling to other guards, leaders, and regular Norkers if any non-Norkers appear or if anyone tries to enter by force. The sub-chief is informed if there is any matter of importance to the tribe. Each guard has a pouch with some decent money. If the party enters, the sub-chief is sleeping. He is off his bed and ready... Hold on, his party enters, the sub-chief sleeping. He is off his bed and ready to fight... Whoa, okay, got it. He's off his bed and ready to fight one round after the guard calls out, though he loses the initiative if immediately engaged in melee. The sub-chief has okay stats, not quite as big as the chief, but pretty good. Is quite strong and agile, and he wields a footman's mace. He also has a throwing axe at his side, which he uses if an opportunity presents itself. On his left arm, he wears an ivory band worth some money, and he wears a gold neck torque with a zircon gem on each end, worth some money. Hanging on his belt are two small pouches. One is full of poison ivy leaves, and the other has 7 platinum, 3 gold, 5 electrum, 5 garlic buds, a blue quartz worth 10 gold, 2 human molars, a dart, and a 2-inch splinter of obsidian worth 3 gold. All right. So he's got a bag of poison ivy and then a bag of, like, riches and, I guess, war trophies, collectibles. Who can say, right? They have value to him, clearly. The sub-chief's crude bed is by the south wall, consisting of a wooden frame supporting several boards, upon which is a matted down pile of straw. Lost in the straw is a small violet garnet. Hey, that's worth something. 250 gold? Very nice. There's a 15% chance of finding it per turn of searching. Beneath the bed, the sub-chief stores a small variety of weapons, a sling with 19 bullets, a horseman's flail, a club, a hand axe, and 5 darts. Hung by nails on the north wall, just opposite the sub-chief's bed, is a plush, multicolored woven rug worth 160 gold. It is very bulky, though, about 1,000 gold encumbrance. Okay. That is something I've noticed about this early edition, is that sometimes they don't list a weight in pounds or the like, they list a weight in gold, even though that's not necessarily worth that amount of gold, which can kind of get confusing, which is probably why they did away with that system, but... Anyways, oh boy. Okay, let me try and digest all this. Sub-Chief's chamber was a lot of text. It is 11. Okay. So, from our little round circle here, if they go up into 9, this is the armory. If they open the door from 9 into 10, this is the cold storage. If they open the door to 11, from either direction, either from the round table or from the cold storage, that goes into the sub-chief's room, the second in command, right? And he's at odds with the current chief. The witch doctor has got them seeing eye to eye right now, but he's definitely salty about the loss against the town, and it seems as though there's definitely like a lot of tension there. This might be, in my opinion, a potential ally that if the party is still journeying with their buddy, I don't remember his name anymore, but their prisoner buddy, they certainly could try and recruit this guy. And I feel as though the DM could at least like make it come down to a check, right? If it's like 5e, right? Roll persuasion, have the little goblin roll persuasion to recruit this guy, and then they could go and overthrow that chieftain. The only problem with that is that I would kind of count this guy in the same kind of camp as the 2 bodyguards, which means that then our little goblin friend, alongside the bodyguards and this sub-chieftain, would probably then also turn on the party. So it could create a bit of an issue where it's like, yes, it would make the chieftain battle a lot easier, but then the battle that happens immediately afterwards, maybe not so much. But it's still an area where they can kind of use the goblins against each other. But otherwise, my assumption is that they end up fighting. And this is just a little mini boss. This is also someone that could be called upon should the alarm go off. I've noticed there's a lot of goblins that are willing to sound the alarm and report to this guy. This guy does seem to be like the real power that be. This is the true social leader, right? The other guy is the ruler out of might, right? But this is the ruler out of respect. So people do come to him to let him know that, hey, the party is in the dungeon, and we need to rally the troops and oust them, right? So if the party hasn't been like quickly and efficiently killing off the goblins as they have been navigating the dungeon, it is highly likely that some of the dungeon gets aggroed. Him being in bed means it might take a round, right? So you can kind of have him come in as reinforcements later on, so you don't just wipe the dungeon by so you don't just wipe the party by having the goblins all swarm them immediately. You do have an excuse to kind of hold off a little bit on letting this guy come in and attack the party. But otherwise, it seems as though there's a good likelihood that the party could aggro the dungeon. That being said, like most of these rooms only have one guard each, right? Or none of them really have impressive stat blocks, except for this sub-chief so far. So aggroing the dungeon would only aggro, like, 4 goblins and a mini-boss that's one turn away? Like, that's not bad. Like, that's probably not a wipe. There are worse times to aggro a dungeon. Anyways, our final route off in the center here looks like it goes into 15 and 16, and then there's a door that would then go into 17. So let's go read that. Where is 15? Here we go, common room. Okay, that explains why it's so big. And there's no doors, common room. Housed in this room are the surviving females, young and elderly warriors of the tribe. 4 females, they don't have good HP, they do have hammers. 10 young, even less HP, and 3 quote-unquote retired warriors. They have slightly better HP than the females. Well, not all of them. Yeah, okay, they're retired for a reason. Doesn't say they have weapons, though. But the females, at their decent amount of HP, they're armed, and they could probably fight a little bit. But the other ones, you just kill because, like, you need to, right? You gotta clear out the tribe. A large female, the chief's mate, is also present. Oh, okay, so she's detailed separately. Got it. She actually does have decent HP. Very strong. I mean, that makes sense. He is a fan of Beef Wife, right? He had the Amazon necklace on. So it begs to reason that his wife is probably a hearty woman. She wears the following jewelry: 2 earrings, gold, set with tiger eye gems, worth 11 gold each, a foxskin sash dyed red around her waist, also worth a little bit of gold, a lapis lazuli, whatever it was, bracelet on her left arm worth 21 gold, 2 gold bracelets with platinum inlays worth 12 gold each on her right arm. Okay, I'm gonna stop listing the loot. But basically, a lot of these goblins are wearing a lot of loot on them, and she is no exception. Yeah, this loot section for her just keeps going on and on. All right, she uses a club in battle, and also has a sling for situations when missile fire is necessary. Fair enough. Distributed among the others are, and then more coinage, and 1 to 10 banded agates. All right. Well, it doesn't say how much the banded agates are, though. Uh-oh. Usually they're very good about that. How dare they? All right. The floor is covered with many worthless animal pelts for comfort. Fair enough. Gotta make it a cushy little common room. Warrior's room. Uh-oh. Missed stuff? The phone and headphones died last I heard. Was a poison for the 20-day coma nap. All right. So the 20-day coma nap was a while ago. All right. Let me summarize this. Let's go back to our fun little map here. Let me get rid of this. So, the coma nap was at the treasure chest that was in room 7 here, right? There's a rotating door here. That's what the S is. And it's a one-way rotating door, though. It's locked from the other side. So once they go in here and they go down to the next floor, which would be this map over here, they're kind of stuck there until they either find another way out or until they get the key from the boss, presumably at the end of the dungeon. So there's that. It's also wet in this area in section 8, so they have a chance to fall down these stairs and take some damage, which is always fun. Now, this segment up here, going back to this little round table that splits up into a bunch of different directions. This section up here, it's kind of linked together. 9 up here is the armory. There's not a whole lot there. 10 is their cold storage. That's where they're trying to preserve their food and whatnot, and there's a lot of food there. And then 11, this one that has 2 doors on each side. Not 2 doors on each side. 2 doors total, 1 on each side. There we go. Is where the sub-chief lives. The sub-chief does not like the primary chief, but the witch doctor has decided that they need to be friends and is trying to keep the peace, right? Tensions are high, though, especially because they lost against the townsfolk. So I would posit that the way the module reads, the party absolutely, if they still have that goblin prisoner with them, try and convince the sub-chief to go and attack the chief. That sounds like a viable route to me. Of course, then presumably all those goblins in that room, after the chief is slain, would probably turn on the party, and then that would kind of be a bit sad. But at the very least, it's a way to deal with the chief more efficiently, right? The dynamic that seems to be a thing is that the main chief that was here on his throne, right? He's a ruler of power, right? They respect him because he's powerful. But the sub-chief here in 11, he's a ruler that commands respect because he's a quality guy, a quality leader. He's the people's people, right? So he's not as powerful as the chief, but he commands respect. And when people need something, they turn to him before they turn to the main chief. So that's kind of the dynamic that's going on there. I haven't gotten to the section where they talk about the plague doctor yet. Not plague doctor, witch doctor yet. But presumably that's coming up here. So right now, we're on room 15 here, where this is where the women and children and elderly are, including the chief's wife, and she has a lot of loot on her, and she uses a club. That's the short of that. And then I think we're going down to 16 here. And then we have like one little gauntlet here to finish up this floor, and then we should be done with this floor. Let me go see. So the short of it is you didn't miss a whole lot. The long of it is you technically missed a lot, but a lot of it was just like fluff and talking about the cold storage and a lot of different loot that doesn't super matter, that kind of stuff. So you're Gucci. You picked a good time to have your phone die, I guess. All right. So the common room. Here we go. Okay, so 16 is the warriors' room. This room contains all the Norker warriors left after the battle, besides those on guard. All right. Many are wounded and not fully healed. Only current hit points are given. Only 8 warriors are present, and they don't have great HP, which makes sense, they're wounded, right? Of whom 5 are awake and ready for combat. The others will be ready for combat by the second round of any fight. Okay. Oh, no, you're fine. I don't mind catching people up and whatnot. Like, I prefer that. I don't see it as halting the stream flow. Because it also helps me, because if I'm orating it, it means that I have to have digested it enough to then regurgitate it in a way for people to understand. So having that moment of pause where I get to regurgitate that information, it helps me digest it. It helps me learn it and hopefully commit it to memory, right? So I really don't mind that kind of stuff. Like, these streams are really unpersonal. I'm just going through this magazine. When I make the actual video, well, sure, I don't think I'll stream that and film that, and I'll try and be very concise and focused. But as far as, like, I'm concerned, if I'm just casually reading through the magazine, I really don't mind being derailed. Like, I've already been derailed a few times, and like I think that there was value in those derailings, so I don't mind it. Don't feel bad about that at all. It didn't break up the flow of the stream. I mean, and if it did, I don't think it mattered, right? It still let people like get a good little summation and figure out what's going on with the dynamics here with these goblins. But yeah, there are warriors here. They're probably not very effective. Okay, cool. So if reinforcements do get called, because this is my concern, is that it seems as though a lot of the goblins around Area 12 do call for reinforcements. For the most part, they'll go to the sub-chief here and try and recruit him and his bodyguards, because he's the go-to guy, right? But there's also like a guard here and a guard here, I think there was. No, I don't think there was a guard in the food storage room. There might have been one. But a lot of these rooms only had like one guard, right? So if the dungeon gets aggroed, right? The elderly and women from here probably aren't going to aggro. The warriors here take multiple turns to aggro, and then even then they have no HP and are kind of feeble right now. So this is an area where if the dungeon does get aggroed, it's not the end of the world. The party can probably still survive. They could retreat to a choke point like this or like this, and things will be fine. So I do appreciate that, because that is something that parties tend to do, is aggro the dungeon, and it's always nice to, like, you know, not wipe the party as soon as they aggro the dungeon. Okay. I don't have more subs because I'm very new to making this content. This channel is still in its infancy. I'd planned to start the channel up and make proper content and have a proper go at it, and then the YouTube algorithm changed and I got disheartened, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll go to my backup plan, which my backup plan was put together a portfolio of 5e content so that I could then shop myself around as a writer, editor, that sort of thingamajigger, try and break into the tabletop industry. And then OGL dropped, so it's like, okay, cool, there was my backup plan. I now have no plans. And so on impulse, and because I wanted to, I made that OGL video, just covering it. I didn't expect it to do as well as it did. But because it did relatively well and I got some subscribers out of it, it's just like, well, I can't just like not make content now. I've technically started. I guess I'm gonna try and make content. So that's what I'm doing now. Is I'm still figuring things out, because I had a plan and it got dashed, and then I had another plan and it got dashed. So I'm kind of improvising my way into this new plan, and that's what the whole direction video was about. Is I plan to make tabletop related content. Just because I can't make the 5e content I wanted to make doesn't mean that I can't still make content for this hobby, right? I can still talk world building, I can still talk storytelling, I can still talk dungeon design. There's a whole lot of things in the TTRPG world that doesn't necessarily involve 5e that I can still cover and hopefully inspire people and make people's tables more fun. That's the goal, right? The goal is to ideally, I guess to a degree, coach DMs, coach writers, fill them with ideas and things that they can steal from and use for their own campaigns. Hopefully that makes sense, but that's the overall goal. What that will look like specifically, I could cover each issue of the Dungeon magazine, and that is currently the intention. I don't know if that will end up becoming a reality or not, but that's what I'm exploring right now. Is I'm reading through this magazine. Within the next week, I should ideally film and edit and have that up. And depending on how that goes and how I'm feeling, I'll probably either dive into issue 2, or I might go and cover the Relic system some more, or maybe look into Pathfinder 2e. There's a lot of different directions I could take the channel, but that's the short of it. The reason why I'm not more subscribed is because this is a very fresh channel. It's like, what, 2 weeks old? Let me actually go check that. Let me go, you get to see some fun analytics. Just a moment here. Oh, very good. Nope, that's the live streams. Well, the live streams was technically where it started anyway. So December 20th was the first live stream, and then at kind of like I stopped. I was just making casual live streams. I wasn't planning to properly launch the channel. I was just being stubborn and wanted to launch the channel before I started in on the new Pokemon game so I could stream it, which I shouldn't have. I should have just played it casually and not been stubborn, but it is what it is. Video-wise, though, the not a welcome video, yeah, that would have been the official launch, where I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I do want to, like, start live streaming, was basically what happened. So if we're going with where I'm officially like launching and being committed, that'd be here, the OGL debacle, which was January 7th. It's the 20th. So yeah, that's about 2 weeks. What would that be? 13 days ago? Yeah, that's almost exactly 2 weeks. So it's been a bit of a hectic 2-week cycle, but it's going well. I've got 2 videos out, one of which was 2 hours long. It did need to be 2 hours long, though. The Relic Core Rules was an extensive amount of stuff. There's not a whole lot of fluff here. Like that's a pretty compact and in-depth coverage of those core rules. I'm very proud of it. I don't know how many views it's going to get in the future or how quickly it's going to be outdated because it's still in playtesting. But I'm very pleased with this video, regardless of how it ends up. And then after that got put out, I was like, I should probably make an update video because not a welcome video, Wowee over here, is not exactly up to date anymore. Things have changed, and I did a good job of keeping that short. That's only 10 minutes. I'm pleased with that. And then since then, I've just been doing live streams, right? I played some Pokemon. I've been doing some stuff with the Relic system, and now I'm reading this magazine. So I don't know if people are going to really like these live streams or not, but we'll put them out there because why not? And then I'll put out the video covering the magazine and talking about things you could steal from it. That's the goal anyway. Let me put the chat over here for me. Sorry. I will try and eventually get stuff more figured out. But for right now, in order to see chat, actually, let me just draw on this map. I've got 2 monitors, right? Fun little squares. So right now, this first monitor here on the left is the one that's being showed on stream, right? That's the monitor being filmed. And so what I've got the window like this, where effectively this section that's sharing the other screen is the stuff off to the side where the chat is. So I can still have my normal little monitor, but then glance over. Well, hold on, and then I can glance over to the other monitor here on this side, and see the chat. Normally, let me redraw my 2 monitors. Normally, you'd have your streaming software open here, and your streaming software would have a section off to the side where it populates the chat. But for whatever reason, it's not working, and I don't know how to make that work, because it certainly was working before. I didn't change anything about it, but anyways, it's something I need to get around to. But for right now, my ghetto fix is to do that. But it doesn't really intrude a whole lot. Anyway, that's where I'm at right now. I'm not more subscribed because people don't know about me. That's why. We're in the early days. You want me to be a bigger channel? Tell your friends. You got any writer buddies? You got any DM buddies? That's currently my target audience. And I guess people that wouldn't mind casual streams too. Like I do play Pokemon. I probably will play Fire Emblem. I kind of want to do an Iron Man run for Sacred Stones, one of the GBA games. Same with Path of Radiance for the GameCube. Those are 2 of my favorite ones, and I miss playing them. What I mean by Iron Man is you don't save scum, right? When you lose your units in a Fire Emblem game, instead of resetting the level to get them back, you just keep going, and you suffer those losses, and you make the best of it, right? So it's a sort of challenge run, if that makes sense. That's the kind of stuff I'm into. So I'm sure there'll be some challenge run type stuff in the future, and some lore streams, including Pokemon and like Dark Souls and whatnot. But
But by and large, I'm going to try and stick to tabletop stuff and making resources for writers and creatives and DMs, you know? Or I guess GMs. I need to get used to that, because I did look it up. The Dungeon Master is a copyrighted term. So, at the very least in my own writings, I need to get used to using the term GM, Game Master. But Game Master doesn't sound as cool. Ugh. It's whatever. Stupid legal system thinks they can copyright DM. Blech, blech. Alright, I'm getting sidetracked. Common rooms, warrior rooms. Okay, we went over the warrior rooms. Witch Doctor. Very good. Alright, let's finish up this section. Witch Doctor, and then the Witch Doctor's room. Oh man, okay, Witch Doctor room is a long area. Alright, never mind. I can say let's finish up this system, and then I'll go use section, and I'll go use the bathroom, but I'm not going to hold it through all that. This is the problem with energy drinks. But we'll do the Witch Doctor when I get back. But yes. Alright, I'm back. I do appreciate the praise and the support. It really does mean a lot to me, because it makes me, like, know that there is legitimate interest out there for the stuff I want to make and do, and that I actually am helping people, and I'm not just screaming into a void, right? So I really appreciate that kind of stuff. So thanks for stopping by, and thanks for, for being supportive. I really appreciate it. I'll stop being sappy now and get back to the Witch Doctor stuff. So, the Witch Doctor's guards. In this room are 2 elite guards, those of the Witch Doctor, the Norkers, and they got stats. Okay, very cool. They use maces, pretty standard stuff so far. They let no one into the Witch Doctor's room. These quarters are very Spartan, and the Norkers have no treasure. Okay, that's interesting. So far, all of them have had, like, a little pocket of money, and, like, some bling, and necklaces and stuff, but not these ones. No. Alright, Witch Doctor's room. The Witch Doctor Shumvalka, that's a cool name. Shumvalka is present when the party arrives. He will be ready to fight the party if he hears a battle with his guards in room 17. Okay, so he doesn't join the guards per se, but he prepares. Shumvalka has the magic user spells Affect Normal Fires and Push, and the clerical spells Cure Light Wounds, Protection from Good, and Resist Fire. Before the party enters the room, he casts Resist Fire and Protection from Good on himself, and uses other spells, especially Cure Light Wounds, as needed. He also wears a medallion of ESP 30 foot range, okay, that has made him one of the most powerful Norkers in the tribe. The Witch Doctor is highly intelligent and should be cleverly played. Okay. So this is our evil mastermind of the Goblin tribe. This is our social engineer. He's also the one that wanted to try and keep the sub-boss and the boss united and on the same front. But this is our not necessarily the heart of the tribe. The heart of the tribe was definitely the sub-boss. That's definitely the heart of the tribe. He has the heart of the tribe. But the Witch Doctor is definitely someone that's very important, that's necessary for it to function. He is the architect of the tribe, so to speak. And then the chief is just, the powerful guy, the brute of the tribe, the one that people need to rally around when we need to smash things, right? The war leader. Anyways, this room is rather messy and cluttered, filled with all sorts of things, useful and not, that Shum Valka loves to fiddle with. His bed is by the west wall and is of rather good human make. Oh, that's cool, considering everyone else's beds were kind of trashy and dumpy. Under the bed is a small open crate filled with 7 blocks of wood, each cut with strange symbols and runes. The blocks have worn smooth surfaces from the touch of fingers for over a century, okay? They form the traditional spell book of the witch doctor, having carved upon them the spells affect normal... Okay, got it. It's a spell book, okay. It's not sappy, it's being genuine. Well, thank you. Yeah, by all means. If you've got aspirations to be a content creator, I'm not going to say no to that. Go for it, man. I think everyone's got at least one good story, at least one good thing in them. You do whatever you need to get it out of you, right? And if that good story is an entire channel, then by all means, go for it. It's a very, as a hobby anyways, it's very accessible. As a career, not so much. As a career, it is a little bit hard to break into this industry, and it's why I don't feel like I will be there for probably a year or more. But at least as a hobby, it's definitely approachable. All you really need is a camera. It could be a fancy camera, it could be a phone, right? But you just need something to be able to record yourself. And if you don't use your face, that's fine too. You could just do a voiceover, right? Then all you need to do is buy a halfway decent microphone instead, right? And you just voice over, and then you have fun graphics zoom in over the screen, and you have like visual representation of what you're talking about, and you know the type of video I'm talking about, right? Regardless of where your budget is, it's something that like you can do. You probably won't immediately have an audience for it, but there's nothing saying that like a year down the road, those 100 videos you've made so far, those won't get discovered later on, and then suddenly those 100 videos like get a lot of views and traction, and you're good to go, right? So it sometimes takes some doing, and you gotta like not be disheartened about not being there, right? But you've got to remember that you'll be there eventually, and it's not all about success and money, that the success and money will come so long as you keep at it long enough. So if you do have some content that you're passionate about making, by all means, I do encourage you to make it. I just want to make sure that like I'm setting realistic expectations when it comes to financial success, is that this is not something that happens overnight. And I'm certainly not expecting my stuff to happen overnight. I'm planning to like keep at it, and I'm not going to say no if I become successful overnight, right? I'm trying to future-proof as best I can and get ready for that kind of phase, but for right now, I'm not there yet. But what I can do is use the time I currently have, which is this. Anyways. Oh, you got a blue snowball mic? Pokemon videos? Oh, during X and Y years. Oh, F yeah. I'm actually going to be replaying X, not pretty soon, but eventually. Because there's some very good lore for Paldea. And I want to go back and look at the lore for X and Y for Kalos. Because if Paldea is Spain, then connected to it would be Kalos, which would be the representation of France, right? So there's a possibility that depending on how the timelines line up, there may be elements I could steal from Kalos and its geopolitics that would affect Paldea, which I may end up writing a campaign setting for the Pokemon world that spans multiple time periods, because there was a ridiculous amount of lore in Scarlet and Violet, and it's overwhelming, and I'm inspired, and I probably shouldn't commit to that project, but I kind of want to. But yeah, no, X and Y were great games. I really enjoyed them, and I'll be revisiting X soon. But yeah, no, if you got a blue snowball mic and you want to play X and Y, go for it. X and graphic design, it's just anxiety to want to do it again. No, I get the anxiety. Yep. Southern Kalos connected to Paldea. Yeah. Yeah, that would work very well. Definitely. Because I'd be looking to connect those two regions. Like, I think I'd probably put the focus of the campaign saying on just Paldea, but obviously, like, you do need to know a little bit of what's going on in France, right? Have that foreign influence. There was rumors of a merchant from the east, which would have been a merchant from Kalos who came and gave this king 4 gifts. And then the castle got ruined, right? So it's just like, okay. Well, what is east? East is Kalos. So this is a merchant from Kalos. And like there's fun things you can read into there, is that there is possibly some subterfuge going on, right? A war between 2 regions. There's also, of course, the idea of Kalos warring with some other region that they then fired their giant death laser at. And maybe that was Paldea, and maybe that's where the giant crater at the middle of the setting came from, right? So there's all sorts of fun little ways that you could tie the 2 settings together, and it could be a lot of fun. And working on a Pokemon campaign as well? Very good. Yeah, I'm very tempted to go down that route myself. We'll see. For the blue snowball mic, sometimes those don't sound amazing. I'd used one myself in the past, back when I had Let's Player aspirations, like, I don't know, 8 years ago. That sounds about right. I have been told that you can fine-tune them if you're willing to like get them really close to your face and then putting a little pop filter in front of it. And I wouldn't recommend like putting it right in front of your mouth, like put it at a bit of an angle, right? But you could definitely make that work, assuming that you're willing to have that kind of setup where you've got an arm that comes over next to you. I don't know if you'd want to do a camera for like visual stuff or not, but at the very least, like you could probably get a pretty good, you could get that blue snowball sounding at least halfway decent. And then if you really cared about the hobby, pardon me, and had some spare money you wanted to invest in it, like, yeah, you can get a fancier mic. Like, hopefully this doesn't create too much of a issue. I'm gonna grab this. So it's been a while. I've been slowly picking up stuff for investing in this hobby, right? But I do have a pretty good mic now. But that's not how I started on my previous channel, right? Well, let me put this back in place. All right, hopefully that didn't sound too terrible, but I've got you'll eventually figure out like what kind of microphone works for you and whatnot. I mostly got a fancier mic because at the time I had aspirations to go into voice acting. That's not something I can currently pursue. I live in a cheap apartment with thin walls and noisy neighbors, so I can't really go all out in terms of that regard, but it was something I was thinking about at the time, and I'm still gonna, keep and use this microphone, right? So it really just depends on what kind of direction you want to go and like how serious you are. But like, don't think that just because you're using a snowball mic that means your content doesn't have value, right? You can make that work for you, and you can start, and even if it's not good by the standards of next year, right? It might still be good enough, and those people that discovered that channel could then go and binge watch your stuff, and then they'll realize that, okay, we know where he eventually ends up, and this is good enough, right? All right. The treasures hint Chinese lore hints the 4 corrupt legends, and AZ being the start of it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff I need to look into there that I'd like to try and confirm and try and consolidate in terms of the Pokemon lore. Again, I'm gonna try and make this a tabletop focused channel, but I mean, I may fall. I may just become a Pokemon lore channel. We'll see where that goes. Yeah, pop filter, and make sure the microphone is connected to an arm. Yep. You have a camera. Don't think you'll use it because I'd rather people base their opinions on content, not my looks. Fair enough. Yeah. No, I can understand that. I mean, I think I've got an okay face. I'd prefer my hair to be better and for my hairline to cooperate and whatnot. But like, I think I'm okay with it. I know that I look a little bit disheveled and wild and whatnot, but like, I've kind of embraced that and I'm okay with that. That might sound weird, but like, I know that I'm not perfect, but I like those rough edges there because it does, to me, I hope that it means that people will judge me by the content, not by my looks, that they'll know that like, okay, this guy might not be 100% put together, but his stuff is solid, right? That's what I'm hoping to go for, that it will create for me a more genuine audience that's there for the content and not for like a pretty boy, you know? Because my days of being a pretty boy are over. But I don't know. We'll see where it goes. And I'm still on the fence as to whether or not I'm going to use camera or not. So far, I've been doing it out of convenience, but I don't know. I definitely like it when I stream, because then I can have the green screen, which I think looks nice. At least when I stream. When I'm not streaming, I have a hard time making it look good when I edit videos, but it is what it is. Why not both turn Pokemon into tabletop RPG classes or something? That's an idea I had, or make lore into a campaign, etc. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. I know there's a lot of different Pokemon tabletop fan-made systems out there. I'd looked into 2 of them in particular back in the day that I'd become somewhat familiar with. I'd been able to play 2 sessions for one of them. And there's definitely some potential there. What I think would be really cool is to basically put together a Pokemon tabletop setting, and then Frankenstein together a system of choice from like the best aspects of like the various systems out there. And then there you go. Then that's something I could certainly do and put out. And I don't know how many people would watch it. Could be very niche. You have to both like tabletop and both like Pokemon. But it's there, and it's something that I could do. And it's a passion project, right? It could be fun. It's also a break from fantasy. Well, that's not true. It might not be a break from fantasy. I'm thinking about putting it in the past. The setting, that is. In which case, then, like, I guess it wouldn't be like the high technology of like Rotom phones and Nurse Joy healing machines and whatnot, right? It would be that more Hisuian tier, but not like as Asian inspired, right? You're 32, never a pretty boy. Fair enough. PLA, style setting PLA. Pokemon Legends. Oh yeah, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yeah, Hisuian. Yep. That's what I was saying. Yeah, definitely. Because we know. Okay, so timeline. let's get nerdy here for a second. We know that 2,000 years ago, the Empire was founded, right? And that Empire was at war with the neighboring countries. And 1,000 years ago, or was it 200 years ago? No, it was 1,000 years ago, right? That sounds right. Somewhere in there, I do have it written down in my notes, actually. Let me check that. Somewhere in there, the Empire and the neighboring countries all united, and that became Paldea, right? What's the timeline? 200 years ago. Okay, 200 years ago was the Explorers, so it would have been 1,000 years ago, right? So they united. Yeah, 800 years ago. Okay, that's what it was. So 800 years ago, they united and formed Paldea. But before then, it was a bunch of warring countries. So there's room for in that time period for political drama, political intrigue, right? You've got the empire that's declining. You've got foreign influences from Kalos, who at the very least before the empire, there was a king that they had interfered with, right? Is the implication of that story, in my opinion. So there's historical precedent for them being at war there. There's precedent for war between those neighboring countries and whatnot, and the empire, before they became Paldea. That's definitely like an area of history that you could play around with. Is that 2,000 years ago to that 800 years ago time period, and then beyond that 2,000 years ago, because I deliberately got the question wrong. the teacher corrected me and said that the Empire wasn't a thing more than 2,000 years ago. So that does mean that before 2,000 years ago, the Empire was not a thing. There's also reference to a king. So presumably the king was a thing 2,000 and more years ago, and then we have the Empire, and then we have 800 years ago, they unite and become Paldea as we know it, and then we get more so towards the modern day. So there's a lot of different time periods depending on where I want to do my writing and world building, right? It could be really interesting to explore in a tabletop sense. And then that would allow it to be less about collecting them all and like the Pokédex and the gyms and whatnot from the video games, and be more something casual that you could explore as a tabletop experience, right? That you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. Like, yes, there are still Pokemon. Yes, you still will have Pokemon and will encounter wild Pokemon as you journey around this region, but the motivations might be helping the Empire, helping some faction that's a rival against the Empire. Maybe you work for the Thieves Guild, right? Like, you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, and combine both like this medieval fantasy D&D type geopolitics situation with like the trappings of Pokemon, right? I think it'd be a lot of fun. So you got a D&D podcast, Pokemon in the Roaring 20s. Oh, that could be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Finding a time either before war or right after would be a good start. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Either a tense peace post-war or a tense peace pre-war, a powder keg, right? Yeah. I'm not shopping for players anytime soon, but do keep me in the know there. I presumably would eventually want to run in this setting, but it would probably take me a little while to prep it to the degree that I'd be comfortable playing in it. So this is definitely like a project that's like probably a year in the making, if I'm being honest, considering that this is also going to be while I'm focusing on other things. But yeah, no, it's definitely an idea that I think would be a lot of fun to explore, and I'm at least going to explore it casually. I want to finish the history classes. I want to finish the post game, like with those 4 legendaries. I actually don't know what they are yet. I've been keeping myself spoiler free, right? But I know that they're tied to the 4 treasures that the merchant from the east brought, right? That much I know. So I don't know. There's a lot more to investigate here in the post game, and then I do want to go and replay through the Kalos games and figure that out. But then that should give me a decent like skeletal structure idea of what's canon and what's not. Because that's something I like to do, is work within the canon where I can, or at least base it on canon, right? So I don't know. It's a fun side project. I'll definitely do it again, but for right now, I want to finish the magazine, make that video, get that out. I want to finish looking into the relic system, probably get at least another 2 or 3 videos out there that I have ideas for. And then past that point, like, I'm very much still in like the infancy of the channel, improvising my way through here. Past that point, I could go a lot of different directions. Keep doing Dungeon Magazine, look into other systems, go hyper focus on Pokemon. At the very least, on the live streams, I can afford to hyper focus on Pokemon. I'm not sure if I want to make that the main channel content or not, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, I've got a lot of different directions. I've got to get back to reading the magazine now, but it's certainly a fun possibility to think about, the idea of running a Pokemon campaign. Yeah, I appreciate it. No, it's all good. As I said before, in these live streams, I don't mind being derailed. Don't worry about that. I'll eventually focus back in on it if I think it's important enough. But I don't mind derailing. You gave me an excuse to just gab about Pokemon with someone in a stream chat. That to me is a golden opportunity. That's something you don't always see every day, right? That to me is more important than reading about the witch doctor's room. But I do eventually have to read about the witch doctor's room, so here we go. I think they had like little cubes that they use as their spell book was where I left off. If I can find it. Okay, here's a spell book. Yeah, it's in this area. All right. All right. So it takes a bit of doing, but you can eventually get access to their spell book that way. Very cool. All right. Oh, the spell book is actually worth some good money if you could find like the right cleric or magic user to grab it. Yeah, I'd appreciate the support as far as like tabletop and Pokemon pitches and whatnot goes. I think I probably will go make that Discord. And that can definitely be like a little subsection. Is we can just have a little like categories is the term for it, but it's basically a folder with some chats in it, right? And the category, the folder can be called Pokemon lore. And then the normal people that don't want Pokemon lore, they can just minimize it and mute it, and that's fine, right? But then the people that do care about that nonsense, well, there you go. And hey, Jenny, speaking of Pokemon lore, Jenny is another one of the fun people in my personal little friend group that's been helping with Pokemon lore and just playing Scarlet with me in general. So, but Jenny, I'm gonna try and get through this dungeon. We'll talk Pokemon lore later, okay? We just got done talking Pokemon lore. To get you caught up on the dungeon, Jenny. Quick recap, even quicker than before. There's a local town. They got attacked by goblins. The goblins had a leader. It was impressive that the leader was able to organize them, and they're fearing what would happen if that leader would organize some other monstrous humanoid race, right? So they're just like, we need to kill this leader before he next attacks us. So we're sending the adventurers to the goblin cave to kill the leader. And that's the start of the adventure. So they enter the cave, they go down the ladder. That's here in room 1, right? There's 2 routes. They can either go down this hallway or they can go through this door and in here. In here, there are prisoners, right? They could maybe recruit some prisoners, one of which is a goblin revolutionary, basically, who is opposed to what the chief is doing. The chief is very much in line with the assassin illusionist who plotted this whole attack on that town. And this goblin in here does not like that the chief is under the sway of that magic caster. He thinks that the goblins should be independent and not listen to this wizard anymore. So that's someone you could recruit to try and get involved in like the kind of politics in this dungeon. But let's say they didn't go that route, right? They come down here. There's this nice circle room where they can go a lot of different directions, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They got 5 different options. If they go up here, there's the armory, and there's some food. If they go from the food there, or if they just went there directly, this is where the second in command sleeps, right? Room 11 is where the sub-chief is at. The sub-chief and the main chief are not on good terms. If they did rescue that goblin from prison, there's a non-zero possibility, in my opinion, that they could use him to convince the sub-chief, and they could go together to lead a rebellion against the chief, who is here on his throne in room 6, right? So there's some more potential for role play, but otherwise, yeah, they probably just fight him, and that's that. Down here in 13 and 14, there's more food and wine. I haven't fully explored this area yet. I'll get to that later. But going this way, there's the feasting hall. There's the chief. Maybe they end up fighting the chief, right? They go beyond the little veil to the chief's room and the treasure room. There is some good treasure in that chest. There is a secret door that leads down to the next floor, which we have not gone to yet, but that'll be this map over here. So that's to hopefully get you caught up. We've been exploring this route here. 15 is where the women and children are. 16 is where the warriors are. They are still very wounded because the war they fought with the town happened yesterday. So they are still very much recovering. And then 17 is a very bare bones room where the witch doctor's 2 guards are standing guard. And then 18 is where the witch doctor is, which is where we are currently reading. But yes, there's the potential for a Gobbo friend here in room 5. By friend, I mean he is still evilly aligned, and he is still willing to turn on the party. However, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So there's a non-zero possibility that he'll team up with the party to take down that chieftain, and then depending on if he has goblin friends there in that room watching him, he'll turn on the party. If the 2 goblin guards in that room died, then he'll keep playing nice with the party, and he'll show them the secret door, and then he'll just leave. And then maybe he shows up as a mercenary later on. That's the implication, right? That he's still evil. The module makes no mistake about that. He's still going to go out in the world and do evil deeds. But there's a potentiality in the timeline that the party doesn't have to kill him. But there's also the party's probably going to have to kill him. It is what it is, right? But yeah, Witch Doctor, room 18. That's what we're looking for. Which we read through it. All right, cool. So we just got done reading about his spell book, and it looks like we're going to go read about what the room looks like. I'm going to try and skip through the loot here. They do a very good job of detailing out the loot, but it's also a lot of words, and I'm tired of reading about the loot. So pardon me as I kind of skim through some of this. 3 rugs of gray and green design. Despite different sizes, each rug weighs a lot. Scattered under the rugs, there's a bunch of miscellaneous coinage. Several goblin and orc teeth. Okay, cool. So this guy collects war trophies too. Very cool. Some crumpled pieces of parchment and illegible scrawls. Oh, sorry, with illegible scrawls. Got it. Some broken feather pins and any other useless small items the DM can think of. Got it. So there's some miscellaneous goblin notes here that you can't really read. Some miscellaneous coinage, some teeth, but this is kind of his secret little treasure hoard, as he just puts it all under the rug if it's flat enough. End of story. On the north wall are 3 shelves. The lowest shelf contains a variety of herbs and plants, both fresh and dry. Though most are harmless or possibly useful, there is also some poison ivy and deadly nightshade. For possible herbs, look in the... Okay, got it. Yep. Reference the books. Got it. The middle shelf contains 31 vials and flasks of various sizes with liquid contents of many colors and textures. Most are worthless, colored water, sap, or syrup. But some are of interest. 2 vials of unholy water. Oh, nasty. All right. 1 of holy water. A potion of sweet water. 2 flasks with poison. And 5 of oil. Okay. The 5 of oil is of note, because they may want to start fires, especially considering the scrublands out front are very flammable. So this would be a very good source of accelerant if they didn't bring some of their own. Anyone who drinks the poison must save, or what happens? Okay, that's something else. Okay, save for a warm, flushed feeling through one's skin. Hold on. Oh, never mind. Save or die in 1 to 4 rounds. Never mind. These are nasty poisons. Rounds do last longer in AD&D than in more modern systems. So 1 to 4 rounds, I assume, means like a minute, right? But that still is pretty nasty. Save or die in like a minute. That's a yikes. How many of those do they have, actually? 2 hours. Okay, 2 flasks of poison. So if they can somehow identify them without, drinking them and dying, then they do have the potential to maybe poison the drink of a noble in a future adventure. So that's actually not insignificant loot, so long as they have a way to identify them without dying to it. Anyways, The highest shelf has writing materials, 5 sheets of good parchment. Okay, got it. Writing materials. But they can't really read the goblin's handwriting because it's a goblin. Fair enough. In the center of the room is a bronze brazier. Brazier? I don't remember. The one that's not a bra and the one that's like an actual like basin. With a block of incense burning in it. Scattered around are 37 more incense blocks. Got it. So this is like a. I mean, he was the most intelligently written goblin in this area. So it makes sense that he'd be a little bit more civilized, right? He likes the good smelling blocks. He's got like a proper alchemy lab set up. He's got his little wizard book, which was made out of like little blocks of like wood, was it, or something like that? Oh, test the poison on the gobbo. Yeah, that would work. Just be like, hey, we do have these prisoners here, one of which is a merchant that has nothing to live for. Would you be willing to test these potions for us? And the merchant says, yeah, why not? And then he just dies. But otherwise, yeah, if they did capture any goblin prisoners, they could definitely like just be like, hey, you guys get to try the witch doctor's potions. They're like, but what if we don't want to? Too bad. So that's definitely a way around that. Yeah, you don't have to test it yourself if you've got people that are expendable. And then beyond the shaman's room is a shrine to complicated word I don't want to pronounce. This chamber is a shrine to the deity, we'll call her Maggie. Got it. Maggie is a guy. All right, Maggie the dude. That's fine. Maggie the dude is worshipped by Norkers as well as goblins and hobgoblins. Directly opposite the entrance is an altar on which monthly sacrifices, every new moon, are made of the hearts of creatures with souls. Got it. So, like humanoids. Okay. The altar is carved from limestone and rudely sculpted with the forms of fighting Norkers. Leering over the altar, as if studying the figures, is a large stone statue of Maggie the Dude. With rubies as eyes. Hey, there's some loot. Yummy, yummy. Gotta take them eyes. On either side of the altar is a dull gray iron brazier with smoking incense. The ruby eyes on the statue can be removed with little difficulty. They are cursed, however. Any being possessing one or both of them behaves as if in possession of a cursed berserking sword. The wish or exorcism is needed to be rid of them only if the possessor has been affected by them. Okay. Like turning them into battle. Okay, got it. All right. That was weirdly worded, but the short of it is that like if you're carrying these eyes and you go into battle, then they have this berserker curse effect. But if not, then you're good until you hit battle. If the gems are handled, the handler becomes uneasy and has a disturbing urge to become violent for any trivial reason. Okay, so you can kind of like warn them of the curse via that roleplay wise. Just be like, as you pry this gem out and examine it, you feel uneasy, but also you feel as though you wish to commit violence. Things are bothering you. The Jeffrey the dwarf's nose is just a little bit too round. You feel as though he should probably die for it, right? You can start like messing with the players like that to kind of show them that, oh, okay, these rubies are making us violent. We need to be very careful here. In the unlikely situation that the party attempts to sell the gems before again engaging in combat, they seem to have a 5,000 gold value. That's a lot. Any NPC of semi or better intelligence, when he touches them and experiences the uneasiness, automatically refuses to purchase them. Got it. So it is notable enough that NPCs will just be like, nope, this is probably cursed. I don't want this. Fair enough. In a superstitious area, word may get around and the PCs could find trouble or banishment for trying to sell devil stones. Fair enough. This area is in the middle of the wilderness. I'm sure that like people probably wouldn't appreciate people trying to sell cursed items casually. There is a secret compartment in the back of the altar. It contains 32 sticks of incense. Oh, there's a lot of incense in this area. Goodness. Okay. 2 of which are incense of meditation. And also, 110 platinum pieces. That's 1,100 gold right there. Yeah, that's some good loot. It bears repeating. Gold was given in a lot larger quantities back in the days of AD&D than in modern campaigns, right? So a lot of these values should be recalculated depending on your system or the time period you are running your campaign in. So it's likely that you won't be seeing like giant amounts like 5,000 gold or 1,000 gold, right? Those would be reduced if you're rebalancing this module for a modern system. But otherwise, that's a lot of money. All right, now we finally have the lower level. Most of this level has walls, ceilings, and floors glistening with condensation. The moisture drips down to form rivulets of water on the floors. Most of this level slants slightly towards Cavern 20, allowing the rivulets to drain into the subterranean stream. This normally has no effect on characters other than making thieves climb walls skills virtually impossible, except at the fork in the passage out of room 20, wherein conditions are as those described in room 8 of the upper level. The ceiling height on this level is 9 foot tall, making all combat as normally performed. Yes, that's something else I should note. This first layer of the dungeon was sized for goblins. So if you were a tall person, like a normal human, you probably had a penalty to fighting because this is a very cramped, low ceiling. But what it's basically saying is that, like, okay, once you're on this map, you can fight like normal. It's a tall ceiling, 9 foot tall ceiling. You're good to go. What it said, the slipperiness here around area 20, it would have been somewhere in there, I think is what it was describing. That's describing the conditions here at 8. And the conditions are, it is slippery, you make a dex save, or you fall down the stairs. So, presumably, there's slipperiness over here, and maybe you dex save or fall in the river. I don't know. That's just what it's referring to there. Otherwise, you come down the stairs, and it says that there's water that trickles with you down the stairs and whatnot, and then would come here and into the river. So, it's saying the water doesn't trickle there, doesn't trickle there, doesn't trickle there. The low point in this dungeon is the river here at area 20. So from that you could also gather that like these areas are all uphill from where the party emerges, right? I don't think that'll super matter, but it's trivia. Looks like the next number is 20, so we do get to go find out about the river and then the little passage next to it. Fair enough. Underground stream. This stream travels off to a surface lake 17 miles away. Anyone trying to swim this distance must be able to breathe underwater at will for hours on end, or else drown within minutes of starting. Fair. Several white, blind fish flit about in the slow current. Lying on the riverbed is what appears to be a golden staff of supreme beauty, encrusted with gems and inlaid with platinum. In actuality, it is a permanent illusion hiding the corpse of a witch doctor who opposed Arhem, Grakhert's father. Okay. See Area 27, Tomb 7. Okay. There's nothing of value on the body. All right. Well, let me reread this. Lying in the riverbed is... Okay. Okay. So this stream here is slow moving. In it, there's a fancy rod. The rod is an illusion. The rod is an illusion that has been conjured over the top of a corpse killed by the main villain's father, presumably 50 years ago, right? That's about the timeline we were given earlier. So there's just this 50-year-old shaman corpse in this river, hidden under an illusion, which is weird. You'd think someone would have investigated the illusory treasure by now and found the body. That's such a weird way to hide a body. Let's hide a body under an illusion of a treasure. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd probably change that if I was rewriting this. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But regardless, there's a corpse under the shiny in the river. There you go. That's this room. All right, room 21. Torture chamber. Oh, okay, because we need more than one of them. They did speak on how the feasting hall was also a torture chamber, and it was heavily implied that the Knoll prisoner had been tortured for entertainment there quite recently. So not only do they have a torture chamber upstairs, there we go, that they use for entertainment, there is also one down here. Very good. This currently unused room is strewn with an assortment of tools for inflicting pain upon captives. On the south wall is a rack, and next to it is a large stone table with an assortment of huge whips draped over it. 3 of the 9 whips are real. The other 6 are actually the tentacles of Campfolt. What is a Campfolt? What? The main body of the Campfolt is hidden under the table. Oh, okay. So there's a creature down here that they use as part of the torture. It was common custom for any treasure found on torture victims to be given to the chieftain. However, there is a secret compartment in the floor. The loose stone covering it is held down by a leg of the stone table, in which a dishonest torturer hid some loot for himself. It contains a pouch holding a little bit of money. Oh, and a ring of sustenance. That's not bad at all. Oh, you don't gotta eat anymore? Very cool. And a gold knife. All right. Yeah, there's a bit of loot hidden underneath a little tile if the players care for it. Let me look up that new creature type. Campfolt. Oh, okay, so it's like a little tree guy with some tentacle thingies. Or a sinewy mugger. That's a fun word. Sinewy mugger was an extremely rare creature that had the form of a tree trunk with many rope-like appendages. Every Campfolt had a 4-foot trunk base. From the bottom of the base sprouted movement limbs, whilst attacking limbs were closer to the top of the base. Okay. The bottom was the movement. Okay, so the little roots are people used to walk around. Got it. But then the ones at top are for whipping people. Okay. He's got 12 limbs in total. Half of them are 1 foot long limbs, and the other half attacking limbs are 6 feet long. All right. So he's got 6 little crawlers that he uses to move around, and then 6 whips. As their rope-like limbs would give away their true nature, they often pulled them in to disguise themselves as ordinary tree trunks. Fair enough. Campfolts used their 6 extended arm-like appendages to attack multiple foes, as well as grab them. Once grappled, the foes would be suffocated and crushed. Only if the trunks of Campfolts were hit would the creatures be damaged. Okay. So it doesn't matter if you hit the arms. Like a roper, I think you can damage it by hitting the arms. But this thing, you do need to hit the center. The arms do not count. Though rare, okay, so they live in woods, sighted on an island of Erlumbor. All right. And then there's a little history section. All right, well, whatever. We get it. It's a tree that whips people. That's the short of it. Oh, actually, I haven't taken notes in a while. Let me look through this real quick. Have I detailed the entryway? Okay. Once the players arrive, they are met with a cave mouth next to a pond. The pond contains a dead elf. The 2 Norkers guarding the cave likely notice the party. What? There you go, party. Did it say whether or not they attack on sight or if they go and warn people? I should double check that. Bop, 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 bop. Wilderness. Here we are. The 2 Norkers are posted. Okay, they're only supervised. Okay, got it. Oh, they hide and move to get behind the party as... Okay, got it. So they will ambush the party from behind. Alright. The party inspects the whole hillside before entering. It has the normal chance of being surprised. Got it. So the Norkers try and circle around. Slap-a-wudo. Tree rope. Slap-a-wudo. That sounds great. Shut-a-wudo. I have much love for Sudowoodo because Colosseum was my first Pokemon game, and Mirror Beast Sudowoodo is so cool. He boogie woogies with the music, and it makes me happy. They will circle around the party and attempt to ambush them. Alright. The cave slopes gently to a trapdoor. The ladder leads into the dungeon. Alright. Easy peasy. From there, the party has 2 initial options. Route 1 leads, oh, there we go, to some prisoners they can free, currently being guarded by a drunk Norkers. There we go. Norkers. Yeah, these goblins are still kind of goblins, but also not goblins. They're a different type of goblin called Norkers. The other leads past some guards and into a central, oh, there we go, central corridor from which they'd have many options. All right. The prisoners are not of much help. Oh, there we go. There is a tortured Flind who will try to escape and leave at earliest opportunity. For Jenny's sake, and anyone else that's new to stream, I looked up before. Flind is a type of gnoll, a superior variety of gnoll. And if you are a gnoll and you kill a Flind, then you ascend and become a Flind. I assume this is due to the demon magic of the devil lord that is the lord of gnolls, who begins with a Y. Ynoga, something like that. You know, But anyways, basically there's a tortured gnoll friend. I use friend in heavy air quotes. There's a goblin, a Norker, a Norker rebel. We'll say for now. He does have a name. I will note that name real quick. Well, where's his name? Tell me about his name. He been so room 5. New Yorkers. Yeah. It's just a bunch of New Yorkers down here in the cave. Don't worry about it. Where's his name? Why can I? Oh, that's the merchant. Okay, there's the flying. Karg. There we go. Karg with an H. Karg. And a depressed merchant with nothing to live for. Very good. Karg does not like that. What was his name? It's not Grakert, it's the other one. Starts with an H. H is for Hrogtum. There we go. Does not like that Hrogtum chieftain is taking orders from Hurtkol or something like that. Where is it? Grakert. No, Grakert. Grakert. Very good. Now they all have to sound like New Yorkers. As someone that was born in the Bronx, this made me laugh harder than it should have. Fair enough. I could imagine that. I'm not foolish enough to attempt such an accent right now, but I'd consider doing so for a campaign, given a little bit of time to practice and prepare it the day before. That could be a lot of fun. Just have a bunch of New Yorker goblins. Especially when they're complaining about their chieftain and listening to that slut of a wizard. Can't believe just getting really upset about it. And being rude about it. Karg does not like that the chieftain is taking orders from Grakert. Alright. He would attack and slay Grakert if given the opportunity. But he is not good aligned and only a ally of convenience. I didn't spell that right. Thank you, spell check. No, I meant good. Alright. Opportunity. Alright. Yeah, a bunch of angry New Yorker goblins. That's a good plan. I like that. Norka. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fill up my water bottle soon. I don't want to do that. Ah! Alright. Beyond that, things are a bit tense here in the tribe. The sub-chief, and then we can... No, we don't need to put him in parentheses. We can just list it. Sub-chief. What's sub-chief name? He's in room 11. Where's room 11? Krakal. Krakal. Was he... What was the nature of his complaint? I think it was the loss, right? It wasn't necessarily that he didn't like the wizard. It was just he didn't like that they lost. Okay, while the chief plans to attack... Okay, there's long been a power struggle. Okay, so there's been a power struggle, and it's just that this loss has kind of reopened that wound. He didn't like losing. Alright. Recall does not like No, not Grakert. The chief is Hrogtum. Hrogtum. The peace between them was between them is unstable. They are kept united only by witch doctor name. What's witch doctor name? I remember it had a cool name. Where is it? Shumvalka. Only because Shumvalka, witch doctor, we'll say only through Shumvalka's efforts. This recent loss has him frustrated and at odds with his chief once again. The party, using Karg, may be able to pit the goblins against each other. I don't think pit's the right word for it. Pit's probably, yeah, it's good enough. Whatever. The goblins will likely turn on the party immediately after the rebellion finishes, but that's a problem for later. How about that? That's a problem for later. If Karg is the only goblin in the room to survive the encounter with the chief, he will show the party the secret door to the next level, and then leave the tribe. The module implies he has evil ambitions. Period. I posit you could easily have him pop up again as a mercenary or as a leader of another goblinoid tribe. Very good. That does a good job of summarizing that floor. I didn't really go into like the details of what's in what room and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, it gets the dynamics across. It gets the general like direction the party will probably go across, that kind of thing. We're good to go there. The stairs to the next level, there we go, level are slippery. Assuming the players survive falling down the stairs, they are met with a handful of routes again. One leads to a gentle underground street, comma, and then we'll detail the rest. All right. My notes are caught back up. We're good to go. So underground stream and the garbage room. Hold on, did I skip the garbage room? I think I did. Oh, okay, so the torture chamber is not behind the stream. I skipped the garbage room. The garbage room is what's behind the stream. All right, here's the garbage room. So the torture chamber is here. Okay, so the torture chamber is there. Got it. Got it. So the torture chamber is the other route. Very good. All right. Garbage room. Covered in fungus, assorted trash. Discarded by Grockhurt and Arham and the Norkers that inhabited this level before them. Living in the trash are 5 scum creepers. A scum creeper? What is a scum creeper? Attaches to victim and does 1 HP damage per round thereafter. Alright. So they're clearly some kind of Sturge-like thing, but like probably not a bat, right? Who viciously defend their horde. And by horde, we mean the generational garbage of 2 wizards and some goblins. Very good. There is nothing of value in human terms in the room. That's fair. The smelly garbage may be of value to someone, just not to other humans. The scum creepers. That's some silly stuff. All right. And then off from the torture room, there are 2 rooms. All right. Very good. So route 1 was they go to the stream. Route 2, torture room, and then it's 2 rooms. So let's go see those 2 rooms. Enchanted mud. Huh. Oh, wait, no, I skipped over it. Torture room is different from the torturer's chamber. I saw torture and I just skipped to the next one. So not enchanted mud. No mud yet. No mud. All right. Auxiliary cell. This room was used to hold prisoners for the torture chamber or if the upper level cells were filled. A flying skeleton is chained to the wall as it has been since Arham, there we go. Arham first took over the lower level. There is nothing of value here. Okay. So like 50 plus years ago, Arham had been here. He was torturing a flying. He just left it to turn into a skeleton, right? That's just what's going on. Torturer's room. This chamber was the residence of the tribal information gatherer and entertainment specialist. Got it. Entertainment. And by entertainment, they mean torture. The room has been abandoned since the lower level takeover by Arham and is now empty. All right. So it looks like the torturer got moved upstairs, or maybe the chieftain just took over that duty himself. Who can say? But since no, Arham is the first one. That's not the young wizard. So this has been abandoned for like 50 years. So after Arham came here and took this place over, like it seems like the golems have relatively stayed out of it. They're just like, you know what? This is your little secret hideaway. We're gonna respect it. We're not gonna go back here, right? This is no longer our territory. All right. These are some very respectful goblins. One leads to a gentle underground stream. One to a torture chamber. 1, 2, and then we'll list that. Is that the mud?
An enchanted mud. Is that 26? Oh, okay, it's 20.
Oh, wait, we skipped 25 then. Where's 25? Oh, no, there is no 25. What? Is there 2 26s? Is that a thing? Ah, there's 2 26s. Okay. So this 25 enchanted mud is probably... Sorry, this 26 enchanted mud is probably meant to be 25. Got it. This chamber filled with mud, kept from drying by... Leak... Sorry, what? By A, there we go. By A, leak in the magical fountain in room 22. Oh, cool. Wait, there's a magical fountain in room 22? That's a torture chamber. I don't remember a magical fountain in the torture chamber. What? It's currently in these rooms. Okay, yeah, and then it had the funny creature in it. Okay, did I forget to read this bottom part? No, because there's stuff about the Ring of Sustenance. All right, I think it's probably referring to a different magic fountain from a room that used to be called 22, but then got relabeled to another room. I mean, my assumption. Anyways, I'll figure that out later. I'm gonna use the bathroom again. Okie dokie. So there's apparently a magic fountain in one of these rooms we gotta keep our eyes open for. But other than that, what about this magic mud? Lying dormant in the muck are 6 mudmen. Ooh, mudmen. Know this monster well before refereeing the encounter. The mudmen get up 1 round after someone enters the mud and attack on the second. Clever characters should be able to get across alive, though they cannot directly destroy the monsters without magical weapons. When all other beings are out of the pool, the mudmen sink back below the surface. Okay. Arham brought the mudmen here years ago, and Grackhurt sees no need to have them removed. Okay. So the mudmen sound like they're probably a deadly encounter. Especially considering that the player characters probably don't have magical weapons yet, because this is a low-level dungeon, and that hasn't mentioned any magical weapons yet. Looks like they don't deal damage, but they can do mud throwing. Magical weapons are required to hit, and they're immune to certain spells. Okay, got it. So they're just immune to damage is what's going on. See page. Okay. So presumably they have a way to kill the party, and the party has no way to kill them. So this is very much a deadly encounter, unless the party just runs through it, or just, backtracks and goes the other route. Speaking of 20, the other 26 has like a circle. I'm assuming that's the fountain. Yeah, okay, here's the magical fountain. Got it. So the magical fountain was not, in fact, in the torture room. The magical fountain was just, the little area just above it. It's been dripping from there down here. Which does that is very much in line with what we'd seen so far, is that the low point is this little hallway here, so it would make sense it would drip down. Some more consistency within the dungeon. Very good. Magical fountain. This room has smooth walls, and its only feature is a fountain in the middle. Water wells up from deep below, filling a rock outcropping that was carved into a circular tub. The enchanted water overflow. What? Enchanted waters overflow. There we go. And form a small stream into the chamber with the mudmen, room 21. Except it's not room 21, it's room 25. They definitely did some reordering when it comes to this dungeon. The fountain has the magical power to act as a crystal ball. Oh, this was the little image down below. Yeah, okay. Or he can spy on the party. Oh, that's so cool. I love it when modules do that. If a drop of any sort of blood is placed in it and the desired location is concentrated on, from here Grakhert is able to watch the battle at Nolavari and has even seen the characters traveling through the dungeon. There is a flask of fish blood hanging from a rusty iron spike in the wall. The fountain is mildly evil, as it always attempts to portray scenes which incite trouble. The crystal ball power doesn't work outside of the tub, and the waters lose even their radiance of magic if taken more than 30 feet from it. The fountain is on a natural spring, but the enchantments were placed by Arham. It took a great deal of work to make it, and it is a major reason that Grakhert chose this as his hideout. Very cool. So the old wizard from 50 years ago made an enchanted magic fountain that acts as a crystal ball. It tends to have a preference towards showing images that would incite violence, so like things involving wars and whatnot. But to a conqueror, or I guess a hopeful conqueror like Grakhert, that's totally fine because he wants information on war-like stuff anyways. So that downside is not a problem for him. The party wanted to make this their own base later on, though. Like, since they can't move this pool, that would be something to consider. And even if they don't make this their base, if they figure out how this pool works, this might be a key location they return to from time to time. Where they're just like, okay, well, we know about the dragon. Let's see if we can spy the dragon in the pool to get like a hint about where its lair is, right? Maybe we can spy it returning from like a hunting session. And then that will hopefully lead them to the dragon's lair and its treasure, right? That'd be a good example of how that could be utilized for a future adventure if they remembered that this little resource exists out here in the world. Regardless, Area 27, our last remaining route, is the burial chamber. Okay. This room was used by the Norkers before Grakhert came as the burial place for their witch doctors. Each of the 7 niches in the walls contains the stone sarcophagus and a Norker witch doctor's body, often with a small bit of treasure. From left to right on the map, the contents are, and then it goes on to describe them, and they don't really have anything super valuable. Oh, hold on. 3 and 4 have a bit of information. I actually will read those. During the lifetime of this witch doctor, the process of embalming was learned from human merchants, who thus profited from the purchase of the items necessary. The body is wrapped in strips of linen and mummified, but is not undead. On its fingers are 6 rings of pure gold, each set with a different gem and worth 20 gold pieces. The first, obsidian; the second, blue quartz; the third, agate; the fourth, azurite; the fifth, turquoise; and the last, hematite. There we go, hematite. I almost got it. Number 4 in this sarcophagus is a witch doctor who was less than entirely devout in his services to Maggie the Dude. His transgressions were not too serious, so he was only cursed to be a ghoul rather than be sentenced to eternal torture. Oh, okay, so he actually is a monster that could come alive if the party disturbs him. Fair enough. Yep, there's the whole good old classic paralyzation effects. Good stuff. He has been promised a place in the armies of Maggie the Dude in the afterlife if he performs a quota of evil acts. He has been somewhat inhibited, though, by the sarcophagus, in which he has been trapped for over half a century. Yeah, and the goblins don't come down here anymore, so, like, no one was going to free him if not the party. Anyone coming within 10 feet of the sarcophagus can hear scratching, thumping, and howling noises within it. Fair enough, so the party probably won't open it, and he's still just going to not be able to fulfill his destiny. Anyways, 5 has nothing really of note. Some good treasure in 6, but that's about it. 7. Okay, this was... It used to hold the body of the witch doctor who opposed Arhem. Arhem permitted the Norkers' ceremonial burial to gain the humanoid's goodwill. The Norkers did not know that Arhem killed him before taking the entire lower level as his own. He then removed the body and disguised it under an illusion. Arhem was perhaps overly vengeful at times. Fair enough. There are sconces and torches. Got it. All right. So this was a holy chamber for the Norkers. It's been kind of like left as is. The corpse for the one that opposed Arhem way back when was not allowed to stay in its sarcophagus. Arhem later took it out and threw it in the river and then disguised it as treasure. Why disguise it as treasure? I don't know, but whatever. Should disguise it as a turd. Come on, what are you up? Whatever. But he wasn't allowed to rest in peace. Basically, Arhem the wizard is a spiteful son of a gun. And that's that. All right. 1 leads to mudmen and a scrying pool. We'll say scrying fountain. And the remaining 1 leads to the old Norkers witch doctor burial grounds. Very good. All right. And that pretty much details this area. I don't necessarily feel the need to expound on that in this little note section. 28. So we're on the home stretch. 28 and 29 is probably where the evil wizard is staying and where the final battles are. So 28 is the meeting room. This room is unadorned and unfurnished, save for a rectangular oak table and 4 chairs. One side with 1 and the other with 3. Oh, okay. So one side of the table has 1 chair and the other side has 3 chairs. Got it. So there's one person meeting with an audience, basically. Arhem and Grakhurt would meet here with the Norker leaders. Fair enough. The Norker leaders are a chief, a sub-chief, and the witch doctor. So that's your 3. Makes sense. There's nothing else in the room. Grakhurt's inner quarters. Oh, goodness. All right, Grakhurt's inner quarters is a big section. Fair enough. This is our final battle. All right, let's get to it. Grakhurt himself lives in this room, which is comparatively well furnished. There is a nice feather bed, an oak desk, a bookcase, and a dresser with a large mirror. Grakhurt is well prepared. He doesn't have a lot of HP. Maybe his spells are what's going to save him here. Damage by weapon or spell. SE. It's got assassination stuff, spells, poison. Yeah, most of this is just gibberish to me, but despite the low HP, my assumption is he has ways to keep himself alive. Oh, sure enough, yeah, he's got the blur spell. He's got invisibility. Pardon me. He's got darkness. Yeah. Those 3 spells alone will keep you from getting hit quite a bit. So his low HP doesn't really matter unless they get the drop on him and deal like a lot of damage quickly. But otherwise, he probably is going to set up one of these defensive barriers and then be able to start doing his fun assassin or chromatic orb type stuff, right? Phantasmal Force, I believe, could also take people out of the fight back then. Possibly kill them as well. Anyways, he wears a red silk tunic and with sable trimming. There we go. It's worth some money. Okay, this is just telling about what he's wearing, which costs money, which is cool and whatnot, and that is necessary, and I like it. But also, I'm skipping over it for now. As the party has progressed through the dungeon, Grakhurt has watched them in the magical fountain, paying careful attention to the strengths and weaknesses of each character. Before the party enters his room, he casts invisibility and blur upon himself. He tries to assassinate the character who seems to be the most powerful, i.e., the one who has performed best so far, and then uses other spells and his dagger as appropriate. If he is seriously hurt, under 4 HP left, he casts darkness and attempts to escape. In the dresser are other clothes, mostly of average quality. On the desk as an inkwell. On the desk is an inkwell, a feather pen, and several pieces of parchment detailing the Norker forces, the Nullivarian forces, and the outcome of the recent battle in a play-by-play style with many angry notes. Yeah, it didn't sound like it went well for the Norkers, entirely because the Druid Lady botched that for him. But I don't know if he knows about the Druid Lady. She didn't show up for the battle, you know? Anyways, the volumes on the bookcase are mostly the journals of Arham and Grakhert, imparting all the information in the For the Dungeon Master section at the beginning of this module. Yeah, the stuff about the Assassin's Guild and the Guildmaster's daughter being his mom and that kind of stuff. Also included are details on the structure, operation, signals, passwords, and key members and contacts of the Assassin's Guild. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, if they wanted to go after the Assassin's Guild back in that town, that city, that's definitely a direction the campaign could go. Though the material is from 8 years ago, much of the information is still valid. These journals would be safest in the hands of Prince Corin. One of the volumes deals entirely with the customs, culture, and nature of the Norkers and other humanoids of the region. In some of the books are maps showing the locations of Arham's other wilderness hideouts. Oh, that's cool. So if you wanted to have other little dungeons made by an old illusionist wizard, right? That's an excuse to add them. And perhaps some other fun villains have taken up residence there and are making use of Arham's tools and knowledge. If we are combining this with the previous adventure in this magazine, what we could do is maybe that's how Veronia learned how to do her illusion magic, right? There's a villainous caster in that previous module that, if we're combining the two, that could be our origin, right? Is that she took up residence in one of Arham's old laboratories and was able to reverse engineer stuff and read his books and so on, and that's her little origin story, and also her base operations if she is to escape at the end of that adventure, right? So then if the party let her escape, but now they know the locations of those various hideaways, if they were to go to the hideaway where she escaped to, well, that's an excuse for the party to have bumped into her, coincidentally. I don't know if they would have been looking for her or not, but it's a way to incidentally have them happen upon her as another adventure, right? It would help us flesh out this area. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm 100% on board with Alex's idea of just combining like the first 3 modules here. It gives us a lot of... You could do it pretty easily, and it gives us a lot to work with. Also on the shelves are Arham's 1st and 2nd level spell books. Grakhert hid the others, which he doesn't know how to use yet, in other hideouts. Okay, cool. So that also establishes precedent. Grakhert has visited the other hideouts, but he's hidden high-level spell books there. The 1st level spells are, and then they list them. It looks like some interesting wizard nonsense. And then some more interesting wizard nonsense. Got it. All right. So it was a long section, but the skinny of it is that Grakhert is, yes, part illusionist, part assassin. He's cast defensive spells that hopefully keep him alive and give him a pretty good fighting chance of assassinating some of the party members. When things go bad, he casts darkness and tries to escape. Depending on the party and the positioning on the map, that might be viable, that might not be viable. Regardless of whether or not he escapes, the party may be able to track him down because A, they now have access to the scrying pool, which they could use to look for him, and then B, they know the location of his other hideouts. So if he does use Arham's other hideouts, they know where those are. again, if you're combining it with other modules, there's a lot of things you could do here to expand out and put other adventures in this area, right? There's just a lot you could do here. What if the party kills him before he can get away? Then they get his loot, and they get to feel good about themselves, and they complete the quest, and they get to go back to the prince and collect their gold. So, I mean, that's the ideal timeline for the player characters, right? But as a DM, that's not my ideal timeline. My ideal timeline sets them up for more adventures, right? So, the DM does need to be fair and give them the opportunity to kill him and whatnot. But if the DM has the opportunity, yeah, escaping, that's not that bad. Like, he can escape. The party can still hunt him down. There's more adventures that we could have there. But otherwise, yes, if the party kills him, they get his sick loot, and they also get to collect their gold reward back at the town. That's the short of it. They still have the funny scrying pool and the locations of the other dungeons, though, right? So there's still some follow-up there, regardless. Anyways, after notes. If the DM is willing to do a little more work, and the players are shrewd enough and play characters of a non-good alignment, an arrangement may be made with the Assassin's Guild. The document made by Grackhurt has information potentially fatal to the guild. It goes without saying that such a deal would be extremely dangerous. The assassins don't trust the characters and would just as well have them out of the way along with the document. For a long-term campaign scenario, maybe after the characters get to higher levels, the PCs may be hired by Prince Corin or the Grand Duke of that city to eliminate the guild. This would take a great deal of work on the DM's part and would be very dangerous for the player characters, even more than the previous adventuring possibility. Even more than the previous adventuring possibility. Okay, yeah. So destroying the guild is even more dangerous than allying with the guild. Fair enough. But the Assassin's Guild is at least as wealthy as dangerous, and the Grand Duke would... Sorry, what? They probably just missed "and," right? But the Assassin's Guild is at least as wealthy and as dangerous. The Grand Duke would certainly look favorably on the party and reward them accordingly. Got it. Even after the document is in safe hands, there are still opportunities opened by the adventure. Perhaps the party could learn from Arham's journals the location of the other wilderness hideaways. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Most of which have since become the home of monsters. Yep. That's what I was thinking. Yep, that's an opportunity for the DM to make more dungeons out of them, for the players to maybe investigate. Because they do know that Arham makes magic items, including like this funny little fountain of scrying here, right? So it would bear to reason that the other hideouts might hold more treasures and magical items of Arham's creation. Then rocks fall, everyone dies, and they wake up in New Gob York. Yes. The true ending. The players don't get to win. It's time for New Yorker goblins. You don't have a say in this anymore, players. It's just time for New Yorker goblins. There's no escaping the New Yorker goblin. No. Alrighty. I think that's that for that adventure. We'll get in the next one in just a second. Let me... I'll finish my notes in just a moment. I need to go check and see if anyone replied, and if we're going to try and watch anime or Andor tonight. Nobody replied, and we're getting close to that time where we usually do that. So I'm just going to assume that that's not a thing that's happening. And I will just keep reading until I give out, right? I'll just say, how about this? At me if it's happening. Otherwise, I'll just keep streaming, LOL. Alright. Have to work on something. Escape from Gob York. Yeah. Yeah, you could write a module like that. It'd be really campy. But there's certainly tables that would appreciate that kind of nonsense. Alright, what sort of other cursed stuff have they been sending me? Oh, okay, I see. They typed in my name. They typed in Derek in real life in their little AI generator, and it gave them a little abomination. A powerful entity. That's what I look like around midnight on even numbered days. The Warhammer of Bonk. That works. That's definitely a goblin item, right? The goblins would have a Warhammer of Bonk.
Witness my most powerful weapon, the Warhammer of Bonk. Bonk.
What does it do?
Oh, nothing. I just call it, I named it. It's the Warhammer of Bonk. It has a minor enchantment that makes it smell like flowers.
Alrighty. What else have I missed? Oh, another announcement from Cobalt Press. They're launching a new code of conduct. That's fine. I haven't really been super active on that server, so I shouldn't have broken any rules yet, teehee. Alright, very cool. Then what happened over here? Alright. Nothing I can deal with yet. Okay. What I missed here? Oh, lots more species work for the relic system. Oh, some off-topic stuff. Hold up. Oh, okay. Just another update from Twitter. Oh, I'll read that and be depressed later. Like, a part of me just wants this OGL stuff to just be done, but another part of me is like, no, we do still need to be wary of it, we do still need to be vigilant, we do need to, like, not let up. Otherwise all this is for nothing, and we can't, like, just let this slide and be negligible. We do still need to be paying attention and be feeling these emotions, but it sure would be nice if WotC would, you know, like, just admit to everything and just say, alright, we're sorry, we're not gonna go through with it. It's gonna take some time for us to prove ourselves to you again, but we're gonna try and do that, and then just, you know, go about business normally. And then we wouldn't have to worry about it. Then it's just a matter of just passively keeping an eye on them and whatnot. But that sure isn't the route they're taking. They sure are still trying to slide sneaky BS by us. But it is what it is. I'm going to try not to think about it, and I'm just going to finish my notes and then go on to the next adventure. Alrighty. Eventually, the party comes to... what was his name? Oh man, I've forgotten about it already. Kark something, Herk target happy hippity hip hop hippity hop hop hop. Grackhurt. There you go. Grackhurt. Why is that so hard for me to remember? Party comes to Grackhurt's study, we'll call it. I said they, apparently. That's not what I want. Having watched them in the fountain, he has cast defensive spells. What? Spells, there we go. And waits in ambush. If close to death, he casts darkness and attempts to escape. There are books and maps and such in that room that could harm the Assassins Guild. Did I capitalize it before? Let's be consistent. Did I capitalize it? No. Okay, good. Good job, past Derek. Thank you. All right. That could harm the Assassins Guild. More room for adventure there in that, not really nearby, but in that city. Very good. The locations of Arham's other hideaways are also detailed. Grackert did visit, visit some of these before deciding upon this one because of the fountain. It is implied that the others also, could also feature magical items, locations, and traps of Arham's creation. How about creation? These are likely infested with monsters and could make for fun dungeons. Very good. Alright. You'd like the OGL to just get dropped, but even the update draft is the same, just reworded to sound friendly. They are ruining the brand. Yep, completely agree. They need to stop just trying to sugarcoat it and thinking that like we can't fucking read, because we can fucking read, and the sugarcoating it just makes us more pissed off. Just tell the truth. No more, there was a draft and oh, we're being friendly and open about it now, hee hee. No, what you're doing is deflecting the noise into these surveys where it's not making as big of a racket. Right now you're trying to control the situation. Yes, you technically apologize, but you still said it was a draft, and you're still kind of playing it off as though it's not that big a deal, and you're still... They're not doing enough, right? They really should just stop doubling down and just back off and just be like, okay, all right. If they really want a new document, they should probably just go talk to Paizo and get on board with the orc stuff, right? And if they aren't looking to go in that direction, then they probably should just drop the whole document OGL debacle and just stick with the 1.0a document, right? Just do nothing. Just say, all right, we hear you. This is a bad idea. We won't be updating anything. We're going to stick with this document until the launch of 6th edition, right? And then maybe with the launch of 6th edition, they put a document for 6th edition. That'd be fine. But like, stop trying to mess with the old stuff. Stop trying to mess with 5e. It's just, I don't know. Oh, I missed the thing about being bonked and teleporting. Hold on. So if the hammer bonk, it smells like flowers. Ah, good, you kept that. Sorry. If bonked, you smell like flowers. If a player is aroused, they teleport to jail. Oh, horny jail. Got it. Fair enough. If they are bird-like wearing armor, the armor becomes part of the hammer only if hit by a pink goblin. Okay, I don't understand that last part, but I get it. That gets into horny jail. No, that tracks. Actually, I'm going to mute this server for a bit. Same with... Oh, that one's already muted. All right, we're good to go there. Same with this one. So now, if anyone messages me, it's probably from my server, and I can pay attention to the little red dot. Very good. All right. Not infected, infested. All right. Cool. I think that's it for this adventure. It's a nice little proper dungeon crawl. Not the longest dungeon, not nearly as long as the first adventure in this module, but sorry, the first adventure in this magazine. But still impressive nonetheless. Yeah, you could definitely combine these first 3 adventures. The Elven one and then the last one, I'm not entirely sure. That being said, there was an Elven king to the north and south in the second adventure's little location map, right? So if you did want to explore the idea of converting that into a little adventure that you could place near one of those 2 locations, that, yeah, it sounds like this next little Elven adventure is definitely viable. I've been talking to some lawyer friends and people they know at Wizard of the Coast. Long story short, they'll keep rewarding it. They won't change it. All right. That's unfortunately what I'm expecting, but I wish they wouldn't. I really wish they wouldn't, that they would just, know when to quit and not, like, drive their brand into the mud. I know that they made certain promises to, like, their investors and whatnot, and that's probably why they're so gung-ho about going forward with it. But their investors should understand that they want the brand to survive, that this instability is not good. If you are a long-term investor, usually you do want long-term stability, and what they are doing is tossing long-term stability aside in pursuit of short-term profits. Short-term profits that their investors will not see that big of a return on because, again, they're short-term. They typically, you do want to invest for like 5 to 10 years, right? You typically don't want the short-term profits. So I don't know who they're trying to please here, but whoever they're trying to please here, it doesn't seem to be the investors, and it doesn't seem to be the fans. All they're doing is destroying the company for no reason. And I just... From a direction of greed, it makes no sense. From a direction of moral goodness, of doing right by your community, it makes no sense. There's just, I don't... The term out-of-touch executives comes up a lot. And I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I think that's what is going on here, is that we have some sort of out-of-touch executive that doesn't know what they're doing at all, and doesn't know how to back down. And it doesn't... okay, all right. Well, I'll read your thing about the Pink Goblin, and then I'll go on to the next adventure. The Pink Goblin is a Tinkaton. Oh, Tinkaton reference. Got it. Pokemon. Yep. From the Corviknights and the Bisharps. Yeah, that made me sad. They killed Pawniards to make their hammers. That's pretty dark, man. I read that Dex entry. All right. Oh, stop. Okay. And we want to call this the Elven Home, and it's going to be by Anne Gray McReady. The Elven Home. By Anne McCready, comma, and then how did I have it formatted before? An AD&D adventure for All right, I'll just copy paste this. Make my life easier. And then what's the Elven Home for? Oh, it's a wilderness scenario. Oh, it's a basic D&D, not AD&D this time. Whoa. A basic D&D adventure. Inserted into any campaign in which the characters travel through wilderness areas. The adventure can also be played as a short session. It's best suited for 1 to 4 characters of 1st to 3rd level, though it can be used as a side trip for most any level to relieve the boredom of a journey through the wilderness. The adventure starts as a party is traveling off-road through forested hills in the early afternoon. The dungeon master should read the box text to the players or paraphrase as desired. Yeah, it sounds to me as though you've got hill lands with forests and elves. That is 100% in line with the area described in the second adventure. The area where you had the 4 trails and the 2 cities and the little, not lighthouses, but communication rig lighthouse type thingamajiggers, right? This sounds like you could easily just include it as like a random wilderness encounter in that area, which we're already kind of baking into, like the other 2 modules as well. So, where do I get the magazine? You can find them archived like all over the place. If you search for like old D&D stuff, it's not that hard to find. You could probably type in Dungeon Magazine Archive, and I'm sure that like the top 5 links would be at least somewhat relevant. If not, just straight up a solid source. I don't know if I'm allowed to like say direct sources legally. I think I probably would be able to, but I don't want to risk it just in case. But anyway. But Google is your friend. I'm not covering anything that people can't easily find already. A basic D&D adventures for, what was it? It was 1 to 4, 1st to 3rd. Okay. 1 to 4, 1st to 3rd level. Very good. Yeah, no, I ain't risking that shit. Sorry. Alrighty. I will make a quick note of here. It's not meant to be a proper full adventure, just a short, parentheses, possibly 1 session long mini adventure while exploring the wilderness. Very good. We'll just say 1 shot. I know what a 1 shot is. 1 shot. All right. Yeah, fair. Just a short little 1 shot. We're just like, players, you are heading towards starting town, right? And then we just go with this. You are near a forest or whatnot. As your party rounds a bend, you see a strange cluster of unusually large trees on the side of a low hill. Huge green leaves extend from gnarled gray branches, and the tree trunks are almost half again as wide. Why again? Why is again being used here? I'm assuming again isn't supposed to be here. The tree trunks are almost half as wide and tall as surrounding trees. A bed of fine grass dotted with fallen leaves carpets the hillside, and a wisp of smoke floats on the wind. From somewhere ahead come the sounds of shrill screams and splashing water. All right, cool. Yeah, that's definitely something you could start a campaign off with. I prefer hot starts, right, where we start them with like an immediate dungeon or an immediate direction to go. But if you just want to like plop them in the countryside and be like, they'll eventually wander into town and then they'll take a quest there, right? Like this could be a nice, not hot start, cold start. There you go. Or just like you're in the wilderness. You can hear there's some big trees. There's some water gurgling. There's some shrill screams. Are those bad or not? My assumption is it's people playing in the water, but we'll see where this goes. Maybe they actually are people being accosted at the river. Now, regardless of what the player characters may think at first, they have actually stumbled across a secluded elven home in the wilderness. Nothing is wrong. The sounds come from a group of young elves playing in the nearby pond. Yep, that's what I thought. If the party investigates the noises, go to the section below on the bubbling pool. If the party investigates the hill, it first finds a narrow path that circles the base of the hill and leads to the source of the wispy smoke. Got it. Following the rough dirt path that leads around the hill, your party finds a clear, cold stream, shallow and easily fordable. The stream flows from a source within the hill, exiting beneath one huge tree's roots. The smoke among the trees emanates from a hole in the ground up the slope from that particular tree. The stream does not initially seem unusual, except that it flows from beneath a large tree. However, if the player characters, watch the stream for longer than a round, they notice that large bubbles are carried along in the running water. The bubbles constantly pop with a fizzing noise. The bubbles are filled with a gas which mixes with the water at its source deep within the hill, called energy gas by the elves who live in this area. The gas causes anyone who breathes it to instantly feel a surge of cool adrenaline rush through his body. The elves have learned to capture bubbles in tightly woven cloth sacks kept in the water. They then breathe the air trapped in the sacks. The elves who live in the hollowed-out section of the hill beneath the character's feet also benefit from the gas as the underground stream surfaces in the middle of their home. Very good. Giving them a constant supply of the gas. The elves cannot control the supply of gas and do not know where it comes from within the hill. If that's not something we see investigated at some point in time, we could say that this is something that maybe Arham, the wizard, from the previous adventure, experimented with in the past, and that this is just the results of that experiment, and he didn't really have a way to channel this, or maybe he does. I don't know. But there's a way to link this to some future stuff if we wanted to do that. We also have Kabalar, this big, bad, evil wizard, probably the big bad of the campaign, from the first dungeon. This could be some experiment of his that is surfacing as a natural magical phenomena, right? So there's definitely some possibilities that if we don't get a definitive place for the magic bubbles, then there you go. We can make up some source of the magic bubbles. Be played somewhere like Rage or Action Surge. My assumption, I'm not sure. You could certainly homebrew it into a magic item if you allowed the players to take it with them, but it really would depend on the system. In this particular case, it seems like it invigorates them, right? So it makes them less tired. So I think what I would do is, by default, just have it restore hit points or whatever the resource is that makes them more likely to take a rest, right? As basic as that sounds, yeah, I think I'd probably just use this as a minor healing potion, that sort of thing. Because that's kind of how I see HP is as a reflection of stamina. How many brushes with death can you have before you reach 0, before you actually take a blow that could kill you, right? So that to me is what HP represents, in my campaigns anyways. Is a sort of weariness meter, a sort of stamina meter, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. It's that, or Action Surge would be a good reflection of it. Just homebrew it, or it's just when you drink this, you may take an additional action on your turn, that sort of thing. Rage, I'm not sure. Rage kind of gives you some supernatural durability, and some supernatural additional oomph to your strikes. I'm not sure that's what I would do here. But Action Surge, yeah, sounds viable. Might be unbalanced, so I'd be careful. Especially if this is something they can get an infinite supply of. But yes, Action Surge could be doable. The gas affects anyone who breathes it, giving him extra energy and vitality. 1 deep breath of gas. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the module itself back then says that it restores HP. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, if they take in strength damage, it looks like it also restores strength. Very good. Because I do know there are some monsters back then that would drain ability scores. Now, this effect only lasts for 5 rounds once your character stops breathing the gas. Oh, okay, got it. It's a temporary restoration. So in this case, it sounds as though if we're converting it for 5e, it gives you a number of temp HP, right? So what you could probably do is say, roll 2d6, let's say. You gain that much temp HP for the next, however many 5 rounds translates to. My assumption is like a minute or more, right? So basically for the rest of combat, you would effectively have 2d6 temp HP, right? That'd be my recommendation if we're staying true to the module here. Anyway. Looks like the strength scores can't exceed. Okay, so this actually adds to their strength score. It's not restoring lost strength, it's adding to it. Alright, so temp HP and your strength score. Increasing this ability score by 1 feels sloppy. We'll just say you have a +1 to checks involving strength, right? That'd be a good way to phrase it. But like with the proper phrasing, strength skill checks, strength checks, just in general. Do we want it to apply to attacks? If we do, then we'll say strength-based, attacks that use your strength and strength checks would probably be the wording that we want to use there, if we're brewing for 5e anyway. But yeah, that plus some temp HP. Sounds like that'd be a good simulation of what the gas does. Anyways, vegetation growing around the source of the stream has also been affected by the gas, which is captured by the roots of the trees and causes them to grow extremely large. As noted below, the tree over the source of the stream is not a true tree at all, but a treant. Oh, okay. Got it. Which is aware of the party and is remaining motionless and quiet. If the characters investigate the source of the smoke, they find a circular 1-foot diameter opening in the ground. The smoke prevents them from seeing down the hole. Any character with infravision can see a fire burning at the bottom of the shaft. If the characters pour several gallons of water down the hole, read the following. Okay, I assume it's going to put up their fireplace. I was going to say it was like rage or action surge. If they abuse it, that could add levels of exhaustion. Yeah, that's fair. Give them levels of exhaustion. That would make sense. It's a good drawback. Alright. As the smoke subsides, your party can easily see down the hole to an open area about 5 to 6 feet below. Alright. Immediately beneath the hole is a pile of half-burned logs and ashes containing a black pot. Beside the pot is a smaller black pot filled with liquid. If the party searches the top of the hill for an entrance, read the following. Your party finds no door at the top of the hill, but you do discover a clear slab of glass-like material embedded in the hill near the smoking hole. The slab is approximately 3 by 6 feet. Through this substance, you can see that a dwelling of some sort lies beneath. The dwelling is... Okay, well, I don't think this is formatted correctly, but whatever. But basically, the elves' home, right? It's a little house built into the hillside, and the hole would be their chimney, right? You go down the chimney. Wow, I room small pools. Okay, and then it's got a description of the home. All right, I'm gonna skim through it because this is more of like a little role play, interact with the environment type of a module than like a proper dungeon. Leather shoes, spring bubbles, nothing super of note yet. Alright, if the characters attempt to enter the dwelling by chipping away at the glass, they discover the material is extremely hard. In fact, it has the consistency of steel and cannot be penetrated by ordinary weapons or strength. In addition, the party will be automatically surprised by a treant who attacks under the assumption that the characters are thieves, which may of course be true. The treant is the tree standing over the source of the stream, slightly downslope from the skylight. As you strike the glass for the... Okay, this is just telling you that the treant is attacking. Fair enough. It's got big HP. The party is assumed to be low level. This certainly could just kill them. Yeah, beyond that, it is exceptional powers that are heightened by the gas. Yep, okay. Well, it sounds like the treant will probably wipe them if they fight it in earnest. The treant first only tries to push characters away from the glass pane. Got it. So it doesn't immediately try and kill the party. It's just like, no. Maybe we don't break in through the window, right? It does this reduced damage only if no one strikes back, or it is or displays fire. Got it. So if people aggro the tree, then the tree will actually take them seriously. But otherwise, it'll be gentle and just move the thieves away from the window. The treant has no treasure. Fair enough. The treant is an old friend of the elves, and all of them enjoy the benefits of the unusual local gas supply. All right. The character's males try to. Okay. So there's a door. They can try and enter through the door. It's cleverly disguised to blend into the grassy hillside, but they could try and enter through the door. And then it describes the door and how it's disguised. Pardon me. The air inside the small home is thick with wood, smoke, and the smell of damp earth. A natural spring bubbles out of the ground into a small pool beside the door, giving off a fresh, misty odor that fills the air. The air also has a peculiar cool tinge to it that is hard to identify. It seems to make one feel better just by breathing it. Yep, I'm assuming that's the gas. Anyone breathing the air in the room for longer than one round receives all the benefits of the gas. Yep, but the DM should not tell the characters this. Okay. Instead, he should secretly note any changes to player character attributes and apply them as necessary. Got it. Behind the curtain are two sets of rope. Okay, got it. It's just describing the house now. There's not a whole lot of loot in it, but there is some loot being described. The liquid in the pot is pretty thick. Very cool. The elves sleep in hammocks. The dark liquid, no stronger than beer, has no magical properties. Hold on. The liquid in the pot by the tire is a special elf brew. Okay, got it. So the liquid in the pot is alcohol. But it's not very strong alcohol. They make it from berries. Okay. Oh, it doesn't have much effect on human characters, but elves are greatly affected by even small amounts. Got it. Giving them a -2 to hit debuff for upwards of 4 hours. Alright. Inside the cabinet, the characters can find the usual array of blankets, eating and writing utensils, and other small personal belongings. 4 spell books containing all spells used by the elves who live here, as given below, are kept beneath the false bottom of the cabinet. A roll to detect secret doors is required to find it. Note that each spellbook has the spell Read Magic in addition to all other spells. Behind a pile of blankets is a vase about 1 foot high. Its white surface is cracked and aged. Circling the vase are these words etched into its surface. When day is night and night is day, the sun and moon shall pass this way. Very cool. The elves don't know what the writing means. The vase has been passed down from generations for ages. During that time, the meaning of the words was lost. The elves think that the vase was used in some ancient elven ritual. If the characters take the vase out of the elves' home, it changes color as soon as bright sunlight or moonlight hits it. The elves will trade the vase away, but they'll accept no less than 100 gold worth of other items or similar value. Okay. Okay. So it's presumably etched in common, because it doesn't say what language it's etched in. And the elves would presumably know Elven, so it wasn't etched in Elven. If characters trade for the vase or steal it, they discover that it changes color each day in natural light. The light of a fire or magical light causes the vase to become white again. The characters will discover that the vase changes color in regular manner. Okay, it's just describing it, a bunch of different colors before it begins color rotation again. They can tell the day of the week by the color of the vase. Alright. The words engraved into the surface of the vase remain visible through each color change. The typical merchant will buy it for 40 to 240 gold pieces. Okay, so if you can find a merchant at that upper range, and if you bought it for 100, then there is some profits to be had here. But otherwise, it's just a cool vase that like tells you the day of the week. Yeah, good RP haggle. Try and buy the pardon me. Try and buy the elves' vase. Their funny white vase. Buried in the earth beneath the small square mat is a leather pouch with 39 gold, 115 silver, 6 gems. Okay, so this is like their little private little stash. Got it. So if the players like not only lift up mats but also go digging, they might be able to find treasure, but they probably don't. They probably don't find this. Let's be real here. The bubbling pool. Characters who head for the source of the shrieks in the splashing water soon come across the following scene. The stream winds its way around a low tree-covered hill for about 80 yards. The shrieks grow louder with every step, when suddenly you find yourselves upon a clear pool of water about 80 feet across. Oh, that's actually very wide. Wow, okay. Splashing about the water are 2 young elves. Suddenly, from a tree by the pond, another young elf jumps into the water, almost on top of the other 2. The characters have not yet observed the bubbles in the stream. They do so as they watch the elves. The bubbles, which have not surfaced now, burst in the pond with a small popping sound. The elves are surprised on a roll of 1 to 4 unless the characters have made a great deal of noise around the underground home or while approaching the pond. If not surprised, and if the party hasn't yet arrived at the pond, the elves flee into the woods, heading for a friend's home a mile away. Alright. The elves eventually notice the characters watching them if the party simply stands there. They are momentarily frightened, but if the party takes no threatening actions, the elves smile and wave shyly, crouching down in the water so only their heads show. If the party contains elves and seems friendly enough, the swimming elves can be talked out of the water and will introduce themselves. They have names that are named here. Though the elves won't mention this, a 4th elf is off retrieving a digging tool that other elves have borrowed. Their statistics. Alright, got it. So we got their stats. Are they children or just young elves? Let me reread this section a little bit. They do say young elf. Okay. Doesn't necessarily say they're children. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're children, but they're just young, right? So like less than like 30 years old, right? Alright. As few monsters have ever been seen in this part of the country, few weapons are carried or used. The guy that was retrieving the item carries his sword to impress his friends, but he knows how to use it too. Okay, got it. So it's to impress his friends primarily, but also he can technically use it. He'll return to the elven home at sunset, using his invisibility spell to surprise his friends and the player characters if they're still around. Ho ho! What a prankster. What a silly guy. Alright. If the player characters appear hostile, the elves are not as vulnerable as they may appear. Aside from their spells, a number of sharp metal daggers have been left on the bottom of the clear pond, and these may be retrieved 2 at a time in a single round by each elf. The daggers are ballast for throwing. The elves can also dive underwater for a full round each. A small underwater cave exists, only 10 foot square with a 4-foot ceiling near the southern edge of the pond. The elves will flee to the cave, which has a large air pocket continually freshened by the oxygenated gas in the water, and will remain there for as long as necessary to escape attackers. Got it. So they'll either flee a mile to someone else, or they'll use the daggers from the water and then retreat to their little underwater hideaway. So the elves, like, probably don't die. A, the player characters probably don't have a reason to fight them. And then B, even if they do, like, the elves are probably going to escape one way or the other. If the elves are treated well, they offer to take their guests to their underground home, of which they are quite proud. Fair enough. If the characters decline the elves' offer, the small beings become rather offended, saying, "See if we are nice to the likes of your kind again. We get so few visitors as it is, and they have to be so haughty." If the characters accept the offer, the elves talk almost continuously. The characters can hardly squeeze in a single word. The elves are so pleased to have visitors, they forget their manners and monopolize the conversation. Got it. So these are some very chatty, very friendly elves here. They did say small, so my assumption is that these are intended to be children. They say young elves, but they probably mean like actual like child-sized elves, like 10-year-old elves, right? The elves explain that years ago, their ancestors settled here because of the great beauty of the setting. Through the years, however, it has become slightly less attractive to the elves. The trees have grown gnarled, the stream has become smaller. Aesthetic concerns that are of great importance to these beings. They have sent out expeditions of elves to search for a more suitable place to live, but have found nothing up to their liking so far. The elves reveal that there are several other elf dwellings in the area, but decline to identify the other homes in order to preserve their privacy. Got it. So the adults are off exploring and trying to find a new home, and they've left the children at home. But the children can run to friends' homes if they need them, right? Anyways, if the characters try to cut the conversation off before an hour has passed, the elves again become upset at the character's rudeness. Fair enough. Only after an hour are the characters able to politely excuse themselves. The elves offer to let them spend the night with them, but are not offended if the character refuses. All right. If the party has previously ransacked the elven home, the elves will be greatly angered and will demand the return of all stolen items. Fair. And are willing to fight to get them back unless the party is obviously too dangerous to deal with. If the party has entered the elven home but has not harmed anything, the elves won't mind at all. Everyone drops in. Got it. About 2 hours after the party arrives on the scene, a number of sturges fly past the area in search of nourishment. Ooh, yummy, yummy bat mosquitoes. The sturges attack at once, but may be detected with a surprise roll before they are upon the party. If the party helps the elves fight off the sturges, the elves will be the party's friends for years to come. The elves are not crass enough to actually offer material rewards for their safety, but may be more than willing to offer free room and board for several days as a result. Very cool. So, if nightfall comes about, the party and the elves get to fight some sturges, and then the elves are just like, yeah, not just beyond just like casually liking you and chatting your ear off. We're besties now. We fought together. We're besties now. There's no escaping. Future events. Depending upon the party's conduct in this brief encounter, a number of future adventures and scenarios may be constructed. The theft of materials or destruction of the elves' property may bring retribution, as the elves, including the absent Repo, track down the guilty parties involved. The player character elves may, at some future date, wish to settle down in this area and construct homes of their own. The mystery of the colorful vase's origins and purpose remain to be resolved, which could lead to a higher level task later in the campaign. Okay. So yeah, this is just mostly a little flavor location, just a fun little encounter you can have with some elf children. They didn't say where the bubbles came from, so that's something that we certainly could come up with ourselves. Let me see if I can summarize this. In elven home disguised as a hill exists here next to a stream. The elves, no, not levels, there we go. Elves, there we go, are playing in the stream when the party arrives. In most timelines, they are friendly and chat the party's ears off. At sunset, sturges attack. If the party helps the elves fend off the sturges, they are friends for life. Very good. A treant sits upon the source of the magical gas bubbles. It tries to defend the elves' home from thieves if the party tries to break in through their window. Very good. Otherwise, combat is unlikely, and this is just a fun RP scenario and possible place to spend the night. Very good. There's a lot more to it, obviously, but for right now, that's all I care to know. We can go on to the next adventure. Which I will use the bathroom before I begin in on that, but I can at least, get the title down. Into the Fire by Grant and David Boucher. I don't know if I pronounced that right or not, but I tried. Into the Fire. Wop, wop, wop. By Grant and David Boucher. Is this AD&D again? Yep, AD&D adventure for an AD&D adventure for a number of people. What's the number?
Why, 6 to 10. Ooh, this is a big one.
All right, 6 to 10 of 6th to 10th level. Haha, 610, 610. Very good. 6 to 10 of 6. 6th to 10th level. What's it say? Players should be of good alignment and should contain at least 2 well-equipped fighters. Adventure is designed to fit within any campaign world, and the DM can easily modify the names per blah, 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 blah. Okay, got it. Wait, it did say magic weapons, right? 2 well-equipped. Well-equipped would be magic weapons. Yep. The party is expected to be of the good alignment and feature well-equipped fighters. But there we go. All right, and then we can get into it proper. Oh, let's correct that. All right. Be back as soon as I can. Oh, actually, I'm going to flip my water bottle, too. 2 birds, 1 stone. Oh, got the water bottle. Excellent. I've returned. I've obtained the throat healing juice. Alright. Into the fire. I do want to kind of skim ahead. I know that from the cover it says that this is the one that's got a fun old red dragon on it. But let's see here. So there's a lot of fluff and lore leading up to it. And the adventure itself sees them patrolling the foothills for a number of D4 days. Huh. Or is this an encounter table? Okay, no, it's a random encounter table. I got it. So there's 4 possible encounters while they're out in the foothills and plains. Okay. Got it. Oh boy, oh, big old sideways map. All right. Well, we're gonna zoom out for just a bit. Try and get it all on one page. 75. All right. And new. And whoop. Here we go. Copy. All right, we don't need this anymore. We got through that dungeon. We're gonna make it form fit. And then, actually, no, we're not gonna make a form fit. All right. I'm gonna select it. We're going to rotate. Rotate. Oh, I did that wrong. Okay, well, whatever. It's good enough. We figured it out. I'm going to zoom in and see it. All right, cool. Cool. So you got the foothills. Got this highway. Goes between 2 forts on this highway. Very good. That goes to the capital. So we know that there's a city in the distance somewhere. There's some statues, which I assume are relevant. You got the Roaring Peak volcano here, which I assume is relevant. Possibly the Dragon's Lair. You've got the Roaring Peak Pass. All right, they would go all the way around the volcano center. You've got a lake with Mount Torch next to it. It also looks like it's a volcano. That's probably also a candidate for the Dragon's Lair. Or if the Dragon's Lair is underneath and connected to both these volcanoes, right? I don't know. I'm speculating at this point in time. But you got this fun little region map. That's the takeaway here. Do you add any of the fluff or deep lore? Or is it summarized and just put in as a note for the DM? In the video I plan to make, I will be covering the fluff and deep lore, right? I probably will offer like my own recommendations and takeaways. That's the entire point of the show, is to try and make it digestible and like pitch a bunch of ways that you can recycle these concepts and whatnot. But I assume that there'll be a section where I just give like an overview of it, which includes all the storytelling and like the names and whatnot from the adventure, right? That summation area will definitely be a thing. So I'm not going to ignore this fluff. I am going to come back and read this. I just wanted to skim through the adventure real quick, try and get a good feel for it. But there's definitely some wilderness adventuring. There's another rollable table for this area, but at night, and the mountains at night. Got it. So a lot of this it's looking like it's going to be wilderness exploration. Here's an alternative map. Western Mountains, Dungeon Master's map. Okay. So the other one's for the players. That's a lot more vague and whatnot. But if you want specifics, here's the DM's version of that map. Got it. All right. Well, let's grab this as well. So we will go back and get that fluff, right? I got no problems with fluff. I'm just skipping it for now because otherwise that's me like taking 10 minutes to read stuff and then probably taking notes. Right now, we're gonna do this first. Rotate. Rotate this way. And we're going to do cut. And then we're going to zoom the frig out. Give ourselves some space to paste this below. There we go. So now we have both variants of the map. And if there ends up being a dungeon map, we can put that over here. Right? Right. Right now, let's zoom in and look at this. Oh, cool. All right, so there's the Roaring Peak. So it is kind of out there on its own. The foothills are presumably this gray area. So that's not insignificant. Of course, we have our two forts, which we already knew about. The Lost Knights Trail is an alternative trail name here. Okay. Roaring Peak Pass. Got it. So it's called Roaring Peak Pass. Maybe the Lost Knights are what they're investigating, is trying to find the Lost Knights. And that's this is the trail that they take. That'd be my assumption. So they're trying to track down some buddies that maybe a prince or whatever lost. And the trail goes to location I. Which location I? Well, why is it not letting me look at this? Okay, well, whatever. It didn't want to cooperate. Anyways, location I is the Lake Haven. Okay. Then it goes into like 1, 2, and so on and so forth. All right. Greater Lake. Oh, okay. So 1, 2, and whatnot is in this map, the Lake Haven. Okay. This is very much like not necessarily a hex crawl until we get here, but this is very much like old school exploration, investigation, mystery solving stuff. Some good stuff here. Not a traditional dungeon crawl. Different flavor of exploration. All right. A wilderness exploration campaign. And maybe there's a dungeon later on. Oftentimes there was exploration that then led into a dungeon. So. But anyways, it looks like they are following some knights and they come here. And it looks like there's a cave in the middle of this lake. And there's all sorts of little points of interest here. 4A looks like it might be an entrance to a cave. Let me go zoom back in and look at that real quick. Oh, never mind. It's on the next page. Okay.
Look around the next page.
Oh, yeah, that looks... Was this just like a giant shiny thing of obsidian? It's not a cave? Flames Lair, okay. 4A, Western Lair entrance. Okay, assuming that the scenario below is in effect, read the following descriptions. Okay, got it, alright. Yeah, it looks like this is the entrance to the dungeon. Okay, very cool. And then we have the lair. Okay. So they would have come in through here. There's a pit. Looks like there's a ledge with a lever. The passage that goes to 4C. Which I assume was already detailed above. Or no. Here's 4B. Okay, never mind. So 4C is here. Sleeping chamber. Read the following. Okay, got it. Got it. So once they go inside the dungeon, here was this whole thing with the pitfall and whatnot. The pitfall is right here. So there is a bit of a dungeon crawl. It's not extensive. It's like the entrance and then 1, 2, 3, 4 major rooms. But there is a bit of a dungeon crawl here. Alrighty. Oh, a 5 is Uthion's Tower. Oh, okay. Well, let me go. Oh, wait. No, hold on. I've screenshotted it, haven't I? Uthion's Tower. Oh, is that not a cage? Is that a tower? Yeah, I think it's a tower in the middle of the lake. Okay, cool. Cool. So there's multiple little adventure locations. And that tower has multiple floors as well. Okay. Oh, it's kind of like toppled over and slanted a bit. All right. That could be fun to explore. And it's got its own little map as well. All right, got it. So you have this adventure region. You're following these knights' trails. You go to that location, and then that splits off into like 2 different little dungeons you can explore. Presumably there's a dragon somewhere nearby, possibly in its cave, right? Looks like there's a deep gnome settlement. Area K. Where was that on the map? Oh, it wasn't on the map. Okay. Well, then what map are we looking at now, then? Hot Spring. Is this in the tower? Is that what K is? If not, then what is K? Have I missed one of the maps? Hot Springs was 6. Then we get to Big Valley. Big Valley. Oh, wait a moment. Okay, I bet I know what it is. I think we zoom out. We come back over here. And area K is like this map where things are kind of a bit dark, but I'm assuming there's a K somewhere on here, and that's where the deep gnomes are. And I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is. There's the K. It's right here. Wee whoop. Very good. There's where the deep gnomes are. All right, cool. Cool. So it looks like the major adventure location is up in here around I. That's where your 2 dungeons are and your dragon is, and so on and so forth. But otherwise, there's lots of other places to explore in this general area, including a deep gnome settlement. There's a good depiction of the dragon there. A bit of a skinny boy. What? Oh, he's also missing arms. He's more of a wyvern. Maybe that's not the dragon. Maybe that is just a random-ass wyvern. Maybe they just didn't differentiate them back then. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure they differentiated them back then. So that's probably just a random-ass wyvern. And then concluding the quest. Okay, so it doesn't appear to be any larger dungeon. This is just a nice little area to explore. Oh, okay, and then there's another adventure. Guardians of the Tomb. Is this another short one, or is this like a proper... Okay, so it starts on page 61. Looks like it's... Okay. Looks like it's relatively short. My assumption. Yeah, okay. And then that's the end of the magazine. Alright, cool. So there's a little quest you can go on involving a dragon and a sunken wizard tower and whatnot, and then there'll be one last adventure for this magazine. So understanding this adventure involving the dragon is probably a bit of an undertaking, but we're on the home stretch here. Seems like there's quite a bit of lore and stuff going on in this area, which makes sense. It is like an entire adventure area that I could imagine the players exploring for multiple levels worth of content. So we will go back up here, and I guess we'll get to reading. But now I have a general understanding of it. I feel vindicated. I was correct to read ahead. Hopefully now a lot of this stuff will make more sense. All right. Tagline is a lost prince, a silver necklace, and a dangerous journey. Here's some information on them. They're from Florida. Good for them. This is an AD&D adventure for... Okay, we read that. Small kingdom with a mountainous western border is assumed to exist. The DM should name the kingdom, its king, and its capital as desired, to fit his own campaign circumstances. Note that the kingdom could easily become a large barony. The player characters should be in good standing with the current monarch, possibly known to him by their previous deeds and petitions. This adventure occurs in the early winter. The dungeon master can use weather charts to simulate the effects of snow, wind chill, and other phenomena, if such charts are available. No major storms are anticipated. Okay. Background for the DM. Many years ago, a young prince named Lamarin. We'll go with Lamarin. That sounds right to me. Anyways, Lamarin was sent by his father to the foreign university across the sea. The boy never made it. Oh, okay. Well, that's a grim start. A cutthroat band of pirates, led by an infamous reaver named Jalusa the Merciless, attacked his ship, and the crewmen of the ill-fated craft were killed or captured in the ensuing battle. The prince hid below decks and escaped the initial onslaught, only to be discovered later during the pirates' search for booty. The boat was burned, and as Jalusa never ransomed his captives, preferring more direct ways of acquiring cash, Prince Lamarin was sold into slavery with the other survivors. His silver necklace, engraved with the royal seal of his family and his true name, was cast into the ship's treasure pile. Got it. So this prince has been delegitimized and sold into slavery, is the short of it. The pirates eventually met their own horrible fate when a great red dragon known as Flame, a beast of incredible power, attacked their ship. After slaying all those on board with claws and teeth, or blasting them overboard with strokes of its wings, the dragon tore away the masts, dug its massive claws into the hull, and carried the entire pirate ship and treasure back to its lair high in the mountains. 15 years later, after many more successful raids, mostly against the nations and tribes north and west of the mountains. Goodness gracious, neighbors are going crazy right now. Give me a second, I need to listen. Make sure everything's okay. I think everything's okay. Whatever. Flames. Oh, hold on. I should probably. If they're excited to play the module. No, that's not happening. I'm not going to run the module for them. There's some suspicious stuff that goes on around here. My goal here, I mean, obviously they could hear me through my door, right? But my goal here is to keep a low profile and not engage with the local fauna. I don't want to be involved with the things that they are involved with. But I mean, to a degree, it's unavoidable, right? I do have to still talk. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go outside and invite them to play D&D. Nope. Maybe next time I move. But for right now, this is not a place I'd like to interact with. Just don't give them my real name. I'm Keith. Hello, neighbor. It is I, Keith. Keith the Conqueror. Ho ho ho. I have come to bring you lasagna. Alright, anyways. 15 years later, the raids, I assume, are the raids of the dragon. Yeah, okay. Flame's sleep was disturbed by a group of knights looking for refuge from a winter storm outside his lakeside haven. The knights proved to be of little challenge, but a few days... Oh, okay, the period's not supposed to be there. Got it. But a few days later, as the dragon was preparing to eat the last of them, it found that the human had escaped, having only feigned death. Worse yet, the knight even had the gall to steal one of the dragon's treasures, an attractive silver necklace. Okay, got it. So, the dragon, right? It grabs the pirate ship, it flies it into its base, and of course inside the pirate ship is still the pirate's loot, which includes the silver necklace of the prince. 15 years later, the knights are looking for shelter. They happen upon the dragon's lair. One of the knights manages to escape, having stolen the silver necklace from the pirate treasure. That's the scenario we're looking at so far. It was worded weird, but I got there. Flame was enraged, although the dragon was more upset over the loss of its prospective dinner than the loss of the necklace. The dragon left to hunt for the man when another blizzard came and forced an end to the search. When the storm ended, Flame could find no trace of the missing knight, and it subsequently dropped the matter. Okay, fair enough. The dragon got over it. It's like, the knight escaped. It sucks, but whatever. Besides, the dragon mused, that miserable human isn't likely to have lived through the storm. But if he did, he might lead a few more tasty morsels to my cave, as he did before. I hope he knows some elves. I haven't had a sweet little elf in a long time. I like this dragon. This is a good dragon. I appreciate this little bit of characterization for the dragon. It's like, oh, it's okay that the knight escaped. He'll bring me snacks. Very good. Yeah. Top tier dragon. I don't like his name. Flame is too basic ass bitch of a name for a dragon, but I like his characterization. Meanwhile, the burned and battered knight, Sir Huger, or Huger? I don't know. I'm just gonna say Huger. Or Huger. Nah, you can pronounce it a variety of ways. I'm gonna go Huger. That sounds fun. Huger. Yeah. Huey. We'll just call him Huey the Knight. That sounds good. It's a nice dragon, said the donkey. Fair enough. It is a nice dragon. Just don't mate with it. Alright. Sir Huey staggered down the freezing mountain and began his slow, determined trek home. Dazed, disoriented, and suffering from frostbite, he eventually entered a cave for shelter and collapsed. Fortunately, he had stumbled into the entrance to a large colony of Sverfneblin. There we go. I got there. Sverfneblin. Deep gnomes. I know they're deep gnomes. I like to pronounce their actual names when I can. Like Duergar for grey dwarves, and of course Drow for dark elves. Right. Sverfneblin. Alright. It's just been a while since I've read that. I haven't read the word Sverfneblin in 3, maybe 4 months now. If I don't read stuff on a regular basis, I tend to forget it pretty quickly. Anyways, Sverfneblin. So he came across the deep gnomes, basically. Area K, haha, I read ahead. Sir Huey, realizing the importance of the necklace he held, and his own approaching death, promised the gnomes a substantial amount of treasure would come their way if they'd agree to return his body and the necklace to Fort Silent, a nearby outpost. Unable to heal his injuries and always interested in more treasure, the gnomes agreed. Within a few days, they arrived at the fort with the knight's body. The acting captain of the guard at the fort, Sir Weiler, Owler, I don't know. Frickin' classic fantasy names, you never know how to pronounce them. I'm just gonna say Eiler. Anyways, Sir Eiler interrogated the new arrivals. When he was finally convinced of their honesty and intentions, he allowed them to leave with an ample reward. Sir Huey was buried with highest honors. Okay, I would have worded that differently. And the necklace, there we go, was sent on to the capital and the king. All right, got it. That's quite a lot. But some knights were off hiking. The weather was bad. They took shelter in a dragon's lair. All of them died except one, who happened upon the prince's necklace, the prince who has been presumably lost for 15 years. He escaped, but was about to die, told the Sverfneblin that if they take the necklace and his corpse to the humans at this fortress, that they would reward them, there we go. And so they did. And so now the necklace and news of this discovery has been passed on to the king. That's the short of it. We don't know what happened to the prince yet. We just know the prince got sold into slavery 15 years ago, and he doesn't have any way to legitimize his claim. The last little hint about him was this necklace that came from the pirate ship. So let's read the mission, and maybe the mission will detail some of that. The DM may gather the party at the king's castle in the capital, individually or as a group, but the general scenario should be as follows. A royal messenger arrives with a scroll and hands it to a party member. It is a summons for the party members, all named and described within the text, to a royal audience with the king, effective immediately. The messenger waits for the characters and escorts them to the palace when they are ready. Several messengers may be dispatched if the characters normally live apart. Once in the presence of the king, the party is addressed in a special closed session of the hall. Only the king, his bodyguards, and the party are present. The following passage... Okay, just read the box text. Got it. What were you saying up here? What about flame or fire, storm, pyre, inferno of the draconic flame, Greg? As alternative names, or if the players say, why is your name Flame? Oh, my parents were unoriginal. Fair enough. The dragon's just like, I know my name's not original. Blame Dad. My dad was a fucking wanker. But you know what? It's grown on me. I'm okay with it now. I know I'm one scary son of a gun, right? My name might be silly, but you're not going to be laughing when I'm picking my teeth with your bones. Get fucked. Yeah, the dragon could just own it and, like, use it and just have an attitude about it. Throw in some Scar from Lion King personality to that. Yeah, make him a bit of a tricky, sly motherfucker. I like this dragon. This is a fun dragon. Anyways. What's the king's speech? He says, 15 years ago, my only son, Lamarin, who the king presumably can pronounce, then only 9 years old. Oh, okay, so 9 plus 15. The lost prince is now 24 years old. Got it. Lamarin, my son, set sail for the east to begin his final schooling in preparation for his eventual succession to the throne. His ship never reached its destination. After a search along the coasts, I presumed the ship and my son to be lost at sea. I was without an heir and without hope. Until now. Seems like a fun dragon. Yeah, it would be a fun dragon. 10 days ago, the body of one of my knights was returned to Fort Silent by a group of strange gray-skinned gnomes. He was a member of a 7-man squad patrolling high in the mountains along our western border. These men were some of the strongest and bravest in the realm. Present company excepted, of course. The other 6 men have been missing in action for over a week from their patrol, which was to have taken a month to complete. The dead knight, Sir Huey, I'm still not going to call him Hueyer, had died of burns, exposure to cold, and many terrible wounds. Stranger still was that he bore on his person a silver necklace bearing my royal seal. The king lifts a tarnished necklace from his lap and holds it aloft. This is the same necklace I gave to my son just before he disappeared so many years ago. To say the least, it is extremely odd that it should be found so high in the mountains when by all rights it should be lying at the bottom of the sea. I'm not only interested as to my son's possible whereabouts, however... Oh, sorry. What? Okay, well, that's not phrased like normal people speak. No, I think I can make this work. I am not only interested as to my son's possible whereabouts, however. I'm also gravely concerned about this new threat from the west and the possibility of, well, of whatever foreign threat slew my knights and possessed my son's necklace. We know so little about these mountains, and absolutely nothing about what lies beyond them. That's not, okay, that's a mistake, okay. And absolutely nothing about what lies beyond them. This is why I have commanded your presence. I would like you to find out who or what is behind this attack, what happened to the rest of the patrol, and, if possible, what all this has to do with my long-lost son. Alright, so we still don't know where the child is, but he's 24 and has been a slave, or at least was a slave 15 years ago. And he's off somewhere in the world. I don't know if that's something that gets resolved in this adventure or not, but at the very least, his necklace exists, and his father is, intrigued enough to go and send some of the top-tier adventurers in this region to go and investigate the mountains. Which explains the whole exploring the wilderness thing, right? Because we know the stuff about the dragon and the boat and all that piratey slave stuff, right? But the king doesn't, and the adventurers don't. The adventurers just know, there's 7 knights missing somewhere in this mountain range. One of them came back with this necklace that should be in the ocean, but it's in the mountains for some reason. What's up with this? It's a big kerfuffle, a big mystery. Go investigate it. Fair enough. That's a more than good plot hook for the player characters. I like this plot hook. Alrighty. So, presumably the party helps the king. And then we get more box text. Since the gnomes wouldn't reveal the location of their lair, or even where they found Sir Huey, you must begin where the original patrol began and follow its path until you discover what happened. The gnomes said that Sir Huey's last words were a warning about fire or flames. He was not very coherent at the end. May he rest with the gods. King then gives the party directions to Fort Silent and descriptions of the 6 remaining lost... Oh, it's 6. I thought it was 7. Was it 7 total and Huey was among the 7? Did I misread? Wah! Or did they retcon it? Let me go back up here. Okay, that's not it yet. My knight's return. Member of he was a member of 7-man squad. Okay, got it. No, I just misremembered. All right, cool. So Huey was amongst one of the 7. There are still 6 remaining out there to be found. Presumably they are corpses that the dragon ate, but who knows, right? Alrighty. As well as a detailed description of the prince as he looked 15 years ago. Okay, cool. So, just in case, the players do have a description of the prince. He also provides horses and equipment as necessary and within reason. The king sends an escort of men with the party, but only until they reach the fort. He cannot send any men or magic items into the mountains with the party, because he must gather all his remaining forces and fortify his outpost forts in the event that Sir Huey's death is a prelude to an invasion from the west. The next morning, he sends the characters on their way, each bearing a signed document noting that the bearer is on a mission from the king and should not be delayed. The documents do not authorize the bearer to receive free goods or to deputize assistance. If the characters bother to detect for magic on the necklace, they find none. A legend lore or other divinatory spell, only tells the story revealed earlier. Under no circumstances can the party learn anything about the dragon flame or its lair, as flame is protected from all scrying spells and devices by a magical item. See area I-4. Too many people have handled the prince's amulet for too short a time to make any further impressions clear. Got it. So legend lore could reveal that the prince was accosted at sea and sold into slavery, but that's about all we get. We don't get to know how the pirate ship, how the necklace ended up in the mountains. We just know that it was last seen with some pirates, and that the prince is disappeared. The capital lies 170 miles from Fort Silent, over low grasslands and rolling hills. Normal terrain, DMG page 58. Good for them. The travel time from the capital city to the fort should be calculated from information given by the DMG, supplemented by whatever maps the DM wishes to create for the local terrain. Military highways exist and are in good condition. That's just some good overland travel guidelines for the rules that existed back then. All right. But, and then it looks like here's where the rollable tables came in. The rollable tables for them getting from the capital to these forts, Fort Silent. Very good. So they had to pass from the capital through the wilds to Fort Wheel-Lenan and then presumably continue down the highway to Fort Silent, is my understanding of what's going on here. The adventurer. The party should be allowed to ride horses and use other pack animals throughout this adventure. Without them, it would take much longer than the party would tolerate to carry provisions, treasure, etc. Yeah, that's fair. And the king would have been able to provide them with that too. Like, within reason, the king, I think that would have been reasonable. If the party was like, hey, can we have some horses for riding and for carrying potential treasure we find there? Could be important. I think the king would be like, yeah, absolutely. You can have some horses. I'm a freaking king. I can spare some horses. Come on. All right. Should the party possess the means to fly by flying carpet, trained griffins, etc., the DM should hint that the party should remain close to the ground or else run the risk of missing vital clues and evidence. The path taken by the patrol is not very manageable by normal standards, but it is relatively easy to follow. All right. Fair enough. If you're flying, you're probably going to miss things that a patrol of knights wouldn't have if they had been walking. Makes sense. The party's map of this area is not accurate enough to permit safe teleportation, and scrying should be almost impossible. In any case, Flame is protected from scrying magics by an amulet of proof against detection and location. No rumors of dragons are circulating in the kingdom at present, so he's not a known threat. It did imply that he had been sleeping for those 15 years, so that would make sense. He went and got a big ol' addition to his treasure hoard, took a nap, woke up, a knight stole from him, and he's just like, well, that's fine. I'm sure the knight will come back with some tasty elves. Random encounters, okay, got it. It's just talking about when the random encounters get rolled and so on and so forth. There can be giant eagles, some trolls, pioneers, patrolmen. All right, so there's some opportunity. There's some opportunity for some world building in here. So I guess I should probably read the random encounters here. Frontier Patrol. These men are from Fort Wheelin and are routinely patrolling the planet. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Stop the party, inquire. Yeah, but I'm assuming the party would have their little note, and then they'll wish them luck. Okay, very good. They're mounted on war horses. They have stats and weapons and whatnot. Cool. Good for them. Encounter 2. Pioneers moving south. The Pioneer group consists of 30 men, 30 women, 9 male children, and 7 female children. These people are on their way to try and settle in the foothills to the south before... Sorry. No, it does say are, not were. Okay. That's weird. Okay. I assume it's supposed to be these people were on their way to try and settle in the foothills to the south before severe winter weather hits. Oh, no, they are trying to do it before this. Okay, I got it. Never mind. It's correct. It doesn't flow very well. It's whatever. 6 men and 4 women are fighters of various levels. Got it. So they've got 10 low-level fighters. They are armed. The rest are all level 0. Nothing big here, but there are some people looking to settle, is what's going on. Pioneers moving south. Where's our good map? Zoom out. Where's our fun map? Okay, so north is up. So that means they're going down on the map. So when the party's traveling from wherever the capital is over here, they might encounter some settlers who are looking to go south, which is weird because the road does not go south. So I guess they're going off-road and they're just going to go settle the wilderness over here or something. Alright, well, it's whatever. It's stuff that's off map. The DM can be creative with it if they want. But presumably they eventually get through all these random encounters and navigate the road. It's a well-patrolled road. It shouldn't be that hard, and they're going to have horses. So most of this probably won't come up or matter. Anyways, oh, that's a cool fort. I like that they actually drew it out. That's some nice classic black and white dungeon stuff. Oh, that's some pretty stuff. And you can see the volcano too. It's a nice pretty picture. Okay. Foothills and plains. Night. Okay. So at night, there's some ogres being led by an ogre mage. Ooh. On a roll of 2 to 3, there's some bandits. Oh, the ogres do raid for slaves and booty. Oh, they have seen a huge flying beast in the mountains. Gotcha. So if you did have an opportunity to question the ogres, maybe you get to learn about the dragon a little bit early. Okay. The bandits. They've got some fighters amongst them. Oh, and a 9th level magic user, which is their leader. Okay. So it's a powerful wizard with a bunch of fighters just bopping around. Beep, beep, beep. These bandits have just arrived in this area after being chased by royal forces to the south. They keep mentioning things to the south. The map doesn't show what's south. I mean, maybe it's south of Fort Silent. Looks like the road curves down there. Is that what's going on? Is this where where the settlers are going, and where the bandits came from? The bandits are fleeing the road south of Fort Silent, and then the party could encounter them at night as they go through this area and towards the capital. That's my understanding, anyway. But it sounds like there's definitely some stuff south, and the south did not like the wizard and his bandits. Fair enough.
Okay.
They're armed with a variety of weapons. Didn't detail it. Fair enough. DM can do it. And then the other encounters are just a giant owl. Woohoo! It's just looking for food. Good for it. Alright, when they get in the mountains, here's our fun roll table for that. It is supposed to be the winter, so these are some treacherous winter mountains here. That was detailed at the very beginning. So they could run into an ice troll, a storoper, like a regular roper, but what's a stow denote? This beast lairs just slightly above the pass. It has eaten well, but doesn't mind catching extra prey. Alright, well, guess we're gonna go search storoper. What is a storoper? Tell me about storoper. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. I don't want the old stat block. Alright, well, based upon the images, it does look like it's some kind of super variant of a regular roper. Alright, so classically it looks like that at least. Oh, its tentacles are like rocks, and it's all got craggy stuff around it. Yeah, so it looks like it's a mountain version of a roper. There's another image of it just going to town on some lady with some tasteful cleavage. Very nice. An ice dragon named Frosty as Flames X. No, don't involve white dragons. Those poor idiots. Storoper was used as a monster in Final Fantasy. Good for them. It also seems to have a very craggy theme to it. Alright. The Roper's tendrils, okay. And that's stuff from Neverwinter, but that looks like it's in a cave. Alright. Alright, so Storoper looks like it's just like a mountain variant of a roper. Nothing super fancy that I need to care about there. I like this art. Oh, this is some cool art. That poor swordsman, swords lady. I can't tell. Probably a swordsman. And then you got just this fun, probably thief woman down here, since she's got a dagger. Just not having a good time. Big old rock boy is gonna eat well today. All right. Oh, I should write notes eventually. Whoa. Well, we'll do that once we arrive at the fort, and then we figure some things out, because maybe there's some additional lore there, and then we'll type up to where we are, and then we'll go from there for the rest of the adventure. He never answers his sending stone. Let that be an item the players find. Yeah, fair enough. The poor dragon's got a connection with another dragon, but he doesn't answer his phone because he's busy sleeping for 15 years. I broke up with that douche. Just a haughty dragon on the other end of the line. Just upset because she doesn't sleep for 15 years. So. Alright. In the mountains, they could find some mountain lions, another ogre raiding party. The bandit group but camped. Ah, good. That is intended to be the previous bandit group. Okay, so some of these do get reused, basically. If they didn't encounter the bandits before, the bandits eventually continue to go north, away from the south where the people drove them out of, right? And they will eventually end up in the mountains, where the party could encounter them there instead. Makes sense. At night in the mountains, 2 wraiths. The doomed spirits of 2 human bandit lords who lived centuries ago. Badass, alright. A haunt. This spirit is that of a woman looking for her missing husband who was slain by Flame 60 years ago. Okay, so Flame's been around for a while. Might have been sleeping for 15 years, but before then, 60 years back, he was certainly active. Alright. 3 will-o-wisps. Will-o-wisps are always fun. The party's high enough level, though, that these will-o-wisps are not like an actual threat, and are just for flavor, basically. A band of 21 ghouls and 4 ghasts. This force of undead attacks any living group with a certain crude degree of stealth. These monsters never check morale. Fair enough, they're undead. Bandits. Raiding bandits. Okay, this is just the same group of bandits again, but as a nighttime mountain encounter. Got it. But this time they're not camped. This time they're actively raiding. Oh, good for them. A lone gray elf. Okay, what is meant by gray elf? Do they mean dark elf? Yes, ranger druid. Oh, he's high level. Ranger 9, druid 11. He's a level 20 character. Goodness gracious, alright. Is looking for shelter from the elements and some companionship. He has heard rumors of a dragon in the mountains, but believes it to be a white dragon. He might join the party if elves, druids, or rangers are present. Wow. So you could... Alright. So if you're exploring the mountains at night, and you rolled a 6 on that d6, and if the party has the right party comp, the party could potentially recruit a level 20 character to go adventuring with them. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of ifs there. But still, the potential to recruit a level 20 elf ranger druid. That's pretty cool, actually. I don't know what to mean by gray. Maybe it's setting dependent. But, oh well. But an elf ranger, right? They could recruit an elf ranger to go kill dragons with them. Alright, and now it's looking like we're getting into the more exploration of the actual map, where they've done traveling, they're here on the actual map, and we can go into all this nonsense. I do want to read Fort Silent and the other fort, if it'll let me, because that's areas that we have to learn lore from, maybe. I'm not seeing it, though. Okay, well, what's Fort Whelan labeled as? It's not marked. Oh, wait, no, it's marked as N. Okay, so A and N. All right. So Cylon is A. Forts along the western frontier are usually only lightly manned, but are now in a state of constant alert. Fair enough. Normally, only a few patrols enter the foothills, and rarely is a force sent high into the mountains. Now patrols scan the foothills much more frequently, but none have been sent beyond until supplies arrive. Got it. Mountain patrolling has always been the most hazardous of duties, as these mountains are volcanic in nature, and the knights must face natural disasters as well as monsters and bandits. Okay. Fort Cylon, manned by 240 soldiers and numerous support personnel, was the starting point for Sir Huey's ill-fated party, and it was where the gnomes later returned his body. The party has full access to the fort's records, and the DM should give them the player's map. Alright, at this time. Okay. The people at the fort know nothing more than what has been told to the party already, although they always vouch for the bravery and honesty of those lost, often toasting and singing songs of high praise in their honor. Rumors of the men's fate are discouraged, but it is generally believed that a wizard is behind their loss. That would make sense. Huey had burn marks, had treasure. Wizards will sometimes collect treasure, right? He was also very cold and died of various wounds. Like, if it's not dragon fire, like what else would reasonably do fire, deal fire to a knight? A wizard, right? So, rumors of a wizard make sense. Under no circumstances should the party be allowed to dig up Sir Huey's body. He has been buried with great ceremony and dignity, and no one, by king's orders, is to disturb his final rest in any way. Oh, that sure is a way for the party to aggro the entire fortress. I want to look at his body. Nope. Nope, don't do it. Just don't do it. Let the man rest. As the DM, we also know there's no clues there anyways that the players don't already know. Like, they already know about the burn wounds and whatnot. Anyways, the gnomes have long since left for their homes, and their tracks lead to Roaring Peak Pass, Area B, and no further. No knights will accompany the party any further, as they must remain at Fourth Cylon as reinforcements. The knights recommend starting the journey at Roaring Peak Pass. Fair enough. Alright, and then we need to go down to N. H-I-J-K. Okay, so N, that's right, N is after the dungeon. They kind of interrupt it with, like, the dungeon information. And then we need to go beyond the dungeon, past K. That's where the gnomes are. The gnomes are at K. L-M-N, Fort Whelan. Alright, so at this point in time, the party would have already passed through Fort Whelan. This is another frontier outpost, identical in almost all respects to Fort Cylon. No one here knows anything about the missing patrol, and all are busy making preparations for a possible invasion from the west. West, okay. So not south. We know that there's stuff south that drove the bandits north, and we know that there are also settlers going to the south. So presumably south is somewhere that people are allied to. West is some problem people. That's the enemies of this particular little kingdom. They're to the west, but south is fine. Also, if you tell the player you can't, they'll find a way. Fair enough. They're probably digging up the body. It's unfortunate, but you're not wrong. All are busy making preparations for a possible invasion from the west. Alright, so west is the bad guys. Ooh, yucky. Alright. This would have been the final stop for the now missing patrol. Oh. Got it. So the patrol was supposed to be going west. We know that it goes north and then circles around and would have eventually circled back down to the Fort Whelan. But it seems as though they were initially supposed to not go up there. The bad weather probably caused them to take shelter east instead of west. Looked like they're supposed to head north and then go west, is my understanding. But we, the DM, know that that's not the case. DM, you can't dig up the body, player. I rolled a 48. I'm digging up that body. I took expertise in shoveling. Ridiculous. All right. The commander, Sir Ericsson, but spelled like the sun instead of the child of a man, right? Sun in the sky. Very cool. Orders an escort for the characters back to the capital if the group has completed its mission. The commander may also send a force to investigate the dragon's cave if the dragon has been slain. Any extra treasure found by the investigative patrol will be recovered and returned to the fort to eventually be sent to the capital. All right, good for them. Okay. And then here's the section on concluding the quest, which we're not remotely there yet. All right, let's go back up to the top. Type out a summation. Then I think I take another bathroom break before we get into the meat of this little exploration thingamajigger. Alrighty. Oh, hold on. I have been added. Oh, let me check. Doing anime night? No, it wasn't an app from there.
Wah.
I guess we'll leave it up to Shiva. Till then, I continue to make my way through this magazine. What? Very good. I'm almost done. Very good. Then who added me? Who dares? Got added from something I have in the dead/abandoned server folder. Ah, got it. It's from a Flesh and Blood server. Just saying that in Ohio, a tournament is about to start. Because I used to live in Ohio, so I was still a part of that server. I wouldn't mind moving back to Ohio. It was a good place, good weather. The people were friendly. I liked Ohio. I know that's not supposed to be the meme. The meme is that it's a place of eldritch monstrosities, but I like Ohio. I mean, there is no meme. It is full with eldritch monstrosities. That is factual, yes. Oh, my sneeze! It didn't really hurt, but I tend to hold it in. And I'm glad you're having fun with the stream. Moose are eldritch beasts. True. But that's like more of a Canadian thing, though. Like Canada, it should be the horror setting, not Ohio. I mean, think about it. Are Mounties not just cultists in disguise? They're suspicious, I tell you. Suspicious. All right. 15 years ago, the prince... I'll put a little thing there to remember to grab his name later. Set off to an academy by sea. Their ship was raided by pirates. The prince's silver necklace was taken as treasure, and the prince was sold into slavery. A dragon picked up the pirate ship and flew it back to its lair. I should probably say next to a dragon, parentheses, flame. Alright. Next to pirates, I can say Captain... What? Here we go. Captain. And then let me go look up those names. Captain Yo Mama. Alright. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Ohio is possibly in the bingo board of moving, lol. A buddy of mine loved it because he was near Columbus, and he did not recommend going past Columbus. Now, Columbus is a good area. I think I lived around Dublin. Dublin sounds right. And then I've also lived near Athens. Dublin and Athens were the two Ohio locations I've lived at. A couple of years apart in between those two chunks of time, but Dublin and Athens I can recommend. Those were good areas. I think one of them is basically right on top of Columbus, or it's nearby. It's within driving distance. I think it was Dublin. I think it was Dublin that's next to Columbus. But at the very least, I know I went to Columbus. I don't remember how close it was, but yeah, I think Columbus was effectively like the city area. That sounds right to me. I'm so bad with names and maps. It's whatever. My point is that like yeah, Columbus was nice, Dublin was nice, Athens was nice. I can vouch for those locations. Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe that's where the cultists and eldritch monstrosities start getting to you a little bit, sink their fingers into you, and now you're one of them. But at the very least, those three locations, they seem to have a good force field around them that keeps out the creatures, right? Right. Lamarin was the prince's name. All right. Lomarin. All right. And then what about our fond captain, Jalusa the Merciless? Good for him or her. I don't think it says. Captain... Quote, Jalusa the Merciless. Born in New York, moved to Pennsylvania, went to Florida, back to... Maybe PA is not Pennsylvania, actually. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Back to Pennsylvania and New York. Moved to Arizona, then Texas. Now in VA. That's not Virginia. VA. Maybe it is Virginia. VA. USA. Is it Virginia? I got it right. It's Virginia. I should just be confident. Always right. Never wrong. Woo! All right. What about PA? Is PA Pennsylvania? It's probably Pennsylvania. Yeah, sure. I can go over my stuff as well. Well, if I can... Nope. I just wanted to get bigger. All right. Well, I guess we're doing it on this tiny version instead. F that stuff. So, I was born in Tennessee, right? It's right over here. Then we moved to Idaho, and that's where I was till I was like around 5-ish. And then we moved to Michigan. I forget if we lived in Kalamazoo, Michigan, or next to Kalamazoo, Michigan. But Kalamazoo, Michigan, if anyone cares for that. Then we moved to Utah, right over here. And then we moved to North Dakota, right up here. It's basically South Canada. Don't worry about it. And then I moved to Ohio. That was the first time, so that would have been Athens, Ohio. And then I moved to Idaho. I was in the mountains there. That was my first job. And then from the mountains, I moved down to Boise, which was lower and not in the mountains, in a proper city. And then from Idaho, I briefly moved back to Ohio, and that was Dublin. I believe that would have been when I was in Dublin. and now I have moved back to North Dakota. I don't know if I'm going to stay here in North Dakota, or not. I could move really anywhere. There's nothing to really tie me down. I moved a lot growing up, as you can see, and it sounds like you've had a similar childhood. That or you've had a very eventful adult life. But I hope I can put down roots eventually, but for right now, it's just like, I don't know where I'd go. I like the weather in Ohio. I like the weather in Michigan. In that sense, I should probably go somewhere to the East Coast. Sounds like the East Coast has good weather. I got some friends in Ohio. I've got some friends in Florida. I don't remember how many of my friends are in Texas now. I think some of them have moved. I don't want to go to California. California terrifies me. I wouldn't mind moving back to Idaho. Idaho was okay. I'm not sure about Utah. Utah was alright. So probably somewhere either central U.S. or East Coast. That sounds good to me. If I had to move for a job that I really needed for like a career or whatnot, like I could be persuaded to move literally anywhere. Like that's not a problem. If I'm moving for money, then yeah, I can go wherever. But otherwise, if I'm moving for pleasure, probably East Coast, most likely a place I'm familiar with, so probably Ohio or Michigan. That'd be my assumption if I'm moving again. If not, I'll stick with North Dakota. The weather is miserable, but it's a place, and I've got some friends up here, so it's good enough, I guess. Lived in California for a bit, super expensive, and the rich areas are snobby, but the countryside is beautiful. Fair enough. I hope that it's worth it, putting up with the people that live there. Oh boy. All right, I'm not going to get into politics, but Californians, they scare me a little bit. Their minds work a little bit differently from most other human beings I've encountered. I'll leave it there. Alrighty. So Jerusalem the Merciless. The Prince's silver necklace was taken as treasure, and the prince was sold into slavery. Okay, Dragonflame. Alright, good. Texas was by far the most horrible place I've lived. Yeah, I've also heard that there are creatures that live there as well. Yeah. No. I think that there are some legitimately good Texans, right? But there's enough of the bad apples there that like definitely ruin the reputation for that area. And like, I could be persuaded to live in Texas, but at the same time, it's just like, do I want to? I think the only way I'd move to Texas is if, like, I full on became, like, a conservative and whatnot and went there to go live with red-aligned people, right? But that's not currently who I consider myself, and it's definitely not something I want to pursue at this point in time. I definitely would consider myself more center of the road. So that's why California terrifies me, and also Texas terrifies me. It's just Texas terrifies me a little bit less because the people there tend to be a lot more Christian, right? They're a lot more forgiving, they're a lot more merciful. They're not as quick to kill you with cancel culture and go after your livelihood and whatnot. That's more of a California and like a left-leaning thing. The right, they definitely have their own problems, like racism and whatnot. Like, I'm not saying they're perfect, but at the very least, like, they're less likely to gut you, right? So, like, I don't know. They're both bad places to live. And bad, like, political extremes. But to me, Texas terrifies me a little bit less. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm oversimplifying a lot, and I'm sure I just offended a lot of people on the right, and I'm sure I offended a lot of people on the left. I'm sorry. We're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to, like, not like each other. I don't care, right? At the end of the day, you are a person. At the end of the day, I'm a person. Our political alignments don't matter. What matters is the content we make. What matters is the way we live our lives and what we do with the time we have on this earth. That's all I really care about. Ideally, you can get behind that. It's whatever, right? Hopefully you didn't get too offended by me not liking the two areas of extremism here in the US. Yeah. We are people in time is precious. Yep, that's a good way to put it. Alrighty. So he flew the pirate ship back to his lair. Present day 7 knights went. Whoop, there we go. Patrolling in the mountains. They stumbled upon Flame's lair. All were killed, save for Sir, and then it wasn't Huey, it's Hujer, Huyer, I believe it was. Let me go take a peeky poo. What was it? Sir Huyer? Huyer? Yay, I got it right. Sir Huyer. Alright. Sir Huey. Alright. Save for Sir Huyer. He found the silver necklace of the prince in the ship's treasure and attempted to return with it to civilization. He got as far, oh, there we go, as the deep gnomes settlement before succumbing to his wounds. He was quite delirious by that point, but told the gnomes, Sir Huey, Louie, and Dewey. Well, that's at least 3 of the knights. Then we can do Mo, Larry, and Curly. And now we're just missing 1 knight name, who we will name after me, Derek. Obviously. There we go. We now have our knights. Alright, he was quite delirious by that point. But, okay. Not tolls. Told the gnomes they would be rewarded if they brought his corpse and the necklace to Fort Silas? What was it? Silent? Silent, hey, alright. My memory's gotten better again. Had a bit of a time earlier in the stream, but it's working again. Alright. It was then forward. Okay, hold on. They were rewarded, of course. They were rewarded, and the news and necklace were, there we go, were then forwarded to the king. He has hired the party to investigate the knights and find the location. Sorry, find the possible location. Sorry, investigate the knight's path. How about that? The knight's path. And possibly the location the necklace came from. Alright. That's a good summation. I can go use the bathroom now. And then
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Hello. Moshi mosh.
All right. Was that it for the summation? I think that's it. The party, armed with resources from the king, makes their way from the capital to Fort Silent. Along the way, they may encounter ogre slavers or bandits led by a powerful wizard and miscellaneous threats and fauna of the region. All right. We can list another thing besides just the bandits. Settlers heading south. Patrolmen and miscellaneous threats and fauna of the region. All right, very good. Once they arrive, they are greeted warmly and directed towards, what was that location? Lost Knight's Trail. No, it had like a name. Roaring Peak Pass. Okay, got it. Directed towards Roaring Peak Pass, the start of the trail. And the proper start of the investigation. Oh wait, hold on. We can also mention next to powerful wizards a level 20. A level 20 elf. Alright. We can't forget about the level 20 elf. It's very important. Alright. So we're good to go now. We're all caught up. We've got our lore summarized. We've got our beginning of the adventure summarized. And now it's just exploring the mountains. And then presumably there'll be sections where I'll detail both the sideways tower and the dragon's lair. Right. But we're all caught back up. Which means we can come down here. I'm curious, though. How many pages do I have left? Okay, so we'll count this as a page. That's 48. 48. We're going to skip one page for the map. Okay. Oh, okay. There's still quite a few pages. All right. I mean, some of those are taken up by maps and splash screens and whatnot, but... All right. All right, so 60. Well, we'll go down to 59 because there's some splash screens and whatnot. So 59 minus that is about 11 pages. All right, I got about 11 pages. So I probably don't. So I probably finish this and then I just end stream, or I just don't finish this tonight. We'll see. We'll see what happens first. But I've still got quite the ways to go if I am properly breaking this down. But at the very least, I've got like a good idea of this. So if I do have to take a break for tomorrow, I'll be able to resume and not have a problem there. But for now, I'm still doing okay. My voice is holding up all right. I can feel it get a little bit scratchy, but I'm drinking my water. I'm through my energy drink. I've still got enough energy. Let's keep going. Roaring Peak Pass. This pass, easily located by traveling southwest of the Roaring Peak volcano, was discovered long ago. Oh, hold on. I need to go. Yeah, I might stop. We'll see. I put out the call for anime night if my homies want to do that, but one of them is not online right now, so Well, we'll see how that goes. But otherwise, I'm ready to keep at it. This pass easily located, but I definitely... well, I don't think it'll take that long. But I definitely do want to, like, be able to just goof around for a little bit before I go to bed. Yesterday, I just streamed all the way up until bedtime, basically. May the anime gods bless you with anime. There's a lot of anime on the watch list. We're actually in between things, because we just finished up Chainsaw Man and the new season of Spy Family. So we either needed to find another one, of which we have extensive lists of things to watch, so that was no easy feat. Or I was thinking we'd watch Andor, which is not an anime. It is a Star Wars show from Disney Plus, right? But it's something I've been meaning to watch for a while, and the fellas seemed interested in it. So ideally, we do get to watch Andor, but if not, I'm sure we'll watch anime. I'm sure that what's his name, Jeff Thew, right? Mother's Basement, right? I'm sure he'll come up with a little guide on like what to watch for this season. And I think, forget the other one. I think his name's Giguk. That sounds right. Giguk also tends to make videos along those lines. So, worst case scenario, those videos come out. I watch those and I figure out, oh, that sounds good, and then I pitch those. Because it's that, or we go through our extensive backlogs that grow every single season, and that's never going to happen, right? So it's usually best to just find a show or three from the new season and watch those if we're going to watch those. But otherwise, I'd like to watch some Star Wars. We'll see if I can find some buddies to watch that with. Anyways, the pass is easy to find. Good for them. Missing Patrol was the first major force to be sent. Okay, got it. Oh, okay, so scouts had mapped out the path several years before. Okay, so this is largely like unexplored territory for like the longest time. It got scouted out years ago, but other than like a preliminary scouting, like this has not been properly explored. So our poor knights, they did not know what they were getting themselves into. You look at Mother's Basement and the reviewer that goes by Glasses Reflection. Yeah. I've heard about that guy. I know that he's on a lot of podcasts that a lot of the anime boys like to do. I don't remember what it is. Is it Trash Taste? It might be Trash Taste. That sounds right to me. If he's not a part of that group, he at least like guest stars there, something like that. But yeah, I've heard of the channel. I haven't watched it too much myself, but I used to be big into anime when I was in high school. I still enjoy it from time to time, but I've definitely like gone out and explored all sorts of other genres. It's not like my one fixation anymore. But it is still nice to keep up on like some of the key shows during a season. It depends. Sometimes the normies are wrong. But other times, like, yeah, the normie trash is pretty dang good. Anyways, Avalanche. This is the home of 4 newly arrived Galebdur, 2 on each side of the pass. When the majority of the party comes within their spellcasting range, they first turn the rock below the party into mud, and then start an avalanche when the party has just begun to sink in. Oh, that's nasty. Alright. The characters and their horses move at half speed in the mud, and the DM must determine if they are capable of escaping before the avalanche hits. The rock creatures have an unlimited supply of rocks and boulders with which to attack. The rock creature's treasure lies high in the rocks and consists of, 10 really expensive gems, a jar of oil of sharpness +2 with 4 applications, and a short sword of quickness +2, all from previous victims. Very good. Some very good loot. But then again, this is a higher level adventure, so I mean, that makes sense. Galebdur, I've heard the term before, but I don't remember what it is, so let's go on back to Google. No more map of US. What? Oh, it's just a big rock guy. Okay. Fair enough. Look at that, buddy. Aw, he's a cutie. What he looked like in the previous editions. Okay, that's still pretty cute. That's a lot cute, but it's nice. Oh, okay. You're in second edition. They're a little bit silly. And then first edition is just a rock with legs. Very comical. So according to the monster manual of the time, this is what they would have looked like. Just a bunch of guys up here just casting some voodoo to turn the ground into mud and then cause an avalanche. You look up, you see this. It's just Jerry. What a guy, Jerry. You look up, you see Jerry. Hello. Jerry's a nice rock. That's true, Jerry's a nice rock. It's just Jerry, don't mind Jerry. Jerry's trying to kill you, don't worry about it. Yeah, fair enough. If they're not opening, they look like boulders, that makes sense. And they got some cool loot from previous people because Jerry is a serial killer. Good job, Jerry. All right. If memory serves, C. Let's zoom in. Yeah, all right. So C is here. This is they're likely to have not gone off course by now. They likely are still very much on course here. So there's a high probability that they lose their horses at this point in time, which means that they either retreat to try and get horses back, or they press on, possibly without mounts. So that is something to consider, that by this point in time, they probably have not delineated. This is something we can actually note, because it's something that will probably actually happen. Here we go. All right. Early into their trek, they encounter some Galibdur rock people. Well, we can spell out people. I'm not that lazy. There we go. They magically create mud beneath the party and then cause an avalanche. It is likely they lose some of their horses here. Keeping in mind. What? Mind. There we go. All right. The Galibdur do have some very nice loot, though. No, not thorough. Oh, there we go. If they find it. Yeah, we can put a comma there. All right. Very good. Lake Darian. I don't like the name of that lake. Does it? Darian. Darian. Say Darian. Darian sounds cool. That's probably not how it's supposed to be pronounced, but that sounds good to me. It rolls off the tongue better than the rest. Lake Darian is a beautiful mountain lake formed from the melting snow, blue as the sky and perfectly clear. A wide, natural path follows the eastern edge of the lake, hugging the foot of the steep mountain slopes. Part of the lake is frozen over. If weather conditions are severe, the entire lake is frozen solid. The lake is about 3 miles long and around half as wide. Although the lake is perfectly clear, the party cannot see the bottom. The slopes of the mountains determine its boundaries, and it is very deep. No source of the lake is seen, nor an obvious means of drainage. Actually, the lake drains through an underground fissure at its deepest part into the area's main water table. The water is cool, refreshing, and perfectly safe. While the party is within 1 mile of the water, however, the DM should double the chances of random encounters. Fair enough, it is a good water supply, so it's more likely to attract customers. The path is searched near its westernmost point. A campsite is found. A ranger or barbarian is able to determine that about 6 to 8 humans and their horses camped at least a month ago. Got it, so that's probably the knights. This is, of course, where the missing patrol knights spent the first days, spent a few days enjoying the lake and its accompanying scenery. Immediately north of the lake is the immense shape of Mount Torch. Got it. Its peak capped in snowy orange fire. Although not as large as the Roaring Peak volcano, it still appears quite dangerous. The air is occasionally filled with light ash and low rumbling noises are constantly heard. Alright. Just north of this encounter is Lake Darien. Did I spell it right? Darien. Okay, with an E. Alright. Darien. Alright. Just north of this encounter is Lake Darien. It is a perfectly normal and safe lake. Because of this, random encounter chances are doubled, as it is likely to attract customers. Alright. What was it? Mount Fire, Mount Flame, Mount Torch. There we go. Mount Torch is visible from here. The players may wish to explore that next. Alright. I forgot to make a note about the knights. There is evidence that the knights camped at this, this lake about a month ago. Alright. Then we have the thing in Mount Torch. Alright, now we can go read Mount Torch. Very good. Mount Torch and Roaring Peak, Sea Area B, are the only active volcanoes in this area of the mountains. Roaring Peak erupts regularly, every 2 or 3 years, but little is known about Mount Torch. If the characters are on any path within 2 miles of Mount Torch, there is a 10% chance per day that the mountain erupts. Got it. So this thing erupts frequently. This always occurs at night. Should an eruption be indicated, read the following to the party. You are awakened by a great rumbling coming from deep within the earth below you. Your first suspicions are confirmed as you gaze in horror upon Mount Flame. Red fires rise into the night sky, and the mountain slopes appear ready to split asunder. Glimpses of molten lava can be seen oozing down from the snowy slopes toward you. Oh, okay, so it's not really a place to explore, it's just a natural hazard. The party cannot outrun the lava by following the paths unless they are camping at Area F after defeating the fire giants there. Ooh, that's cool. So Area F has fire giants. Good to know. They must climb to higher ground. The party actually has 8 plus a d12 turns before the lava reaches the very bottom of the mountain and should have enough time to get to a safe location. This is not an explosive eruption, nor a particularly dangerous one, but the DM should certainly try to scare the players. The eruption lasts for only an hour, and the hardening lava is cool enough to travel on by the next evening. The volcano does not erupt more than once during this adventure. Okay, so it doesn't erupt regularly, this is just a % chance that it might erupt during the adventure. Got it. And then the crossroads where the fire giants are. There is nothing of note there, but there is a small chance it erupts while they are in the area. Alright. I'll say, but the adventure notes that there is a small chance it erupts while they're in the area. Okay, very good, very good. Back to our funny map. Alright, so their horses probably died around C. They go up here to this lake, which would be D. It's this little black spot, presumably. The mountain is up here, or at least that's the peak of it, so it erupts and certainly could flow downwards to the lake. It would flow like so, based off of how the terrain is. Very good. And down. Alright. Now, where is F? Okay, so F is this hill up here. Got it. So that's where they would be safe. The lava wouldn't reach them there. Alright. So F is where the giants are, and then after that, they have to journey a little bit to get to G, which would be our next location. Alright. Very good. Understood. The crossroads. A group of fire giants from the north have made camp at the junction of 4 mountain paths. Okay. Pardon me. They're new to this area and are looking for a suitable place to build a fort, despite the cold. The volcanic activity has attracted their interest. Makes sense. They are fire giants. All are males, and the largest wields a giant sword +1 that is 10 feet long and does a bunch of damage. Alright. The 6 fire giants have stats. They have very impressive amounts of HP, but again, this is a high level thingamajigger, so that's to be expected. They can hurl rocks. They're impervious to fire. They've brought their pets as well, which consist of 8 hellhounds. Very good. Who breathe fire. They're good at detecting invisible and hidden objects. Good for them. Alright. So there's a bunch of fire dragons with their pet dogs. Bark, bark. The circumstances surrounding this encounter depend on what time of day or night the characters arrive at the crossroads. Should the party arrive just in time to camp for the evening, the giants are cooking a young rock. By rock, they mean big bird. Over a very large bonfire, throwing the scraps and bones to the hounds. Gotta feed the doggos. The hounds and the giants are not on the lookout. This gives the party an increased chance of surprising them. If the party arrives during the daylight hours, the giants are either leaving or returning from scouting. 40% chance for each, or resting in the camp, which is the remaining 20%. Alright. If they're not resting, they are armed and ready for immediate battle. Alright. If resting, the hounds are on guard, but the giants require a round to get their swords before entering melee. There is a 40% chance per giant that instead of grabbing his sword, he'll throw rocks. There are 14 large rocks near the camp, all suitable for throwing. The giants possess the following treasure, and then it lists that out. Looks like there's some cool treasure in here. I don't know how that would be scaled, or what sort of treasure is normal for a high-level adventuring party like this. I say high-level, but I think it only is supposed to be up to, like, level 10, right? Now I'm curious. Let me go look at that. This is meant for, of 6th to 10th level. Okay, that's not excessively high level, but, like, I don't know. I find that to be impressive. For AD&D years, usually you die before then, I would expect. Anyways, so they got some treasure on them. The square camp contains large bonfires in each of its 4 corners and 1 giant bonfire in the very center. 6 rough beds lie within the confines of the fires. Some backpacks contain the cured flesh of various creatures, kegs of very strong ale, and regular clothing. If the party tries to determine whether the giants are responsible for the disappearance of the patrol, it is noted that the giants have obviously been here for only a very short while. 2 weeks at the most. They would never have encountered the knights at all. Alright. Let's go over here. There are giants. Oh, fire giants. Fire giants. And their pet hellhounds camping nearby. They are looking to possibly settle down near one of these volcanoes. They've only been in the area for 2 weeks. They were not here when the knights passed through. Alright. Very good. We can also go to like the next paragraph. Or maybe we just keep going here until we reach the lake where the dragon and stuff is. Yeah, that's probably what we do, is we just stay on the same paragraph until then. The wolf were. Okay. The pass here is watched by a wolf were and his pack of 8 winter wolves. The most likely scenario is as follows. From far ahead of you, the usually still mountain air gives way to the sound of music. As you carefully round the next bend, a young man dressed in brightly colored furs dances down the trail towards you. Strumming a small lute-like instrument, he's oblivious to your presence. The wolf-were, Liscalis, is a wandering soul, constantly in search of innocent victims. He has control over a pack of winter wolves and always has them follow within whistling range. It requires only 1 round for them to arrive. If the party obviously appears good in alignment, for example, if they're displaying numerous good holy symbols prominently, or looks very powerful, he does not stay, but dances right on past. He then follows the party and returns during the night, singing while the wolves attack. Okay, got it. So he'll either attack on sight, or he'll ambush them at night. If the party appears vulnerable to deception, he masquerades. Oh, okay, so if they are evilly aligned or look like they're idiots, he'll masquerade as a wandering bard and try to join the party. He tries to steal as many magical items and wreak as much havoc as possible. If allowed a watch duty during the night, he'll sing the characters to sleep and slip in his slow song to boot. Okay. He then tries to kill the sleeping adventurers, and if discovered, lets the winter wolves do the rest. Got it. If the battle ever begins going badly for Liscalis, or he is discovered, he'll slow the party and turn into wolf form, hopefully outrunning any pursuers, never to return. He has decent HP, but presumably the main danger here is getting surrounded by his wolves. His follower will take after him if he leaves. 8 winter wolves. Okay, got it. Possesses a +2 longsword, which hangs from his belt, and a potion of fire resistance. Carries some money and some gems. Very good. He's actually a very fine musician, and his lute is made of the finest woods, inlaid with silver. It's a very expensive lute for the collectors and bards. Got it. If collected, Liscalis can only be made to talk if threatened with death. He recalls seeing the lost patrol, but did not follow them out of a sense of respect for the military. Hey, good man. Or so he says. Okay, never mind. In actuality, he saw a large flying shape in the distance to the east in the direction in which the patrol was heading. He prudently let the patrol leave. This information can only be gained via ESP. Okay, so that's mind reading, I assume. Alright. Further along the path, the party encounters Liscalis, a wandering bard. If they seem strong or particularly good aligned, he will just continue to dance and sing his way right on past them, continuing his way down the trail. Alright. Otherwise, he will attempt to join the party. He is not a good person. He tries to steal as much as he can if he is allowed to keep watch at night. He will sing them to sleep and then call for his wolves. He is a wolf were. I assume that's like a werewolf, or maybe the distinction does matter. Let me go here in the search.
Wolf. Where?
It didn't say he had like a werewolf form though. It just said he could turn into a wolf. Okay. Wolfware was the Anthurian. Was an Anthurian whose natural form was a wolf and could transform into a humanoid or wolf-humanoid hybrid. Got it. Okay. So Wolfware is like a reverse werewolf, right? Instead of it being a human that's cursed to turn into wolf creatures, it is a wolf who turns into humans. So if it was a fox, then that would be like an example of the Japanese kitsune, right? It is a fox that can turn into a humanoid, right? Very cool. And this one is a pranky bard boy, and he's got a bunch of winter wolves. Good for him. Alright. Okay. Is a wolfware. A wolf that turns into a humanoid. I'll just say human. Very good. The wolves he has in his employ are always within whistling distance, but assumedly hidden. Alright. If he does waltz on by the party initially, he will backtrack and ambush them with his wolves at night. If captured, captured and questioned about the knights, he admits to seeing them, but didn't attack them out of respect for their services. That is a lie. He was afraid of the dragon, and they were heading towards it. Plain and simple. All right. Yeah, it's a significant enough encounter that it gets its own little summation paragraph. Because this is potentially a traveling companion that could be with them for multiple days of travel and that might cause a lot of strife. And it doesn't seem like it's really avoidable. It's just like, you're walking up the trail, he's walking down the trail, and maybe they're buddies, or maybe he just keeps on going by and then comes back to ambush you later. Oh, he's not singing. He's strumming a small lute. Okay, got it. All right. Along the path, the party encounters Lascalis, a wandering bard. He will continue on his way. Right past them. Past them. All right. A wandering bard with, I'll say it, wandering bard strumming his lute. All right. And then the rest is all accurate and we're good to go. All right. Next section. Oh, all right. The Rocky Pass. The party comes to an intersection with another small, rocky, snow-covered pass through the cliffs, winding steeply up the face of the mountain to the north. Flames Mountain. The main mountain path continues to the east, bypassing the mountain. The narrower path leads directly to Area I, which is the main adventure location. If the characters search here for one turn, they find a dead horse with a broken leg in the snow. The horse's packs contain food, tools, and a carefully drawn map showing the patrol's route. The writing is smeared and blurred by the melting snow, but it is definitely similar to the map the party received at Fort Silent. The horse was killed when the storm hit the Knights several weeks ago. The Knights, having lost their map, subsequently took a wrong turn and found themselves at the Lake Haven, Area I. All right. That makes sense. They were supposed to be heading west, and they ended up heading east. This explains why they headed east. Actually, no, that's not true. Because they're already heading east here, because this would be at H. And then they headed north, which is I. So I don't know, maybe... No, I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe they weren't intending to patrol west, and they were always just they were always just planning to take the trail and return back to the other fort over here. This was just a wrong left turn here off from the trail. That might be it. Maybe they just assumed that they were patrolling and then they were meant to go west, but they just didn't. Maybe they didn't make their intentions clear. Or maybe it was just a writer's oversight, right? I don't know. It doesn't matter. A DM could come up with with a reason. There's a lot of different ways you could take that. Regardless, the dead horse is found here. The map is found here. There's evidence that they went north. So this is probably where the party goes. The party probably doesn't miss this. The party does get to go to this nice little adventure zone. And then once that's done, I guess they could either backtrack back down the trail the way they came, or they could continue on the trail back to the other place, which would have them pass by the gnomes as well, if that ended up being relevant. Alrighty. We can go to my note-taking section and say the trail heads east. A dead horse can be found nearby. what was it? Near the Lake Haven? Well, no, the lake's not named Lake Haven. We'll just call it near the lake. There. With the knight's supplies and map still on it. Without the map and in the dire weather, the knights got lost and headed north to the lake. All right. And now we can detail the lake. Very cool. This area is depicted on the map on page 51. Numbered area references are shown on the map itself. Okay. Flame's home is in the crater at the top of a long dormant volcano called Flames Mountain by the dragon, of course. The crater contains a lake filled with magma-heated water rising from old lava vents. This hot springs keeps the... Hold on, is the lake a hot spring? Crater's top of the crater is filled with lake. Okay. It needs a lake filled with... Okay, got it. So the crater itself is the hot spring. Wait, is there a lake at the base of the mountain, or is this lake the hot spring at the top here? There's no chance whatsoever that Flames Mountain will erupt. Okay. Let me go down and look at the map. Yeah, I'm not seeing a nearby lake, so I'm assuming the crater at the top, the hot spring, is the lake. That's what's being depicted in the area labeled the Lake Haven. The lake is a hot spring, naturally heated by a dormant volcano. This is the mountain that flame layers in and is the primary adventure location of this module. All right. And then I should type in like the summation of it here, and then I'll go on to the next paragraph where I'll either detail the tower or the dragon's little lair. And then that'll be that. Nope, I do want this up, and I do need to grab an image of that if I haven't already, which I have. Okay, very good. Let me go to the next little map, though. That's something I'll need. Very good. And copy. Let's stick this over. Oh, that's too big. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna make space. That there. Very good. All right. So these are the two little areas of note here now. Very good. Here's a different view. You can zoom out a little bit. And then grab this. Alright. It's not gonna fit. I gotta make it wider again. Alright. Lots of big maps. Lots of big maps. Alright. And then the remaining map should be the tower. The tower! The wizard tower! Oh, this big old shadow of south and north. Okay. Yep. Yep. No. The tower. What a tower it is. What a tower. And then copy. And then hopefully we can paste it over here. Is there room for that? Looks like it. Very bog. Alright. I think that's it for our maps. Now it's just a matter of getting through all this text. I think I actually move on ahead instead of looking at the rest of this little adventure location yet. I think we skip the adventure location and we go to what comes after Area I. So J is the big valley. This long, lush valley is heated by a stream from a hot spring that flows from east to west. It's a safe haven, but as with Lake Darien, the chance of wandering monsters should be doubled. Got it. The DM may wish to add his or her own personal touch to encounters here. Got it. So it's not really detailed. It's expected that players might not even go here, and it's just another safe lake location. Very cool. And then the Deep Gnome Settlement. I'll read that in just a second. There's a statue. Pass. Okay. The Fort Wheelan, which I already read, and then... Okay, got it. So around the home stretch, there's the Gnome Settlement, and then 2 other key locations on this hiking trail. A small cave is located here. It is apparently empty, but a secret trapdoor can be found in the rear of the cave after a careful search. The door opens into a deep shaft with a ladder mounted on one side. The ladder is made of some unknown metal, and the shaft descends from hundreds of feet below the Earth's surface. If any character climbs down the ladder, he arrives at the lair of the huge colony... at the lair of a huge colony of Sverfneblin. There we go. Or deep gnomes. The DM should discourage this discovery, or else prepare this underworld ahead of time. Got it. All right. So you're not expected to run the Deep Gnome Settlement, but if you want to, you're supposed to prep it and then do as you will with it, right? This is where Sir Huey died. The gnomes know nothing about flame, but buried deep in their ancient records is a metal tablet which describes how a great fire beast came from the sky and snatched a group of Sverfneblin workers. They were never heard from again. The tablet's dates, when translated into a local calendar, indicates the encounter occurred about 110 human years ago. Okay. So it's 110 years ago. We know that it was also active 80 years ago, and then active 15 years ago, and then the knights just woke it up again. So the dragon takes big naps, but it's been around. It's been around a long time. So the Deep Gnome's little settlement's not detailed, and it's not important, presumably. The party probably won't reach it, because they'll probably just turn back around and go back down the way they came, which, fair. Anyways, statue of the child. A 30-foot tall statue of a young girl sitting down and crying rests on a ledge about 50 feet above the pass. The workmanship is human and very old. For more on this statue, see Area M. Pass of the Parents. At the entrance to this pass into the mountains stand 2 gigantic statues. A 100-foot man to the west faces an equally tall woman to the east, their arms reaching toward one another with palms up, obviously distraught. The workmanship is human and the style is an ancient one. Fits with the child statue in Area L. All the statues have been carved from living rock and are well supported by surrounding rock. The statues are non-magical. Carved from living rock. What's living rock mean? Whatever. These works are so old that not even the elves know anything about their origins or their purpose. Okay, so it's just a mystery that exists and doesn't matter. There's two stone parents looking for their stone child who's a little bit further down the trail. Farther up the trail from our perspective, anyway. Yeah, so they're at the end of the trail here. And then just near the final little straightaway out of the trail is where the little child is. So we don't get to know what this mystery is, but we can certainly make stuff up. It's signs that there's an ancient civilization here, which means the ancient civilization might have left behind an ancient ruin, perhaps a mega dungeon to be explored. So that's something fun that you could design if you wanted to. But it's evidence that to a degree, these lands were settled in the ancient past enough for some great artisan to make some great works, right? All right, let's go back over here. The trail beyond this location leads to another safe resting place like the lake had been, past the gnomes settlement and past some strange ancient statues. These are not detailed in the module, presumably because the players are not expected to interact with them. All right. And then we can detail the lake and stuff, and that's the end of the module.
All right.
Blah. Hard time concentrating. I've already been through my energy drink. Alright, I think I might call it here. It feels bad, because I'm on the home stretch. I just have to finish like these two small dungeons and then the little hut at the end of the book. The magazine. But I think this is it for me. If there's anyone still watching, presumably Alex, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate the company. Of course, there's all sorts of happy buttons you can press if you haven't already pushed them. And then if you do have anybody that enjoys like tabletop content and could use some good old inspiration and nonsense that I have to offer, or at least that I plan to offer, feel free to share this channel around. I'd really appreciate it. That's really it. I can't think well enough to do a proper outro. You guys have a good night. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go push the button now.
Well, no, here you go.